Chapter 143. Chapman Lampard? In the corridor outside Heroic Spirit Palace's banquet hall, Archduke Alcius mulled over the name with a subtle expression. Then, he turned to look at the tiny Thales with disgust on his face. The next common elected king of Extet? The Archduke sneered. I've heard of it, brat, the bearded Archduke said coldly. They say you're a precocious genius. Very well, you're indeed a little smarter than the average child, but that's what I hate the most. Thales was stunned. Looks like my initial impression of you is terrible. Trying to scare people with sensational gimmicks, is it? Dueling with the king, Lampard, what else? Alcius' gaze was cold and his tone fierce. A brat like you who's good at these things since you were young will definitely grow up to be a venomous snake full of conspiracies. Perhaps I should grab my sword and stab it into your chest today. Alcius spat harshly. We have enough trouble for Constellation. We don't need you to add fuel to the fire, brat from the Empire. *T, Thales' heart clenched. He realized that the conversation was about to fall apart. Then why did you come to Dragon Cloud City? Thales quickly organized his words so that the conversation could continue and not be interrupted by the other party's disgust towards him. If you're really like what you said, that my arrival is trouble, then why did you come here to provoke this trouble? He looked calm on the outside, but he was actually nervous on the inside. He raised his head and stared at the ruler of Prestige Orchid before him. Will I succeed? Provoke trouble? You may be trouble, but you're far from being feared, brat. Alcius sneered. I'm here to see the game between Constellation and the dragon after 12 years. I want to see what we can gain from a prince, and whether our king is blind from old age. What's your conclusion? Thales said with a grin. Has your king disappointed you? Alcius put on an ugly smile, but under his beard, he looked a little ferocious. You should be thankful that he's still rational and hasn't been blinded by anger, so you're safe. The Archduke sized up the brat before him. That's why you have the chance to talk nonsense here. Safe? Thales shifted his gaze to Alcius' heavy saber. He laughed mockingly and said, I think that the sword on your waist might have a different opinion. It almost received the honor of being the prince's nemesis after all. Alcius' gaze fell on Thales. Archduke Alcius tilted his head and sneered. Stop pretending, kid. I know you're actually very clear about it. He turned his head around and a fierce look seeped out of his eyes. Forcing you to commit suicide is just a farce. Thales' heart clenched. Don't be fooled by His Majesty's expression today. He won't start a war easily. Alcius's gaze was sharp. You have your father's oath to protect you. The archdukes won't support him to start a full-scale war. As for his attitude towards you, it's most likely just an act for us to see. The Grand Duke of Prestige Orchid sneered, shook his head, and clicked his tongue. Testing loyalty? Old tricks. As for you and him. Alcius looked at Thales with a subtle expression. He raised his eyebrows and revealed a strange smile. They're actually acting on the same stage. At this moment, Thales' expression finally changed. He knows. He saw through it. Thales was completely stunned. He insists on killing you, and then he wants to see our reaction, right? Archduke Alcius' face was full of disdain. At a time when his own family is about to be destroyed, he's actually scheming. From the moment he entered Dragon Cloud City, King Nuvan's domineering aura, the Archduke's incessant chatter, Nicholas and Shile's synergy, and Putre's relaxed attitude of trying his best to make him feel at ease, had more or less bewitched the Prince of Constellation. And the memories of the transmigrator that kept increasing and surging in his mind made Thales feel elated. He always felt that even in this dangerous world where humans ate each other, he should still be the smarter type. It gave him the illusion that the 5 archdukes of Extet were like flat paper dolls that could be folded and kneaded with the slightest bit of force. They were also like lab rats that would react appropriately with a little stimulation. However, it was only now, after the seemingly violent Archduke Alcius exposed his and King Nuvan's self-righteous tricks without hiding anything, that Thales suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was actually a person. A real, living person. Even in the abandoned house, he could not clearly grasp the behavior and psychology of children who were only a few years old. Moreover, the person in front of him was a Northland noble with a long history, a noble status, and a great reputation. He was a powerful person who had ruled for many years, and he was the Archduke of Ekstedt, whose power was comparable to that of a king. He had stood tall in the harsh and cruel cold of Northland for many years. How could such a person be lacking in skill and scheming? Thales lowered his head. Under Alcius' slightly mocking gaze, he clenched his teeth lightly. "No, I haven't lost yet." He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them. "You know him very well?" This time, the second Prince of Constellation's voice seemed to lose its previous relaxed tone. Instead, there was a hint of solemnity and steadiness. "King Nuvan?" Alcius looked at Thales, who quickly recovered from his shock. His eyes flashed. "Yes, I know him. Ever since the first time my father brought me to Dragon Cloud City to meet him. But I also understand the feeling of sitting in this position, the feeling of controlling, maintaining, and protecting a family, a city, a territory, and a group of subjects," the Archduke said faintly. After the tragedy of the Walton family, for the continuation of the family and the future of Dragon Cloud City, Nuvan had a lot of things to tidy up, make up for, and make arrangements. Starting a war would only benefit Black Sand region and people like Lampard. The territory, resources, and population neighboring Constellation would benefit his enemies. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. So, the person who also did not want to start a war and whose interests were aligned with his is actually you, the little brat of the Empire. Alcius snorted and shook his head. "Why does he want to be your enemy? No matter what show you're putting on with him, it's nothing more than that. You're on the same side, the Walton family and the Jade Star family." The Archduke snorted through his nose. His expression was cold. Thales sighed softly. Yes, how could a person who became an Archduke more than 10 years ago and ruled until now be a fool? What Thales could think of, these Archdukes could naturally think of as well. At least, they had a subordinate who was as wise as Ken Vita was to the Archduke of Black Sand region. Where did he get his confidence from? Did he think that by relying on the memories of a so-called transmigrator, which were incomplete for more than 20 years, did not match the era, did not match the civilized society, and had a vastly different status and social class, just like countless transmigrators before him, he relied on his superb interpersonal skills, outstanding memory, and ever-present aura and halo to make these elites from other worlds, who had survived the social competition, which was countless times more intense and cruel than in his previous life, obediently listen to his orders, and manipulate them as he pleased. He was even helpless against Quide Rhoda, who managed the child beggars in the abandoned houses, and his assistant, Naya Rick, right? Thales lowered his head dejectedly. A person's will and actions are always unpredictable and mysterious existences. Society was composed of millions of unfathomable human hearts. Society is definitely not a precise machine that can operate perfectly with a set of parameters. He had to be like the purest social science researcher, always maintaining the most humble, modest, and cautious attitude in the face of a world that was completely different from the past, instead of being complacently immersed in his lofty self-awareness of progress. After all, he did not have a system, a chip, or a technology tree that could be climbed step by step with the click of a button like Civilization 6. After all, he did not transmigrate into Shuang Wen's world. Thales stared at the ground, motionless. This is the end of your gimmick. Chapman Lampard becoming king? Alcius seemed to be very happy to see the confident 7-year-old brat at a loss for words. King Nuvan is still rational. Chapman will never gain any benefits by starting a war, and he will never become king. Also, don't forget the grudge between them. Next time, find a better reason, think of a reasonable stunt, and sow discord. Alcius was ready to leave after he finished speaking. Thales slowly clenched his fists behind him. Maybe. I really am. He's not suitable to be a prince, or even a king. But, under Wuxia's astonished gaze, Thales chuckled softly. At least, I want to be a survivor. Survive. The next moment, Thales raised his head abruptly and looked at Archduke Alcius, who had not gone far. You are wrong. Alcius stopped walking. It is precisely because King Nuvan is still rational that. Thales' voice came from behind him. Chapman Lampard is destined to become the next king. And I myself am not as safe as you claim. That is why we are having this conversation. The same old stunt again? Alcius sighed. My disgust towards you will only, the second prince did not give him a chance to speak. The key is not my stunt, but whether this is related to your interests. Thales' eyes were firm and steady again. Is it related to the interests of Prestige Orchid region? Listen to me. Then make your own choice. Alcius frowned. What I'm going to say next is only to you. Thales looked behind Alcius. There were two muscular attendants with sharp eyes, and it was obvious that they had extraordinary skills. Archduke Alcius narrowed his eyes as if he was deep in thought. Why? Are you afraid that a child will assassinate you? Thales sneered and said, or do you want to go back earlier and drink a few more glasses of wine with your 4 good colleagues? As he stared at the foreign prince in front of him, who appeared young but spoke maturely, Archduke Alcius felt a strange sense of absurdity. A few seconds later, the Archduke chuckled and ordered his attendants to walk away. Thales secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At his signal, Wuxia, the prince's attendant, nodded and left with a solemn expression. The brazier in the corridor burned fiercely. 2 figures, one big and one small, faced each other quietly in the dark. Tell me, according to your theory, how does Lampard become king? Alcius did not look at Thales. Nonchalantly, he extended his hands to the brazier and warmed his frozen hands. I was assassinated in front of Broken Dragon Fortress. With a cold expression, Thales went straight to the point. The murderer wanted to frame Lampard. Archduke Alcius pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows. I've heard of it. Unfortunately, he did not succeed, Alcius said disdainfully. Whether it was to kill you or frame Lampard. Thales ignored Alcius' hostility and continued, this made Lampard realize that an enemy was secretly reaching out to him, and that his situation in the country was not good. Lampard is a powerful man. This is nothing to him. Archduke Alcius was expressionless. Because of this, Lampard proposed to form an alliance with me to fight against our enemies together. Thales still did not care about what the Archduke said. Like a robot from his previous life, he stated the truth without any emotion or color. He provided me with all the resources I needed in Dragon Cloud City in exchange for the help of a future king of Constellation. At this moment, the corners of Alcius' lips curled up. He lost his composure and laughed. A promise from a 7-year-old brat who has yet to wear the crown. Lampard would be a fool to form an alliance with you. He only changed his stance at the last minute because he saw that attacking Constellation was hopeless. The Archduke moved his hand, which was warming the fire, to the back of his hand. And that won't make him king. Of course, Thales said coldly. That's all? Alcius snorted. How are you going to help him become king? Issue an announcement to support him? At this moment, Thales' expression changed. But this is not Lampard's plan. After a dozen or so seconds of indifference, he suddenly raised his voice. I am also not the one who can help him become king. Alcius shifted his gaze from the brazier to Thales. Of course he knows that I am not that valuable. Other than being branded with the symbol of the constellation, I am nothing. Thales sighed. But believe me. I met him once in his military camp. He is not a fool. Humph, I know him better than you do. Alcius clenched his fists above the brazier and said coldly, 12 years ago, when he mercilessly nailed his brother to the ground in the duel field, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Thales took a deep breath and nodded. He is only pretending to form an alliance with me. In fact, I guess he has other plans. And he is about to put them into action. Alcius locked his thoughts in a frown and carefully sized up Thales before him. Say it, brat. Alcius also sighed and said impatiently, very well, you have successfully attracted my attention. Thales was stunned. This line. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Forget it, it's not important. Thales took a deep breath. Nuven, he heard himself say slowly in his calmest and most careful tone, Chapman Lampard wants to work with King Nuven. With the Walton family, the Dragon Spear family, and Dragon Cloud City. A few seconds passed. Ha 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 ha. Alcius burst into impudent laughter. With a nonchalant expression, he turned his head away. Thales only stared at him quietly. Alcius put down his hands that were warming the fire and clasped them together. His gaze was cold. Is this your guess? I thought you were only good at using gimmicks. I didn't expect you to be good at creating gimmicks as well. I saw it with my own eyes. Lampard was trying to contact Dragon Cloud City. Thales replied coldly. Impossible. Alcius stopped smiling and said firmly, Lampard is suspected of murdering Prince Mariah. That is a blood feud. King Nuven will not work with him. Why should we avenge our blood kin? Thales quickly caught up with him and retorted with a cold gaze, for justice to be upheld? No. It is to ensure that our family will no longer be harmed like this. It is to give our enemies the most severe warning. It is for the ultimate continuation and prosperity of our family. Alcius frowned. For this goal, everything can be abandoned. Thales nodded slowly. Including vengeance and honor. King Nuven has not lost his rationality. You said it yourself. Looking at the Archduke's deeply doubtful expression, the second prince said flatly, the Walton family has lost its last direct heir, but it has not perished. King Nuven will not let it perish. It was Lampard who made the first move. He targeted Dragon Cloud City and even killed its only heir. Trust has disappeared. Alcius still shook his head. Even if he wanted to find an ally, it would not be King Nuven. Lampard would not go looking for trouble himself. You just said that you know Lampard better than I do. You know if he has the courage to take the risk to reconcile with his enemies for the sake of benefits. Thales calmly refuted the Archduke's words. Don't forget, a few years ago, Constellation's Duke of the Northern Territory, Val Arund, wore a hood and formed an alliance with Lampard, and Arund and Lampard are mortal enemies. Archduke Alcius took a deep breath. Also, you saw that we were acting, didn't you? Thales saw the wavering in the Archduke's eyes and continued to throw out the bait he had prepared. Why do you think Lampard sent an army to escort me to Dragon Cloud City in such a dignified manner? Do you really think that King Nuven ordered his White Blade Guards to depart ahead of schedule and kidnap me to Dragon Cloud City out of anger and fury? Alcius was slightly startled. That was indeed an act. Thales' face tensed up and he spoke faster, making his voice sound more urgent and agitated. It was an act for all of you to see. To see how His Majesty's anger was ignited. So that he could confuse all of you and conceal his deepest intentions. But it was not to stop the war between Constellation and the Dragon, nor to stop Black Sand region or the southern archdukes from benefiting from the war. It was for the alliance between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region. Archduke Alcius closed his mouth and exhaled deeply, as if he was thinking. During those few days, God knows what exactly Nicholas of Dragon Cloud City and Kent Vita of Black Sand region talked about in the tent. Thales sighed and said, "We only saw them drawing their swords outside the tent. But I can roughly guess." Thales heard that his tone had become calm again. He also saw Alcius' gaze gradually become deeper. The Walton family is destined to decline. The second prince sighed faintly. After King Nuvan's passing, the Walton family might even face a calamity after the next king's selection. So, he must place his bet on a powerful archduke, a future king, even if this person is suspected of murdering his son. Alcius turned around and looked at the moonlight outside the window. Thales slowly shut his mouth. He was waiting for Alcius' response. This is the Archduke's own battle. Chapter 144. A few seconds later, "Ha! You underestimate the character of Northlanders, citizen of the Empire." Archduke Alcius shook his head and sneered. "You don't even know Nuvan. When he was young." But Thales could hear the emotion in his words. It was no longer as certain as before. Instead, it was the kind of self-persuasion a wife would give when she first learned that her husband was having an affair. "No, he's always been loyal." "Are you that confident in your king's character?" The second prince raised his head, his eyes burning. "Stop trying to sow discord. You don't know Nuvan." Alcius turned his head, his tone seemingly filled with resentment. "Our relationship is closer than you think. I heard that he might have been a good king when he was young, forthright and just, even willing to sacrifice his life to protect a nameless pawn," Thales said softly, unconcerned. "He is a Northlander, but before that, King Nuvan was first and foremost a man. He will grow old." Archduke Alcius fixed his gaze on him. "This was told to me by one of Nuvan's most trusted men. I met him in his tavern," the prince said with a smile. "The famous former commander of the White Blade Guards, Castellan Lampard. I believe you know him better than I do, and I believe he knows your king better than you do. Old people always want to make arrangements for their deaths. By the way, this is what the Duke of the Northern Territory of Constellation said. He was in charge of Constellation's part of the assassination of Prince Moriah. Taken out of context. That's what it means." Thales sighed silently. Archduke Alcius did not speak. He was expressionless. "And you saw his performance in the Hall of Heroes." Thales' gaze was gloomy. "What do you expect a lonely old man who lost his only son and the last hope of his family to do?" Silence. Then, Alcius took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "It's just your conjecture." The bearded archduke's voice was low. "Everything is based on the absurd assumption that Nuvan is rational enough to endure the pain of losing his son." Thales pouted. Alcius' mind was still very clear. But Thales curled the corner of his lips in his heart. He heaved a sigh of relief. It's time. He wanted to add one last bargaining chip to the conversation. Thales sighed. "If you want to wait until you have evidence, then wait until King Chapman arrives." Archduke Alcius' beard trembled slightly. "Also, when we were in Constellation, the Extet special envoy to our country, Baron Lassalle." Thales lowered his gaze. "We overheard some messages in the courier house." Alcius was puzzled. Lampard's pawn? It seems that Lampard was not the real mastermind behind King Nuvan's son's murder. Thales nodded and flashed a mysterious smile. Someone else murdered Prince Moriah. It was a silence that lasted much longer than any that had preceded it. Thales' gaze was fixed on Archduke Alcius, who was in front of him. She watched his expression change from confusion to shock, and from shock to deep thought. Could it be him? Finally, Archduke Alcius heaved a long sigh of relief. "The news from Constellation is not, the news from Constellation is what we want you to know," Thales said flatly. Accusing Black Sand Region's Lampard as the mastermind behind Prince Moriah's murder, thus making you turn against each other and kill each other. But we are not sure who the murderer is. Don't forget, the only clue that can solve the mystery of Prince Mariah's death is the confrontation between the suzerains of Constellation in the palace. We can't even confirm whether Black Sand region is the culprit. Archduke Alcius' pupils gradually contracted. Obviously, this information was somewhat beyond his expectations. This is the Black Prophet Murat, a means of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Thales shook his head helplessly. In other words, the so-called feud between Walton and Lampard, Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region that you have always believed in might not exist at all. This means that if Lampard can convince King Nuvan that he did not participate in Prince Mariah's death, Alcius stared at Thales in disbelief. Nuvan Walton and Chapman Lampard. Thales shrugged and sighed. They don't have any feud over the death of their son. They can totally form an alliance. On the contrary, Nuvan will not trust you, because perhaps the real murderer, Thales recalled a little boy in a blue suit and glasses in an anime from his previous life. He pretended to touch the bridge of his nose, then narrowed his eyes and pointed at Alcius decisively. He's among you. The murderer also did something else. Before Thales finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and threw out another piece of information. And this was what King Nuvan told me. Archduke Alcius' pupils slowly narrowed. He is also the one who framed Lampard under Broken Dragon Fortress and used the Mystic Gun unit to try and kill me. Archduke Alcius' breathing became heavier. Thales did not miss any of his expressions. A few seconds later, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid lowered his head and chuckled. Alcius' gaze was sharp. If all this is true, then they might have formed an alliance. But these are all empty words from you. There is no evidence. Marquis Shiles. Thales expected Alcius' reaction. He was not flustered. The city envoy from Camus Union talked to me quite well along the way. From his channels, I found out that on the night Nicholas arrived at Lampard's military camp to welcome me, he released 3 messenger ravens in the middle of the night. There is no harm in confirming with him. Breeding and selling messenger ravens is also one of the businesses that Good Flow City represents. They are only here to welcome an enemy country's envoy. Why did they contact Dragon Cloud City 3 times in Black Sand Region's camp? Alcius's face was as cold as ice. Thales nodded at him. At least, one of them is trying to contact the other party. Archduke Alcius pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and did not speak. After a moment of silence, the Archduke said calmly, "If Nuvan wants to find an ally who can successfully choose his king for the sake of the Walton family's future survival, then be it me or Rockney from the city of faraway prayers, we are both better choices than Black Sand region. Besides, even if they secretly form an alliance, what can they do? Extet isn't Constellation. We choose our own king. Do you think Nuvan can appoint Lampard as his successor before he dies?" Alcius retorted firmly. "Will it feel like an imperial appointment?" This sentence suddenly popped up in Thales' mind for no reason. This made him burst into laughter. "No." Thales cut him off firmly. "Chapman Lampard of Black Sand region has the greatest advantage to become the next king." Alcius did not speak. He was waiting for the foreign prince's reply. "Your Grace, why do you think that after what happened to Prince Mariah and the Fortress Treaty, war hasn't broken out between our 2 countries?" Thales asked flatly. Alcius' gaze shifted slightly. "You." The Archduke's gaze as he looked at Thales slowly changed. "You were sent to Extet. Your father's oath to the throne used your safety to ensure that war would either not break out, or it would break out into an all-out war that could only be won with the entire strength of Extet. The price would be heavy, and no Archduke would be able to face it alone. And in order to contain Black Sand region, King Nuvan had to stand on the same side as the Jade Stars to prevent war." Alcius' expression became more and more unpleasant. Thales finally smiled. Yes, these two factors are the main reasons to prevent war from breaking out on Xtet's side. Once they all disappear, once King Nuvan is no longer afraid of the price of an all-out war, and no longer hesitates to mobilize all the archdukes in the country in the name of the common elected king, eliminating every archduke's worry of facing the enemy alone. Once King Nuvan no longer has the need to contain Black Sand region's expansion, and even needs to help them expand to ensure that they obtain a bargaining chip in the king's selection, Lampard of Black Sand region will undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary of war. He is close to the northern territory of Constellation, and has Nuvan's open and covert support. Alcius raised his head and stared at the ceiling. Thales could not see his expression clearly. Now you know why King Nuvan came to you to discuss the matter of soldiers, and to test your attitude towards killing me? Thales lowered his eyebrows. The noise of the banquet continued to ring in his ears. Archduke Alcius lowered his head. The second prince chuckled softly. Thales quirked his eyebrows and spread his hands. I wonder if you are ready to address King Chapman as a respectful title? So. Rabian Alcius stared straight at Thales. But this time, the disgust and hatred in his eyes faded away, and he became exceptionally serious. You came to me, even if their alliance is only based on your suspicions. Thales nodded painfully and sighed heavily. Yes, perhaps Lampard is still trying to contact King Nuvan. He exercised his neck and rubbed his hands in frustration. Perhaps they have not come together yet. Even if they have really formed an alliance, you still have room for reconciliation. Nuvan suspects that you are the murderers of Maria, and Lampard may become king. These are your losses, Archduke Alcius, but these consequences will not appear so soon, so you do not have to worry. But I am different. Thales raised his head and looked at Alcius solemnly. Once things change as I imagine them to be, Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region will kidnap all of Xtet and start a war, the second prince said in a nonchalant but slightly anxious tone. Then I, who is still on a diplomatic mission in Xtet, will be the first to suffer. I will face the judgment of fate earlier than any of you. This is why I came to you. For my life. Thales stared at Archduke Alcius, whose face was stiff. He gritted his teeth and said, and for your future. Both of them fell into silence again. The noise and the crackling of the braziers traveled into their ears. Why did you come to me? Alcius asked in a hoarse voice. And not the others? Rachni? Pofrit? Perhaps they are more reliable? Thales stared at him and nodded slightly. Only your and Trentida's territories are bordered by Constellation and close to Black Sand region. You cannot turn a blind eye to Black Sand region's rise and Constellation's affairs. As for Trentida? I don't believe in his treachery. The Prince of Constellation said softly, among all the archdukes, you, Rabian Alcius of Prestige Orchid region, are the most likely to stand with me. Alcius took a deep breath and looked out the window. The next moment, since we've said this much, Archduke Alcius turned to him abruptly. His gaze was sharp. What else do you plan to do? Say it all at once. Thales snapped his fingers in his heart. He smiled on the surface. We are still in King Nuvan's palace. There are not many opportunities for us to meet and communicate. After you have confirmed the details I have told you, if you think that my words are reasonable and that there is a need to take some precautions, Thales said faintly, I have bribed Marquis Shiles with a promise. He will provide me with information, and tonight's banquet will last until tomorrow morning or even noon. Archduke Alcius nodded. At 4:00 in the morning, the gates of the palace and Dragon Cloud City will open. At that time, the first wave of guests will leave. The guards will be as tired as they are. You will avoid their eyes and ears and leave the banquet hall, Thales said cautiously. Come to the meeting hall and find me. I will leave midway and find an excuse to rest there. Over there, we will finalize a plan that will not only save my life, but also make Nuven and Lampard's alliance go bankrupt. Alcius stared at him steadily. I will consider it. The bearded archduke's expression was complicated. But you know, it's just a consideration. Of course. Thales raised his eyebrows. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. The archduke fell silent. Just as Thales was feeling uneasy, Alcius suddenly chuckled. Brat, perhaps you really are a rare intelligent person. The archduke shook his head. But I still don't like you. It's okay. Thales reacted quickly and said with a smile, after all, we, Jadestar and Alcius are mortal enemies. Alcius glanced at him one last time. His gaze was complicated and subtle. The archduke turned and left. Waya came in front of Thales. Thales watched Alcius' back disappear around the corner and exhaled abruptly. His entire body relaxed and his entire body went limp. Waya gently held him up. Your Highness, the attendant said softly, how was it? He saw through my relationship with Nuven from the beginning. Thales felt his body drenched in cold sweat and said with lingering fear, fortunately, I adapted to the situation. He raised his head and looked at Waya. What did Ralph say? Waya hesitated and made a few gestures that he himself did not understand. Very good. In that case, Marquis Shiles has stalled the third archduke. Thales wiped the sweat from the back of his head and shook his head. Give him this and this gesture, let Putre pass the note. The next target is about to begin. Hopefully, Shiles' acting skills are good enough to not arouse Alcius' suspicion. A few minutes later, Thales straightened himself and stood in another corridor. He recalled the next person's personality. Then, he made up his mind. Footsteps came from behind him. The next moment, Thales took a deep breath and turned around. Accompanied by Waya, he flashed the brightest smile at the person who was walking towards him from afar. Your Honorable Highness. You know, who will be the next common elected king of Extet. The next second, the Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porphyus Trentida, who had a bowl cut on his face, stood in front of Thales with a frown on his face. 3:50 in the morning. Heroic Spirit Palace, the meeting hall. Thales sat at the long table where King Nuven sat in the same hall as yesterday. Looking at the empty stone hall, he felt a little creeped out. There was only one thing that could overshadow his fear of darkness and loneliness. That was apprehension and panic towards the unknown. Only the few braziers behind him continued to crackle and burn on their own. He placed his hands on the long table and sighed. Who will come? His conversation with the 5 archdukes finally ended in trepidation. Alcius of Prestige Orchid region was the first. It made him especially nervous and took a long time. He almost failed due to his relationship with Nuven being exposed. Trentida of Reformation Tower seemed cunning and suspicious, but their conversation was much faster than the former's. Trentida quickly understood what Thales meant, and his gaze revealed deep suspicion. It was unclear whether it was directed at Nuven or Thales. These 2 southern archdukes were not the most difficult. Archduke Letko of Defense City in the north was the third person. However, this old baldy was the most difficult to deal with. His seemingly senile and muddle-headed eyes occasionally flashed with a hint of shrewdness, but he scoffed at Thales' words until the very end. Thales put on a smile and spent a total of 20 minutes to complete their conversation. The conversation with Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers in the west was the fastest to end. The long-haired archduke was taciturn. He nodded and shook his head more than he breathed, causing Thales to doubt the effectiveness of the conversation. Judging by his demeanor, Thales suspected that he did not care who became king. The last one was the young Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. The brown-haired young man, Concret Pofrit, was the friendliest. He was also the most shocked by Thales' words. Even when he left, he still looked dazed and in disbelief. Thales had to comfort him. It hasn't happened yet. It's just that. Thales squeezed the pocket watch that Putre had handed to him. The cold metallic touch made his heart tighten. Who could it be? Who? Who could it be? Who is the mastermind who hired the disaster swords to murder Mariah and then assassinate me? Or, no one appears at all. If I really can't find the murderer. Thales laughed bitterly. I hope King Nuvan dies tonight. At this moment, thud, thud, footsteps came from outside the stone hall. Thales was shocked. He sat up straight. It was a series of heavy and rhythmic footsteps. Step by step, the person walked over on the stone bricks. As the footsteps slowly approached, a figure was projected into the stone hall. The person seemed to be especially tall. The person finally walked into the meeting hall. Under the light from the brazier, Thales saw the person's shoulder-length hair and his unusually serious expression. There was a picture of an ancient book embroidered on his robe. The second prince was stunned. This was the person he had least expected. The brazier was still burning fiercely. The man stopped in front of him. I'm here, he said faintly. Thales jumped down from his chair and frowned. He still remembered that this serious man had refused King Nuvan's order to kill the Prince of Constellation in a duel in this stone hall. The reason was that it would simply tarnish my honor. And now, he was standing in front of him. Hello. The second Prince of Constellation paused for a moment. He looked at the tall, slender man and sighed in disappointment. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers of Extet. Chapter 145. In the alley of Armor District in Dragon Cloud City, the three old friends finally drew their swords and started fighting. Under the moonlight, Cohen covered his innocent nose in pain as he looked at the man and woman in front of him who started fighting at the slightest disagreement. He knew that in this special battle, there was no room for him to intervene. Miranda probably wouldn't allow him to intervene either. His nose was the proof. Fortunately, compared to before, Miranda's hands were now able to control their strength. Cohen turned his attention back to the battlefield and saw that Miranda was the first to swing her sword. The tip of her sword was aimed at Raphael's chest. Raphael's thin sword instantly appeared in his left hand. Using offense as defense, he slashed at Miranda's throat with a speed that was slightly faster than his opponent. However, it was as if Miranda had predicted her opponent's next move. The blade of her sword naturally changed direction, and as it spun, it slashed at Raphael's left hand. From afar, it looked as if Raphael had taken the initiative to extend his left hand to meet her blade. Cohen was amazed. This was Miranda's instinct after years of practicing Pegasus music. She actively listened to and even controlled the rhythm of the battle, manipulating her opponent's every move. Raphael frowned. He quickly drew his sword and was forced to retreat. He knew how terrifying his former lover was and tried to quickly break away from her rhythm. But Miranda's gaze was as cold as ice. She followed up with a timely slash. When Raphael retracted his right leg, she slashed at his left leg, which was his center of gravity, and interrupted his retreating and regrouping steps. Raphael was forced into a difficult situation. He was forced to stop retreating and face the sword. Just like before, Miranda seemed to have predicted Raphael's movements. She drew her forearm, and the wind howled. Cohen's pupils shrank as he watched the battle. In the 10 seconds, the swords of both parties did not touch, exchange, or clash. They only moved back and forth in the air, causing ripples in the air. But Cohen knew that this was an extremely dangerous battle. His teacher, Zadie Tafner, once told Cohen, who was not yet a police officer at that time, that this kind of silent and rapid battle was more often seen in battles between supreme-class fighters. The next moment, Cohen saw Miranda's blade instantly swing at Raphael's head at the most appropriate time, avoiding her opponent's block, dodge, and counterattack. Asterisk hiss, asterisk the sound of a sword tearing through the air could be heard. In that instant, Raphael's dark red eyes flashed with a different expression. His left arm trembled visibly. Then, the thin sword danced in the moonlight, leaving an afterimage. Ding! The blades of the two finally clashed for the first time, and the air vibrated with a sharp sound that tortured the ears. Cohen frowned and resisted the urge to cover his ears. Raphael gritted his teeth and quickly took 3 steps back. Miranda, on the other hand, stood in place and swayed. For a moment, the entire area fell silent. Miranda expressionlessly flicked her wrist, and a few strands of hair floated down from her blade. Raphael panted slightly and touched the right side of his forehead. A bloody scar had already appeared on his temple. As expected, Cohen sighed. True enough. Miranda was still the strongest. Raphael rubbed off the blood on his hands. With a resigned smile, he shook his head and sighed. When it comes to sharp observation, seizing the timing and rhythm of battle, you're still as good as ever, Miranda. Cohen coughed and carefully observed Miranda's expression. So, Raphael, let's call it a day. It's been a long time. Miranda still did not know about Raphael's power of eradication. However, if they continued to fight, the observant Miranda, they had to stop the fight. But at this moment, a voice that made the two men tremble came from the field. Raphael, where's your sword of death? Cohen was slightly startled. Raphael lowered his head. Miranda's voice trembled slightly in disbelief. That power of eradication that replaces defense with offense and counterattacks in a desperate situation, for more than 10 years, you're the only one who has awakened the power of eradication that can break the rhythm of Pegasus music. Why is it missing? Cohen closed his eyes in pain. *T. She found out. Miranda suddenly raised her head. Under the moonlight, there was a hint of disbelief and panic on her cold expression. This is not the rhythm of sword of death. It's not even the rhythm of your swordsmanship. The swordswoman said slowly, although my hands. I can feel that cold temperature. It was hidden in your hands just now. It's another force. What is that, Raphael Lindbergh? Miranda's gaze was like two blades as she stared at the silent Raphael. Cohen slapped himself on the forehead in frustration. The three of them were silent for a few seconds until Raphael spoke in a gentle and relaxed manner. This is prayer of the dead. To be honest, it's not much different from sword of death. The young man in white sneered. His voice was still light. Fighting for a chance of survival in a hair's breadth, seeking victory in a dangerous situation to the limit. The style is very similar. I thought you wouldn't be able to feel it with your hands. Just like how Touch of Greed is the Disaster Sword's version of Glory of the Stars. Miranda furrowed her brows tightly. With a hint of anxiety, she asked keenly, is the so-called Prayer of the Dead also another version of Sword of Death? Her gaze was filled with indescribably complicated emotions. She fixed her gaze on Raphael. The Disaster Sword's ruthless power of eradication? Cohen was truly stunned. It seemed that Miranda had already gathered a lot of information about the Disaster Swords in a short period of time. As for himself, Cohen thought of the young man who ran away, and he immediately blushed. It seems that Klein has told you too much. Raphael narrowed his eyes as if he was deep in thought. Even if it's an unrestricted inheritance from outside the tower, he's still a swordsman who is close to supreme class. Why would he talk so much? To their surprise, Miranda suddenly smiled. Cohen was stunned, while Raphael furrowed his brows. Is this why you hid it from me, Cohen? As she laughed, Miranda used her slightly hoarse voice to speak to Cohen without turning her head. The Tower of Eradication's successor, who is chosen once every 5 years, one of the candidates to inherit supreme class. Raphael Lindbergh. You actually sided with the Disaster Swords? Cohen shut his eyes tightly when he was questioned. Raphael remained silent. The police officer opened his mouth to speak, but he hesitated when the words reached his lips. He opened and closed his mouth. In the end, he still lowered his head and turned his words into a sigh. In the next second, Miranda's figure flashed, and her sword struck out once again. This time, her sword was not aimed at Raphael's vital points. Instead, it went straight for the blade in Raphael's left hand. Cohen revealed a puzzled expression. Attacking the enemy's weapon was not a normal battle strategy. But what surprised him even more was that Raphael, who had been smiling all this while, actually had a drastic change in expression because of this seemingly harmless strike. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the two swords collided for the second time, but there was no follow-up. Miranda's sword retreated upon contact. Miranda stared straight at Raphael, as if she had forgotten everything around her. Raphael, on the other hand, looked at Miranda with a pale face, as if he had been struck in his most vital spot. Only Cohen scratched his head and looked at the scene in confusion. Strange, this strike didn't cause any damage. Why are the two of them reacting so strangely? Then, Miranda's voice drifted over. The reason for the disappearance of the sword cleansing's death, is this? Arun's daughter's voice trembled unexpectedly at this moment. 3 years? 3 years? It's him? Is this the reason? Him? The young man in white, Raphael, stared blankly at Miranda. His expression was complicated. Mira. She still found out. This was the first time they met after 3 years. She found out. He lowered his eyes. In the next second, the swordswoman suddenly raised her head and shouted agitatedly, "Raphael, you arrogant idiot." Raphael didn't say anything. He just looked at her calmly. Cohen stared in shock at Miranda, who seemed to have lost control of her emotions. This was, what's wrong? Wasn't she a strong and independent, strong woman just a moment ago? How did she become a grief-stricken ex-girlfriend in the next moment? In the next moment, the swordswoman turned around and stabbed her sword into the wall beside her. Swoosh! Raphael let out a long sigh. With a gloomy expression, Miranda let go of her hand, letting the hilt tremble in the air. I curse him. Miranda turned her head and gritted her teeth. Her expression was sorrowful and indignant. She sneered angrily. He deserves it. He deserves it. The swordswoman roared. Raphael gently sheathed his sword. Don't be like this, Mira. The young man in white shook his head and said softly, "It's not worth it." Cohen's mouth fell open. He was almost driven mad by the situation in front of him. What was going on between the two of them? After fighting for a while, they stopped. Started crying and talking in riddles? Sword cleansing's death. Arrogant idiot. Deserved it? Not worth it? He was Cohen Caribbean, a Level 2 police officer of the Western City Police Station of Eternal Star City and also the captain of the City Defense Patrol team. At that moment, his mind was a mess. I can't understand it at all. Cohen scratched his head in pain. As he approached the two of them, he interrupted, "Can anyone explain to me what's going on? Miranda, even though Raphael has the disaster sword on him, you don't have to be so agitated." In the next moment, Miranda and Raphael raised their heads at the same time and shouted angrily. "Shut up, Cohen." Miranda's face was full of anger. "Not now, Cohen." Raphael's face was as cold as ice. Cohen, who was interrupted by the two of them at the same time, stopped in midair with his mouth half open. He stared at them innocently and at a loss. He raised his hands, smiled apologetically, and took a step back while nodding and bowing. All right, you guys talk, you guys talk." The police officer, who was completely unaware of the situation, silently criticized in his heart. "People like me who aren't smart enough shouldn't participate. Damn couples." After Cohen's interruption, the three of them were silent for a while. Two of them were immersed in complicated and subtle emotions, while the third sighed in boredom. So. Miranda adjusted her emotions, lowered her head, and sneered, "The sword cleansing's death can't come back, right? Just like you?" Raphael understood what she meant. He sighed softly, and his gaze was complicated. The sword cleansing's death originated from the chaotic period of war during the era of multiple kings. The young man in white shook his head in a sentimental manner. A brave and loyal great knight was betrayed by the king he served, and his reputation was ruined. The great knight's son escaped from the siege. He washed the blood on his father's sword by the river and vowed to take revenge, Raphael said faintly. Many years later, he joined the enemy kingdom and became a knight. After many years of cruel battles where blood flowed like rivers and corpses were strewn everywhere, the new knight finally led the new king's army into the tyrant's castle and killed the enemy with his own hands. But this did not bring him satisfaction. The path of vengeance burned with only emptiness and sorrow. When he saw the fear and hatred in the eyes of a princess left behind by his enemy, the knight's heart softened, and he suddenly came to a realization. Raphael lowered his head with a gloomy look in his eyes and continued in a low voice, "What's the point of this? Old vengeance was avenged, new hatred was born. The grudges between the kings were endless. Death and hatred were intertwined, and the tragedy never disappeared. The emptiness was bottomless." Miranda listened to Raphael's story quietly, while Cohen scratched his head in pain. He had had enough of these two. So, the knight carried the princess out of the castle that was covered in blood, corpses, hatred, and madness. The knight stood under the sun and wiped away the princess' tears of fear. There, the knight swore that he would end this chaotic world that bred hatred and death. From then on, his extraordinary power was called, the sword cleansing's death. Raphael's story ended. Miranda stood where she was in silence. "Ha!" Cohen laughed dryly, wanting to push the progress of the mission. "It sounds like a third-rate knight's novel. A tragic life, a noble birth, a powerful enemy, slowly becoming stronger, his legs turning to jelly at the sight of a woman, and then he swore to dominate this chaotic world." "Shut up, Cohen." This time, a man and a woman interrupted Cohen. Surprisingly, both of them were of the same caliber and speed. Feeling wronged, Cohen shut up again. "Look," Raphael turned to Miranda and said with an obscure smile, "compared to a greater goal, these things are not worth caring about. Do you understand?" Miranda looked at Raphael, her eyes full of hatred and sorrow. "So, the Secret Intelligence Department?" Raphael twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded. The two stared at each other in silence. It seemed that only the other could understand each other. Until Miranda looked away with a pained expression. "I wasn't joking just now. This concerns the future of the two kingdoms. Dragon Cloud City will not be peaceful tonight." Raphael straightened his clothes and raised his head to look at Heroic Spirit Palace in the distance under the moonlight. He put on a smile again. Chapter 146. Cohen exhaled. He did not understand anything from just now until now. The police officer almost began to doubt himself. He made up his mind that no matter what the adulterous couple said, he would force them to stop this guessing game that always frustrated him and made him feel isolated, even though this situation often happened when he was in the Tower of Eradication. "So?" Cohen said angrily, "Do you want to tell us the truth? Disaster Sword? Secret Intelligence Department? And the reason why you're here?" Raphael looked at him, his gaze subtle. "Hey!" Cohen subconsciously patted his saber. "I don't mind joining forces with Miranda to deal with you." Raphael looked at Cohen's expression and suddenly smiled. "You know, Cohen," the young man in white resumed his usual optimistic tone, "I've always envied you. A simple world, simple thoughts, simple happiness. As beautiful as a night novel." Cohen was stunned. Simple, a night novel. Cohen immediately furrowed his brows. This guy really knows how to pick the right time to scold me. Miranda snickered. Raphael looked at Miranda's smile and his eyes moved. Then, he smiled as well. A sense of familiarity surged in Cohen's heart. It seemed that when the three of them were still in the tower, they were like this too. Remember, keep a low profile and hide. Raphael slowly turned around and whispered to them, find a good place to hide. Don't look for people like Gu anymore. In the next moment, Raphael's figure disappeared from the alley. Hey! Cohen's expression changed. He was about to chase after him, but Miranda grabbed his arm. Cohen. Miranda lowered her head and said faintly, don't chase after him. Cohen looked at Miranda in disbelief. You let him go just like that? The police officer raised his hand in the air indignantly. It's the first time we've met in 3 years. Aren't you going to ask anything? Including about the disaster sword? Miranda did not raise her head, nor did she look in the direction where Raphael disappeared. She said absent-mindedly, there's no need to ask. After all, he still carries a mission from the Secret Intelligence Department. And, Arun's daughter's voice became softer and softer, I didn't let him go. Cohen looked at the swordswoman in confusion. Miranda sighed. I can't beat him anymore. Cohen was stunned. He stared blankly at the swordswoman who had her head lowered. He stared at the first seed of the Tower of Eradication's 8 seeds. Something was not right. Suddenly, Cohen noticed that Miranda's beautiful black hair should have been tied up in a ponytail. Unknowingly, they had already dispersed. Cohen suddenly thought of something and was shocked. He looked down and found Miranda's hair tie in the moonlight. The hair rope was broken. The cut was smooth, as if it had been cut by a sword. Cohen's expression changed. This was the first time Raphael and Miranda exchanged blows. Him? Cohen looked at Miranda in disbelief. Raphael, held back just now. A battle between swordsmen was always unpredictable. It might be easy to kill a swordsman. But to show mercy to a swordsman, it meant that the swordsman must have superior swordsmanship and control over the situation. The key was. Cohen clearly remembered that although he ranked second in the overall assessment, Raphael was definitely one of the bottom 3 among the 8 seeds when it came to one-on-one duels. But now, Miranda said nothing. Cohen panted with difficulty. He looked at the hair rope on the ground and realized that his old friend had indeed become a stranger. Miranda, Cohen, whose thoughts were in a mess, said with difficulty, the story you told me at the end, about the knight and the princess, what does it mean? Miranda was silent for a few seconds. Humph, Cohen. Miranda laughed bitterly. As the son of the Sword of the Twin Towers Caribbean family, your knowledge of history is terrible. Cohen's face turned red. All right. I can only accept it. But I'm really not familiar with the history of the era of kings. That's what historians are supposed to do, isn't it? That knight's name is Camelot Carluz, Miranda explained in a low voice. She looked at the ground and shook her head. And that princess, the daughter of his enemy, later became his wife. What a vulgar plot. Cohen frowned. Wait. Camelot, doesn't this name sound a little familiar? Miranda ignored him and continued with her story. After that, the knight fought for 20 years, quelled the terrible chaos of war, brought peace and stability, and built his ideal kingdom. Cohen's frown deepened. Quelled the terrible chaos of war, built his ideal kingdom, because his achievements were so great that they were unprecedented, even the patriarch of the Bright God Church could not find a suitable coronation ceremony for him. Miranda chuckled and said faintly, so, the knight's wife personally weaved a ring of jasmine flowers and crowned him. His subordinates and people gave him an unprecedented title. Miranda finished her story calmly. Supreme Emperor. At that moment, Cohen's mouth opened as wide as it could possibly get. This is the story of the first emperor in history, Great Emperor Camelot, who conquered everywhere and built the ancient empire. Cohen's eyes were in a daze, and he kept scratching his head. All right. It seems like my knowledge of history is really poor. So, Raphael means? Cohen asked hesitantly. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Miranda turned her head and suddenly stretched out her hands and put them on Cohen's broad shoulders. She hugged the police officer. Then, she buried her face in his chest. Then, she pressed her entire body weight against Cohen. Cohen instantly froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. Cohen stared at Miranda in his arms in a daze. The next moment, when he came to his senses, he was immediately scared out of his wits. What? What's going on? Miranda, the fiendish Miranda, was actually in his arms. That's not right. That's not how the script is written. There's a Far Eastern proverb, a friend's wife is not allowed, if she comes to her senses, if Raphael finds out, I'm not, at this moment. I'm sorry. The swordswoman's voice was trembling and sobbing as it came from Cohen's arms. Cohen was instantly shocked. Sobbing? From now on, I'll treat you as a wall. Miranda's voice was a little muffled and distorted. I need to lean on you for a while. She looked like she was about to cry. Cohen lowered his head in disbelief and looked at Miranda. The swordswoman, who had always been strong and independent, was in this state. It was even more shocking to Cohen than if she threw herself into his arms and confessed her love to him. Cohen also noticed that Miranda's hands on his shoulders were trembling slightly as she leaned her face against his chest. Well, Miranda. Cohen, who was at a loss, could only awkwardly pat Miranda's back. It's okay. You're the first seed of the Tower of Eradication, the future Duchess of the Northern Territory, Lady Miranda Arund. No matter what happens, you can, wait. Cohen was stunned. He remembered Miranda's sharp observation skills. Could it be, Miranda? Cohen was stunned. Did you discover something in the battle just now? That is why, your conversation with Raphael started to become strange after the battle. Miranda shuddered again in his arms. Cohen confirmed his suspicions. It's Raphael, isn't it? You hit his sword, and then discovered something. Recalling Raphael's appearance, Cohen gritted his teeth and asked, Raphael, what happened to him? Miranda shivered again. Cohen looked at Miranda and felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. I can't tell you, but, it's terrible. As Miranda spoke in a hoarse voice, the swordswoman's head in Cohen's arms trembled slightly again. Raphael. Something terrible happened. Terrible. Very terrible. Heroic Spirit Palace, Hall of Heroes. Tell me. In the firelight, the long-haired Archduke Kulgan Rockne frowned and looked at Thales, who had a strange expression on his face. With his usual serious tone, he said, if the Waltons really form an alliance with Lampard, what are your plans? Thales opened his mouth slightly and said awkwardly, well, actually, at this moment, a second set of footsteps came from outside the stone hall. The two people in the hall turned their gazes at the same time. As the shadow moved into the hall, a third person appeared in front of Thales and Archduke Rockne. Thales stared at the newcomer in a daze. Porphyus Trentida, the Archduke of Southern Extet and the Archduke of Reformation Tower, raised his head and looked at Archduke Rockne, then at Thales. Oh my, oh my. Trentida met Rockne's gaze with a strange expression. Your Highness, you didn't tell me that you invited someone else, and it's the glorious and proud Rockne, right? You're also interested in this kind of conspiracy? Archduke Rockne frowned deeply as he pondered about something. Thales smiled awkwardly. Please forgive me, these two people. Asterisk thud. Thud. Thud, Another set of footsteps came from outside the hall. Rockne and Trentida glanced at each other and looked at the newcomer. Following the old footsteps, the bald Archduke Letko of Defense City in the north walked slowly into the meeting hall with a cautious expression. Thales exhaled deeply. 3 people? 3 archdukes? The elderly Archduke Letko could not help but be slightly startled when he saw the 3 people in the hall. It seems like it's quite lively here. It seems like someone is playing us like monkeys. Trentida stared at Thales with a complicated expression. This little prince of constellation promised me that we would meet alone, brat, Archduke Rockne said slowly with a fierce expression. You. Thales' face twitched as he squeezed out a smile. It's not what you think, I knew there was a problem. An obviously displeased voice traveled into the ears of the 4 people in the hall. Thales, Rockne, Trentida, and Letko turned their heads in unison. The bearded Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius, strode heavily into the meeting hall with a gloomy expression. Thales heaved a deep sigh. 4 archdukes. Thales opened his eyes and said helplessly, It seems like all of you esteemed sirs, all of you are secretly overthrowing the Walton royal family, very interested. The 4 archdukes looked at each other. Very soon, they understood something. I got it. Archduke Alcius glared at the stiffened Thales with a furious expression. Brat, don't tell me that you said the same thing to every single one of them? Thales' face was filled with rage. I really admire you. The long-haired Archduke Rockne sighed and shook his head. You managed to attract all of us here with just a few words. Thales took a deep breath and endured the Archduke's hostile gazes. Why don't we wait a little longer? Wait until all 5 of us are here. Trentida said sarcastically. Maybe that brat Pofford is on his way here? Just as Thales was about to give in to the Archduke's questioning, more and more footsteps were heard. The 4 archdukes frowned at the same time and looked around. Many people dressed in the uniforms of guards and servants filed into the meeting hall. Many of the braziers were lit. The stone hall was instantly as bright as day. A familiar, weathered voice rang. I'm really touched. The old voice caused the 4 archdukes' expressions to change at the same time. The fierce and decisive Rabian Alcius. The cunning and cunning Porpheus Trentida. The unsmiling Kulgan Rockne. And the seemingly honest Rogers Letko. With just a little provocation, all 4 archdukes are suspecting and plotting against your king? I'm not dead yet, and you're already so anxious to target the throne of Extet? Flanked by 2 rows of white blade guards and Nicholas, Nuvan Walton VII stepped into his meeting hall with a dignified expression. The common elected king of Extet came to the high seat at the long table below the Soul Slayer pike. He raised his head and cast his gaze at the 4 archdukes. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized that the old king was actually very tall. Marquis Shiles and Putre also came to Thales' side from the crowd. The former wore his usual smile and nodded at him, while the latter pursed his lips and observed everything in the hall. The 4 archdukes looked at each other with different expressions, then at King Nuvan. Damn you, brat. Archduke Alcius spat and glared at Thales fiercely. Conspiring with the king, to fool us? What do we do now? Your Majesty. Rockne nonchalantly sat down on the long table. Are you going to punish us just because the 4 of us gathered in the meeting hall? Or? Trentida glanced at Thales maliciously, sending a chill down the latter's spine. The brat over there wants to accuse us of plotting against the throne? Our attendants and guards are all up there, Your Majesty. Archduke Letko exhaled with a complicated expression. If they want to get rid of us, this is an unprecedented opportunity. *T. Thales sighed. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have attracted a lot of hatred. Thales could only smile sheepishly and spread his hands. Actually, these are all King Nuvan's. At this moment, King Nuvan interrupted him. Porpheus is right. King Nuvan slowly exhaled. His aged but dignified voice echoed in the stone hall. There is only one thing we need to do. Under King Nuvan's sharp gaze, the 4 archdukes were simultaneously stunned. The old king spoke slowly in his old but powerful voice. Chapter 147. This was the first time Thales saw King Nuvan with a dark golden crown on his head. Dressed in a golden-red outfit that was both solemn and imposing, he walked down the stairs with his ministers surrounding him. He walked towards the long table in the middle of the meeting hall and sat on the common-elected king's seat of honor. In Thales' eyes, the nearly 70-year-old old man was no longer as gloomy and obscure as he was when he first met him. Instead, it was replaced by an unprecedented majesty and boldness, like a silent and terrifying lion in a pride of lions. Nuvan Walton VII stood tall and upright. He held onto the arm of the chair, his eyes shining brightly as he looked into the hall. Under the king's undisguised scrutiny and disdain, the 4 archdukes turned their heads or averted their gazes in an unnatural manner. Administrator Merk stood behind the king with a solemn expression. Dozens of elite white blade guards guarded every corner of the meeting hall, vigilantly pressing down on the hilts of their white swords. There were even more unfamiliar faces that Thales had never seen before. They were dressed in the attire of nobles and had different expressions on their faces as they stood on both sides of the king, exchanging glances openly. This was also the first time Thales saw King Nuvan's close vassals, the court of Dragon Cloud City. Compared to the orderly and disciplined Constellation Palace, the Extension monarch and vassals exuded a fierce, boorish, dignified, and wild aura from deep within their bones in terms of their standing, posture, movements, and expressions. They appeared casual and crude, making anyone who saw this scene for the first time feel uneasy. It was as if they were standing among a group of dangerous carnivores that were ready to bite them at any time. Thales could not help but glance at Putre, who nodded slightly at him. Wait? In the meeting hall, the long-haired Archduke Rokny asked the question in his thunderous voice, "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" No one answered him. "Hey, Your Majesty! Your Majesty," Archduke Trentida said with a pale face as he glanced at the few close vassals standing beside King Nuvan. Some of them had grizzled hair, while others had gleaming eyes. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but from Chief Administrator Sorb to Count Seiler who is in charge of foreign affairs, and now, you're bringing half of the Imperial Conference to us? Are you going to discuss with us why the wine at the banquet earlier was so sour?" he asked in a sarcastic and accusatory tone. Beside him, Archduke Alcius also looked at the king rudely. Thales watched the scene worriedly. How is this going to end? It seems that His Majesty's long tolerance has spoiled all of you. Listen up, Your Excellencies, Archdukes of Ekstedt. One of King Nuvan's vassals, who was more than 50 years old, replied rudely to the Archduke of Reformation Tower. The king you swore to be loyal to, the lord whom the Northlanders swore to follow with their lives, is ordering you, wait. The old official's face was cold as he reprimanded him without giving him any face. Archduke Trentida and Archduke Alcius's faces immediately turned cold, while Archduke Letko looked pensive. Only Archduke Rokny's expression did not change as he sat on the left side of the long table, just like the first time he met Thales. A few seconds later, Grand Duke Letko of Defense City let out a long sigh and slowly sat down. "You should at least tell us what this lousy trap is for, Your Majesty." Archduke Alcius also sat down in his seat and immediately said coldly, colluding with Constellation's brat to toy with the archdukes under him, "I feel that my dignity has been greatly insulted." At this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from the hall. Knock, 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 the 4 archdukes turned their heads in unison and looked at the main seat at the end of the long table. There, Nuvan VII, who had a stern expression on his face, was slowly knocking on the table with his right hand. Knock, 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 Thales narrowed his eyes. He noticed that King Nuvan wore a peculiarly shaped ring on his right little finger. The center of the silver-white metal ring was inlaid with a black gemstone. The king was using that gemstone, seemingly absent-mindedly knocking on the table. Dignity does not give you the right to question the king, Rabian, King Nuvan said slowly. His gaze was fixed on the table, as if he was particularly interested in the part of the table he was knocking on. There is only one thing you need to do, boys. Just like what you did more than 10 years ago. Obey me. King Nuvan slowly raised his head. There was a stern glint in his eyes that left no room for argument. He looked at the archdukes. Just like a long time ago, when your father obeyed my father, and later on, he obeyed me, at least at that time, we lived in harmony. Do you understand? The archdukes held their breaths in unison. A few seconds later, Archduke Letko sighed and was the first to speak. According to what that child said, you used lies to test our loyalty? And we are far away from our own guards and attendants. This really makes me worry about my own safety. King Nuvan suddenly raised his voice, causing Letko to be speechless. If I really want to take your lives regardless of the consequences, Old Baldy, do you think that you can walk out of Heroic Spirit Palace alive, or even Dragon Cloud City, with just those useless soldiers by your side and that supreme class axeman behind you? Do you think you can walk out of Heroic Spirit Palace alive? This is not your defense city. The archdukes frowned at the same time. At least tell us, what are you waiting for? Rockney pushed aside his long hair and snorted coldly. Your Excellencies, His Majesty the King has already shown great kindness. Please do not be impatient. However, if you have some understanding of each other's identities and duties. On King Nuvan's left, another minister with a pondering expression replied with a smile and a profound meaning, find your own positions and sit tight. No one said anything else. The hall fell into a moment of silence. There was also an unknown wait. A few minutes passed. In the end, Thales, who could not sit still any longer, rolled his eyes in embarrassment and glanced around. He attracted the attention of the bearded archduke. After this matter is over, brat. Alcius cast his gaze on Thales with a fierce expression. In an instant, the other archdukes also looked at him. I will dig out your heart as the price for challenging our dignity. Rockney, Letko, and Trentida also cast him different gazes. There was vigilance, contemplation, and suspicion. Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. Damn it. I thought this would be easy. Find out the mastermind. King Nuvan will wave his hand and fire 10,000 arrows at once. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, and a tooth for a tooth. But for now, at least based on Alcius' performance, the side effects and sequelae are huge. Save your energy, Your Excellency, Thales heard himself say listlessly, don't always talk about things you can't do. He did not want to argue anymore. Alcius clenched his teeth. But just as he was about to speak, a newcomer joined the meeting hall. Following the sound of messy footsteps, a brown-haired young man wearing a heavy robe embroidered with a blood-red horseshoe walked into the crowded meeting hall. The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, the young Concre Pofrit, stood in front of the crowd, accompanied by his entourage. Thales took a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh. Finally, very good. Seeing Pofrit's arrival, Archduke Trentida's eyes brightened. He looked around at the people in the hall and smiled brightly. Only Archduke Rockney furrowed his brows tightly, while Archduke Letko revealed a surprised expression. Now that we're all here, the 5 archdukes invited by your majesty are gathered here under the watchful eyes of the White Blade Guards. The Archduke of Reformation Tower raised his eyebrows. Here comes the question. What exactly do you want to do? Are you going to use the laughable crime of conspiring to get rid of us all, or? Trentida's voice came to an abrupt halt. The rest of the words were choked in his throat. Like a crossbow arrow that snapped its bowstring when the trigger was pulled. The Archduke of Reformation Tower stared blankly at Pofrit and his entourage, who were walking towards them. They did not look well, their figures were in a sorry state, and their hands were empty. A warrior beside Archduke Poffred even held his shoulder with a pale face. Blood seeped out from between his fingers. Around them was a circle of white blade guards with unsheathed sabers. Their blades gleamed coldly as they stared at them. The star killer, Nicholas, was the last to walk in with a chilling aura around him. He bowed to the king. Trentida came to a realization. Poffred and his entourage were escorted in by the white blade guards after they were disarmed. Archduke Poffred himself stood expressionlessly. His body was still cold, and snow dripped from his brown hair. Is that enough? The young Archduke's gaze was sullen. He raised his head and looked around at the people in the hall. A noble Archduke should not be treated like a criminal in the king's palace and castle. What are you trying to do by forcing me to come to the meeting hall by force? This is a challenge to our ancient Northland tradition, and a disregard for Rikuru's joint ruling pledge. King Nuvan narrowed his eyes. The four archdukes had different expressions. Thales raised his eyebrows at an angle that no one could see. Tonight is finally coming to an end. Is this what you wanted us to wait for, Your Majesty? You used all kinds of means to gather the five of us here. Archduke Letko looked at the disheveled Archduke Poffred and said flatly in a helpless tone, "Now, can you tell us the ins and outs of all this?" Alcia said angrily, "Don't tell me that we really have to wait for Lampard to come with us, just like that Brett said." Trentida chuckled in a low voice. Under everyone's gaze, the old king of Extet paused for 3 seconds before he slowly opened his mouth. "Very well." King Nuvan clasped his hands. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was sharp. But what he said next made almost everyone reveal a surprised expression. "Little Thales, my clever guest." King Nuvan slowly turned to the side and looked at the Prince of Constellation beside him. Thales, who was ready to watch a good show, was completely stunned. "What? Little Thales? Do I know you that well? Come, tell my loyal archdukes why they are here." As King Nuvan's voice fell, his eyes flashed. "Tell them, the so-called truth." Everyone's gazes were filled with hesitation, surprise, gloominess, and other different emotions. In that instant, they all turned to the second Prince of Constellation. Thales froze on the spot for a moment. "Damn it!" He reacted quickly and put on an ugly smile. He raised his hands and spread them out horizontally. "I don't want to get involved in Extet's internal strife, Your Honorable Majesty," Thales said with a smile. "You can settle the internal affairs on your own." But he could not finish his sentence. "You are already involved, Thales." Nuvan's deep and aged voice was accompanied by the king's profound gaze. He interrupted him. "You have been involved for a long time, unable to extricate yourself, future king of Constellation. And you promised to complete this task for me. It is your promise, isn't it?" Thales gritted his teeth. The Archduke's gazes on him slowly turned from doubtful to solemn. Thales gulped and furrowed his brows. "Nuvan, this damned old man. Is he trying to show the Archdukes that the heir of Constellation is on his side?" Thales' frown deepened. King Nuvan's gaze became sharper. "Go on. What are you waiting for, little prince?" Alcius continued to glare at him fiercely. "After you tricked us all with your ridiculous words. To be honest, I thought Lampard would come with us." Thales ignored him. Finally, after Putre reminded him in a low voice, he exhaled in resignation. "All right." Thales took a step forward as he met the gazes of almost everyone in the hall. "My apologies, Your Excellencies." Thales braced himself and said under the hostile gazes of the 5 archdukes, "Most of what I said to you tonight was a lie. Only one thing is true. Prince Maria was assassinated in Constellation." Thales sighed. "One of the masterminds behind the scenes is among you." The moment he finished speaking, the 5 archdukes frowned simultaneously. The close vassals beside the king began to whisper to each other. The second prince ignored the noise that began to increase in the hall. And King Nuvan asked me to find the mastermind who conspired with Lampard to murder Prince Mariah, Thales said expressionlessly. Hey, I knew it. The bald Archduke Letko sighed. He didn't invite us here just to deal with the Prince of Constellation. Archduke Trentida turned his head and shook his head disapprovingly. The mastermind who conspired with Lampard? Ha, I get it. But this is not an easy task. Thales turned to the 5 archdukes and nodded. Almost all of you are suspects. The 5 archdukes turned their heads away unnaturally to avoid Thales and King Nuvan's gaze. The facts have proven that all of you are indeed restless. Thales chuckled and continued, to be honest, I really didn't expect that my words would attract all 4 of you here. I thought it would be 1 or 2 at most. My loyal archdukes, the co-rulers of Extet, King Nuvan said slowly, it seems that all of you have great ambitions. The hall was instantly filled with whispers again. Alcius and Letko's expressions became extremely awkward. Rockney still had a cold expression, Trentida clicked his tongue and giggled, and the young Poffert's expression was still gloomy. King Nuvan quietly watched everything in the hall with his hands clasped together. So, it's almost impossible to find the mastermind from you lot by following the rules. Thales sighed. I can only find another way out. I give up on starting from the suspects, and start from the truth of the matter, from how the murderer would react after knowing the truth. Thales nodded at Putre and smiled. Since we can't retreat, why not go forward with all our might? I see, Archduke Rockney of the city of faraway prayers said sternly. Everything you said was false. There was no secret meeting between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region, nor was there any collaboration between the Waltons and Lampard, was there? Thales shook his head. Of course not, I made it all up. His Majesty will not form an alliance with an enemy who killed his blood kin. At the long table, King Nuvan's gaze flickered strangely. I understand, Archduke Letko said with a lisp. The key lies in Lampard, right? Because the so-called mastermind who murdered Mariah is secretly collaborating with Lampard? Humph, Alcius snorted coldly. What a lousy scheme. To convince us and the mastermind at the same time that Lampard and His Majesty are collaborating? To make him think that Lampard will betray the identity of the mastermind to His Majesty? The trap is so straightforward. Archduke Trentida leaned back and giggled. Will anyone really fall for it? Thales stared at the 3 of them. His gaze moved back and forth for a few seconds. Until the second prince chuckled. No. Thales' expression became solemn and he shook his head firmly. It's not that simple. Don't forget what I told you. Perhaps the innocent archdukes will believe me when I said things like, Lampard is not the murderer, but the kingdom's secret intelligence department has designated him as the murderer, Thales continued with a serious expression. But only he, only the mastermind, will definitely not believe this. As Lampard's accomplice, only he knows that Lampard is indeed one of the murderers. Lampard cannot be cleared of the suspicion of murdering the prince, so it is impossible for Lampard to collaborate with His Majesty. Hence, it is impossible for him to betray His Majesty. Only Black Hand himself knows. Thales turned around and looked around to observe the effect of his words. The so-called alliance between the Waltons and Lampard that I mentioned was simply an exaggeration to scare people. It is impossible for Lampard to seek an alliance with His Majesty. Then what exactly did you mean by what you said last night? The bald Archduke Letko's eyes shone brightly. You said a lot about His Majesty abandoning hatred and choosing benefits. But if you cannot convince the murderer that Lampard and His Majesty are collaborating, I did not intend to let him believe this. I only wanted to tell him, Thales said flatly, His Majesty suspects that Lampard is not the murderer and is still trying to contact him. At the head of the long table, King Nuvan revealed a faint sneer. Moreover, from the moment Nicholas went to fetch me, it is very likely that both parties have been contacting each other for a long time. Archduke Xianxia said impatiently, "You just said that Lampard is the murderer. He does not dare and will not collaborate with His Majesty. You cannot dig out the name of the mastermind from Lampard. I am not finished." King Nuvan's investigation also discovered a key point. Thales interrupted him coldly, causing Xianxia to be stunned. The mastermind also did something else. He also participated in the murder of me and the Prince of Constellation. The whispers in the meeting hall instantly stopped. During the game between him and Lampard at Broken Dragon Fortress, he bribed a group called Disaster Sword and used Lampard's Mystic Gun unit to assassinate me. He tried to frame Lampard with this. Thales sucked in a deep breath and enunciated each word clearly. "This is what I want him to know. I want the mastermind to know that King Nuvan already knows that the mastermind who murdered Prince Mariah is also the person who framed Lampard." Behind Thales, Putre sighed. Beside him, Marquis Shiles had a smile on his face. "So, at the end of the day, I only wanted to tell you two things after talking so much nonsense to all of you tonight." Thales shrugged. 1. His Majesty is contacting Lampard. 2. His Majesty knows that the mastermind who murdered Prince Mariah is also plotting against Lampard. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Thales nodded slowly. In that case, whether His Majesty can reach an agreement with Lampard is no longer important. The important thing is, when His Majesty contacts Lampard, in order to confirm the truth behind Mariah's murder, will he inform Lampard of this matter? The archdukes were instantly shocked. They had already figured out the cause and effect of the matter. And this is possible. After all, according to what I said, King Nuvan has already contacted Black Sand region through Nicholas a few days ago. The mastermind not only murdered His Majesty's son, but also betrayed Lampard. In the face of such a possibility, he will definitely feel uneasy. Will His Majesty, in order to gain Lampard's trust, tell him that the person who framed Lampard is also the person who murdered Mariah? And Lampard happens to be the person who knows the truth behind Prince Mariah's murder and the identity of the mastermind. So, the key does not lie with His Majesty, but with Lampard himself. Thales looked at everyone's reaction and sighed deeply. If the answer is no, then he is lucky. But will this luck last forever? Will the next communication between the two parties bring up this matter? If the answer is yes, then Archduke Chapman Lampard will know that his longtime collaborator planted a mole in Black Sand region's army and framed him in Broken Dragon Fortress. This is a betrayal. At that time, if I were Lampard, the first thing I would do would be to immediately inform His Majesty of the identity of the culprit. Thales' eyes shone with an affirmative light as he said resolutely. Thales' eyes shone with certainty as he said resolutely, with the help of the Dragon Spear family, this collaborator who dared to betray, and frame him will pay the heaviest price in Dragon Cloud City. Hearing this, King Nuvan suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly in his seat. His laughter grew louder. However, the others in the meeting hall did not say a word. They just quietly watched the king laugh. Then, King Nuvan stopped laughing and looked at one of the 5 archdukes. Continue. King Nuvan's gaze was extremely sharp. He looked at the silent archduke and his aged voice was filled with murderous intent. We are all looking forward to him. Thales turned his head and nodded at the old king. He exhaled through his nose and raised his head. Once this happens, the identity of the mastermind and the things he has done will be exposed in front of Lampard and His Majesty. Once he thinks that his identity and crimes could be leaked by Archduke Lampard to King Nuvan through correspondence at any time, once he thinks that the chances of him being exposed increase with every minute he stays in Dragon Cloud City, once he thinks that King Nuvan has nowhere to vent his anger for revenge, Thales walked to the center of the hall and let out a long sigh. He looked at the Archduke who was different from the others and said slowly, "How can you sit still, eat well, and sleep soundly? How can you possibly sit still, eat well, and sleep soundly? How can you not rush back to your own territory as soon as possible and defend yourself behind the high walls? The 5 archdukes had different expressions. However, 4 of them knew what was going on and cast their gazes at the archduke, who had been different since he arrived. Is that so? Thales said slowly. Thales spoke slowly. He turned his gaze and looked at that person. The person who was gentle, fair, and warm-hearted when they first met in the meeting hall. But tonight, he did not say a word and responded with silence. The youngest archduke, whose clothes were embroidered with bloody horseshoes. His Majesty, Lampard, and I have a common enemy, the mastermind who murdered Prince Maria, my enemy who tried to assassinate me, Lampard's collaborator and traitor. Thales flashed a friendly smile. Can you tell me why, at 4:00 in the morning, when the sky is not bright, when the banquet is in full swing, when the palace and the city gate are open for the first time, when I bring up such shocking news and suggestion and expect you to come and meet me? You couldn't even make it in time to bid farewell. You were about to leave Heroic Spirit Palace in a hurry, get on a carriage, drive to the city gates, and leave Dragon Cloud City without a care for anything else? Thales shook his head and recited his name with mixed feelings. The Honorable Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, Concret Pofret? At this point, the hall was already silent. Then, the prominent brown-haired young man, who was covered in cold air and snow, slowly raised his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation. Chapter 148. In the meeting hall of Heroic Spirit Palace, from the archdukes to the king's close vassals, even the White Blade Guards and ordinary Heroic Spirit Palace guards, all stared at Archduke Pofret. Among them, King Nuvan's gaze was the most terrifying. It was like the legendary evil dragon that would choose its prey. The followers behind Archduke Pofret were all pale. Many of them raised their heads, as if meeting him for the first time. Their gazes were filled with shock and bewilderment as they stared at their suzerain in disbelief. Watching all this, Thales sighed softly. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to leave in such a hurry. In the face of all this, the young Archduke Pofret only pursed his lips and said nothing. Not only that. The commander of the White Blade Guards behind him, the Star Killer Nicholas, stared coldly at the Archduke. His gaze was full of disdain. When the men we placed at the city gate stopped them, these people from Beacon Illumination City had no intention of responding at all. Instead, they drew their swords. Nicholas' voice grew softer and more unsettling. Until I personally killed that supreme-class fellow among them. The followers of Beacon Illumination City looked at each other with unpleasant expressions. They gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. Concret? You? Archduke Xianxia stared at Archduke Pofret in a daze. I thought that Beacon Illumination City was the closest and had always been Dragon Cloud City's most trusted helper. Obviously, the truth is different from what we thought. Beside him, Trentida exhaled in resignation. Guess how tonight's going to end? The king's voice rang out just in time. End? Nuvan VII let out a terrifying sneer. His gaze was fixed on the silent Pofret. Believe me, everyone, tonight's ending will be terrible, no one answered. Archduke Pofret still lowered his head and did not say a word. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a cold expression, Archduke Rockney slammed his palm on the table. The sound reverberated in the hall. We are Northlanders. Rockney raised his head and looked at every archduke. His voice was filled with disappointment and resentment. Not those Southern Empire people who eat conspiracies and assassinations. Thales pursed his lips and whispered, "Thank you for the compliment. Speaking of which, you really surprised me." Archduke Trentida's eyes shone with cunning and rumination. Our little guest from Constellation. Are you really only 7 years old? A little venomous snake. Xianxia stared coldly at Thales and said, "It has a special sensitivity towards conspiracies." Thales took a deep breath. Conspiracy? No. he thought to himself. From the assassination of the Extet diplomat group, to the war between Constellation and the Dragon, to the fight for Broken Dragon Fortress, to the mystic guns that were shot at him, to Lampard, to Pofrit. Everything was connected. That fluctuation surged into his brain in a timely manner, allowing Thales to think faster and clearer. Just like in the past, different elements and events were clearly separated before his eyes. This is not a simple plot, Thales heard himself say. A lot of things happened at the end of this year. The second Prince of Constellation closed his eyes and sorted out the things in his mind. For Extet, nothing is more important than Prince Mariah's assassination in Constellation. However, this is not an isolated incident. It is a terrifying chain of conspiracies that spans the two most powerful countries in the Western Peninsula. Scenes from the past reappeared before his eyes. The Duke of the Northern Territory's ferocious expression. King Kessel's roar, losing his composure. The various gazes of the Dukes of Constellation. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's emotionless gaze. Nuvan VII's despair. And now, the extensions in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales opened his eyes gently. His gaze was solemn. This plan cleverly utilized the long-standing conflict and hatred between the two countries, which was amplified by the Fortress Treaty and accumulated for more than 10 years. The executors of the plan turned it into a sharp blade that pierced into each other's countries, attempting to reshape each other's power structure amidst the turmoil and reshape the Western Peninsula's situation. Everyone in the Hall of Heroes fixed their gazes on the Prince of Constellation. Even their breathing slowed. Only the vice diplomat of Constellation behind Thales, Lord Putre Nemain, frowned slightly, as if worried about something. First, they killed Prince Mariah in Constellation, then instigated a war between Constellation and Extet. The Jade Star royal family suffered great losses in the internal conflict with the domestic nobles. King Kessel abdicated in defeat and condemnation. The Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, Valorund, took over the authority and crown of the Supreme King of Constellation with the support of the people and the glory of fighting against Extet. Thales lowered his head and spoke plainly, as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. Just like the two wings of a butterfly, this is only the wing in Constellation. As for the one in Extet. Archduke Pofrit clenched his fists without realizing it. Thales' voice continued to travel faintly. Prince Mariah's death deprived the Walton family of the hope of choosing a king. King Nuvan's anger turned into nourishment for war. Archduke Lampard brazenly dispatched his troops in the name of avenging the king. In the chaos, with the cooperation of the spies, he conquered the northern territory of Constellation, obtaining unprecedented prestige and benefits. In the end, the Archduke of Black Sand Region returned with the glory of the battlefield, and with overwhelming prestige, he successfully chose a king. After the plan was completed, Constellation and the Dragon would replace each other in the midst of their mutual hatred, and be reborn from the ashes. Thales paused for a moment and gently concluded. An ingenious, grand, risky, ambitious, creative, and daring terrifying plan. The 5 archdukes had different expressions. Rockney's expression was solemn, Alcius pondered in shock, Trentida glanced sideways at the other people in the hall, and the bald old Letko blinked, his emotions indecipherable. Archduke Pofrit's breathing gradually became heavier. Young people, you think too much and have great ambitions. Archduke Letko's murky eyes moved slightly as he asked Pofrit, however, you made an unnecessary move to assassinate the Prince of Constellation, and exposed yourself instead? Pofrit did not answer him. He only stared at the ground in a daze, as though everything around him did not exist. I think it was not an unnecessary move, he had no choice but to do so. Thales raised his eyebrows. I just figured this out. The scene of me being assassinated in front of the fortress was to completely destroy Lampard. Archduke Letko turned to him. According to the original plan, Lampard would ascend the throne and become King Chapman. I don't know how many generations this name is. Thales turned to Pomfret. And you, Archduke Pomfret, are his most secret collaborator in Extet. Finally, Pomfret raised his head, but he did not look at anyone. But the problem is, this plan failed at the first stage. Thales sighed. Prince Maria was assassinated, but Constellation's spy failed. My appearance prevented the Duke of the Northern Territory from starting a war as planned. He furrowed his brows as he thought of all the things in Renaissance Palace, and Sonia and Araka in the fortress. Lampard also failed to gather the forces of the 3 southern archdukes to invade Constellation, and he also failed to take down Broken Dragon Fortress. The war between Constellation and the Dragon could not happen at all. Archduke Lampard could not bring the glory of conquering Constellation's northern territory to take the crown that he aspired to get. Archduke Pomfret exhaled softly, and a low panting sound could be heard. What's worse is that, with Valerun's failure in Constellation, Chapman Lampard's conspiracy was exposed. Thales laughed bitterly. The enraged King Nuvan will seek revenge and make Lampard and Black Sand region pay the price. Ah! Behind the long table, King Nuvan caressed the black ring on his finger and added in a seemingly nonchalant manner, "Isn't that so?" The archdukes exchanged glances. So, Thales nodded, Lampard is doomed. King Nuvan and Dragon Cloud City will not let him go. Under the archduke's gazes, he nodded at the expressionless Pomfret. Under such circumstances, if Lampard is really forced into a desperate situation, how can Lampard's collaborator remain unscathed? Based on Lampard's personality, he will definitely drag his collaborator to hell. Thales shook his head. For his own survival, Archduke Pomfret must act first. He must completely eliminate his former collaborator and future threats. The long-haired Archduke Rockney snorted coldly. Once the Prince of Constellation dies in Black Sand region, and Lampard is stained with the Prince of Constellation's blood. Thales walked back to Putre's side and sneered. For the sake of the throne of Constellation, even before King Nuvan takes action, the Dukes of Constellation will swarm over and tear Lampard and Black Sand region into pieces. I think the other archdukes will be happy to see that happen. Only then will you be completely safe. The Prince of Constellation's voice faded away. In the hall, many people sighed with different intentions. Some were contemplative, some were regretful, some were sad, some were indignant, and some were angry. In the next second, the young Archduke, Pomfret, finally turned his head slowly. With a cold gaze that was no longer gentle and friendly, he glared at Thales. Then, he looked at Nuvan VII again, who was sitting at the other end of the long table. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk. A slow and rhythmic applause rang from the other end of the long table. King Nuvan clapped expressionlessly. But no one responded to him. This deserves applause. The old king applauded while speaking with an unsettling rhythm and tone. For our guest from Constellation, Thales rolled his eyes helplessly. He could feel that the gazes on him in the hall were filled with contemplation and fear. And for you, the Walton family's longtime ally, the leader of the Pomfret family, and my most trusted Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, Concret Pomfret. The common elected king and the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City's gazes finally met in the air. On one side was complicated and angry, while on the other side was numb and indifferent. Say something, Concret. King Nuvan's voice became muffled and oppressive. It reverberated in the brightly lit meeting hall, making everyone feel strangely suffocated. Before you can say anything else. At least, try to choose your own way of death. Archduke Pomfret suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. Way of death? He muttered. Behind Pomfret, a disarmed follower whispered worriedly, "Sir, perhaps we should." The next moment, Pomfret turned his face and said coldly to his subordinate with a furious expression, "Shut up. Shut up." The follower's words came to a halt. He sighed and stopped talking. Pomfret turned his head. His facial muscles twitched as he gritted his teeth. His expression kept changing between indignation and anger. "Humph," the young archduke sneered. "What do you want me to say?" The young archduke's laughter grew longer. Thales furrowed his brows. King Nuvan's expression did not change. "Ha ha ha." Pofert shook his head mockingly. "What else can I say?" The next moment, he turned around abruptly. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the entire hall. "I don't know what you are talking about." Pofert's cold words caused everyone's expression to change. "I received an invitation from His Majesty to come to Dragon Cloud City to discuss the relationship between the two countries." Pofert looked around with a sneer and extended his hand towards Thales. Then, the common elected king whom I respect the most and cannot resist joined forces with a prince from an enemy country who has a blood feud with him to accuse me of being the murderer of Prince Mariah? And the reason? Pofert turned around abruptly. His expression was ferocious, which startled Thales. "Just because I wanted to leave the banquet early? Because I wanted to rush back to my territory earlier? Because my people had an unnecessary conflict with the White Blade Guards at night? And I sacrificed a supreme-class bodyguard." Pofert panted and hammered his chest. "This is shameless slander. F***CKU, Pofert." A vassal beside the king spat in disdain. "A coward's self-defense. Ayaya." Archduke Trentida narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "This really isn't the young concret I know. What a pleasant surprise. We all heard that child's words and saw your reaction. Even now, are you still going to quibble?" Alcius furrowed his brows. "Don't forget, you are a Northlander." "Quibble?" Pofert retorted loudly. He widened his eyes as if he had gone mad. "From the beginning until now, this damn brat has been spouting nonsense alone." Pofert pointed at Thales and roared loudly. "And you fools have been fooled by him alone, by a prince of Constellation, a remnant of the empire." Thales shrugged helplessly and exchanged a glance with Putre behind him. Beside them, Marquis Shiles whispered with a face full of smiles, "Wow, to be able to see this scene in the Extet Palace, it's really worth the trip back." Pofert turned around and glared at King Nuvan angrily. "I murdered Prince Mariah. I cooperated with Lampard. I orchestrated the assassination of this brat." The Archduke roared angrily with a twisted expression. "Is there any evidence? Everyone knows that Mariah and I are of similar age, and we are close friends. What reason do I have to murder him?" The young Archduke's words made the others frown and whisper to each other. "As you said, Archduke Alcius, the Pofert family is the most powerful ally of the Walton family." King Nuvan watched Archduke Pofert's actions without saying a word, but his gaze grew colder. "And you, the great and fatuous King Nuvan VII, are you going to execute me here?" Pofert yelled at everyone. "With this ridiculous and absurd accusation? Just because I want to return to my territory earlier? Just because of this damn brat's nonsense?" Archduke Pofert panted heavily and raised his right index finger. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If I die here, Pofert will not forget, Beacon Illumination City will not forget, Northland will not forget." Amidst everyone's frowns, Pofert roared madly. "Everyone will know that the king without heirs, the Walton family, who has reached a dead end, has gone mad. He believes in treacherous officials and enemies, persecutes loyal ministers and friends, accuses me without reason, evidence, and justifiably, and publicly massacred archdukes in Dragon Cloud City. Everyone will know that this is a violation of Rikuru's joint ruling pledge." The other archdukes looked at his performance in silence, their eyes filled with sorrow. Pofert adjusted his breathing, and there was a hint of threat in his words. "After I die, my younger brother will inherit the Archduke's position, and the Pofert family will treat Dragon Cloud City," but at this moment, King Nuvan's applause rang out again. He interrupted Pofert, causing him to be slightly startled. "Not a bad attempt. There was a deep chill in King Nuvan's old and deep voice. To think that I always thought you were a polite sissy. I've underestimated you. It seems like you're still a good actor. You should go to Dragon Kiss Academy or Dark Knight Temple, not here. Bah, this is your deliberate plan to kill me and weaken the Archdukes, Archduke Poffert fiercely retorted to his king. Other than guesses and slander, do you have any evidence? King Nuvan sneered. Of course, maybe you've long lost your mind. You don't care about evidence or who the murderer is. You only want to weaken us archdukes. Poffert raised his hands and bared his chest. He gritted his teeth and stared at the king. Then what are you waiting for? Come, kill me. Let the extensions see what kind of king they have. When we reach Hell's River, I will tell Mariah. Poffert gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. After his death, his father went mad. The Walton family died in this generation. Thud. Upon hearing his deceased son's name, King Nuvan slammed his fist on the table. Poffert ignored him. Poffert turned around and swept his gaze across all the archdukes. His eyes were burning with fury. And all of you, who sat and watched this trial without any evidence, who sat and watched all of this, will be next. Archduke Rockney shook his head in disdain. His gaze was filled with disgust. Lady-headed Trent Ida gave him a friendly smile, showing 8 teeth. Alcia stared back at the young Archduke without saying a word. Archduke Letko did not even raise his head. He seemed to be particularly interested in the long table in front of him. The close vassals and advisors around the king revealed contemplative expressions. They were not the only ones who realized the problem. Watching from the side, Thales also frowned slightly. Although Poffert seemed to be quibbling as a final struggle, he was not unreasonable. An archduke came to Dragon Cloud City, but was executed by the king. What would the people think? How would Beacon Illumination City react? Would the archdukes really be indifferent? Besides, although everyone knew it was him, it was Poffert. But there was no evidence. Unless Lampard came forward and admitted to the crime while identifying Poffert. Thales' worried gaze kept shifting between the tensed Poffert and the stern old king. What should I do? Will the king really throw caution to the wind and execute? While everyone was deep in thought, King Nuvan finally spoke. Evidence? The old king threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, Poffert was slightly startled. The archdukes also looked at him in confusion. Since when do I need evidence? Nuvan VII's tone slowly rose. I only need a reason. I only need the truth. Poffert exhaled through his nose and sneered. Humph, a typical tyrant. Rikaru would also be ashamed of you. He narrowed his eyes. The evil habits of the Empire reappear in you. Perhaps this is, Rikaru? King Nuvan did not let him continue. When Rikaru Extet was on his deathbed, the old king clenched his right fist and snorted. His nephew and heir, the later Nuvan Walton I, made a vow to the human hero as his heir in front of his bed, witnessed by the Queen of the Sky. The last sentence in his vow later became the Walton family, the Dragon Spear family's language. Yes. Under everyone's gaze, Nuvan VII lowered his voice and said solemnly, as the son of Northland, the son of Northland, the way of Northland. Archduke Poffert was slightly startled and puzzled. Since we are Northlanders. King Nuvan clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were burning with anger, but he suppressed his emotions and continued to speak solemnly. We should follow the way of Northland. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Thales thought of a possibility. His face turned pale. King Nuvan clapped his hands. The sound of 2 footsteps slowly came from outside the hall. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the 2 newcomers. Thales saw the newcomers clearly. He frowned and looked at Putre. Putre narrowed his eyes and shook his head at him. Poffert stared blankly at the newcomers. Come and meet our dear Chief of Intelligence. King Nuvan raised his hand and introduced the newcomers. Madame Kalshan. Under Thales's solemn gaze, an old woman whom he had met before smiled gently and bowed slightly to the archdukes. The arrival of the Red Witch, the master of the secret room, made the archdukes frown. What does this mean? Ignoring everyone's expressions, the king pointed at a woman dressed in a silver-white robe whose face was covered by a veil. He continued in a cold voice, and the head ritual master of Bright Moon Temple, Joel Holm. Thales was stunned. He saw the mark on her body, a pair of moons embedded together. They were a curved crescent moon and a full, waxing moon. The head ritual master of Bright Moon Temple? High Priestess Holm did not say anything, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. But the archdukes and the king did not show any signs of anger, as if this was how it should be. This made Thales think of Sunset Temple in Constellation and High Priestess Licia. Gods! What kind of role did they play in this world? What does this mean? Pofrit's expression was dark as he stared at the king. What does this mean? The old King Nuvan sneered and slammed his palm on the long table. Her Excellency High Priestess Holm is naturally here to bear witness. It's night time now, the bright moon goddess is the best witness. Pofrit seemed to have guessed something. The young archduke felt his throat go dry. He said hoarsely, Bear witness to what? Bear witness to what? The old king flashed an angry smile and turned to the Prince of Constellation. Little Thales, watch carefully. Thales was shocked, and he snapped out of his thoughts. King Nuvan said flatly, the ancient ritual of Northland cannot be proposed casually. The ancient rituals of the northern lands are not something that can be casually proposed. It requires a sufficient number of witnesses, a sufficient sacred ritual, and an arbitrator of sufficient status to witness it together. Only then can it be effective. The ancient ritual of Northland? Thales stared blankly at the old King Nuvan VII. For a moment, he was extremely shocked. No way. Could it be? The archdukes and the vassals were equally shocked. Many of them even had panic in their eyes. Your Majesty? A noble who seemed to be an administrative officer next to the king asked with a frown. But Nuvan VII did not give them any chance to ask. The next moment, King Nuvan shook his right palm and slammed it on the chair. Asterisk bang. Asterisk everyone was startled. The old king of Ekstedt, who was almost 70 years old, stood up abruptly. His face was filled with hatred and murderous intent. With an aged voice that sounded like muffled thunder, he spat out the following words. I, Nuvan Rikaru Kadion Walton, the seventh Nuvan in the genealogy of the common elected kings. The king of dragon knights come hero Rikaru, the successor of the hero Chara. The common ruler of the Northlanders in the western peninsula, the defender of the glacier defense line. The defender of the humans in the north, the conqueror of White Mountain. The arbitrator of the Golden Passage, the conqueror of Broken Dragon Fortress. The 35th common elected king of Ekstedt and Queeker Glacier, the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. Under the witness of the spokesperson of the Bright Moon Goddess, at the Imperial Conference, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid, the Archduke of Reformation Tower, the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, the Archduke of Defense City, and the only heir to the royal family of Constellation, Thales stared blankly at the king's actions, not knowing what to do. Equally shocked were the archdukes, including Pofrit himself. The king continued to speak. His words were laced with chilling resentment and pain. For my son, the last heir of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City, Mariah Bertram Nuvan Walton, and for the despicable assassination he suffered. Under the glorious tradition of Northland, in the name of blood vengeance, to you, Concre Pofrit of Beacon Illumination City, to issue a sacred duel challenge. The old king's words were resolute. He looked at the stunned young archduke and spat out his last words. The duel is issued in the name of the king. Chapter 149. The king's voice faded away. The meeting hall was silent. For a moment, only the crackling of the braziers and the people's uneven breathing could be heard. At that moment, almost everyone was shocked by the king's decision. The silence lasted for a whole 5 seconds. Then, a young male voice spoke weakly. "What's going on?" Everyone's gaze swept towards the dumbfounded Prince of Constellation, Thales Jade Star. King Nuvan's meaningful gaze was also included. Behind him, Putre coughed. The dumbfounded Thales only reacted then. He curled his lips awkwardly and flashed an apologetic smile. But at that moment, no one cared about the foreign prince's loss of composure. "Your Majesty." The tall Archduke Rockne stood up abruptly. With a stern expression, he said what most people were thinking: "You must reconsider your decision. This does not only concern your family's revenge, but also the future of all of Extet." The members of the Imperial Conference beside the king looked panicked. The expression of the administrator behind him, Lord Merk, changed several times. He tried to whisper something into King Nuvan's ear, but the latter just waved his hand casually. The words of the close vassal and Merk were stuck in their throats. "This is my decision," the king said softly to his close vassal. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that King Nuvan's aged figure overlapped with the robust figure in Renaissance Palace. Thales noticed that among the people present, only 2 people's expressions did not change. The leader of the White Blade Guards, the Star Killer, remained expressionless, while the master of the secret room, the Red Witch, Kalshan, still had a kind and amiable smile on her face. As for the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Jul Holm, Thales could not see her face behind the veil. "How old is King Nuvan this year?" Thales turned around and asked Putre in a low voice. 69, if I remember correctly." The one who replied was Marquis Shiles Bamra, who was next to Putre. This guest from Camus Union also furrowed his brows deeply and looked worried. "And Archduke Pofret has just turned 33 this year. He is in the prime of his life. Damn it, we have just signed the contract for the mines. The situation has developed beyond our imagination. Be vigilant, Your Highness." The thin vice diplomat's expression kept changing. "If King Nuvan insists on a duel," Thales nodded with an unpleasant expression. He knew what Putre meant. If King Nuvan died here, Jade Star and the Walton family's tacit agreement of peace would lose its most important fulcrum. And in Dragon Cloud City, in Extet, he, the Prince of Constellation, would become isolated and helpless. And the Archduke's attitude towards him, not to mention that Archduke Pofret, who seems to be filled with hatred towards me. Thales gritted his teeth. The next moment, King Nuvan walked out of his seat and slowly walked forward. He smiled at the archdukes. "What's wrong, noble and proud Rockne?" King Nuvan's old but powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. "Are you worried that my old bones cannot defeat the young?" The long-haired Archduke Rockne did not say a word, but his slightly swaying head had already explained everything. "I can't say that his words are unreasonable, Your Majesty." Archduke Trent Ida rubbed his right hand with a dark expression. He glanced at Archduke Pofret, who was still in shock. "It's one thing to snatch a woman from a young man, but to fight to the death in a duel. You know your age, don't you, Your Majesty?" Archduke Alcius' words were even more direct. "Even if you directly order for him to be detained, it would be 100 times better than what you're doing now. Do you know the consequences of doing this? This is the consequence." Nuvan suddenly raised his voice and bellowed angrily under the gazes of the entire hall. "This is the unavoidable consequence when the Walton family is invaded." Everyone in the hall was instantly shocked. "Not good." Thales watched their interaction worriedly. Has Nuvan VII been dominated by hatred and impulsiveness? The old king's furious gaze swept across the 3 archdukes. "You know, if you provoke the Dragon Spear family, you have to pay the price. You are willing to bet everything for revenge." This is how the Walton family is. The three archdukes were momentarily speechless. Their expressions changed. Under the king's threatening gaze, they turned their heads away and did not speak. They were like lionesses in a pride of lions who lowered their heads to show their submission to the leader. That's not right. Thales came to a realization. He thought to himself, this is not as simple as an irrational revenge. This is a warning. From the king, from Dragon Cloud City, from the Walton family. Ha! Archduke Letko, who was sitting further away, laughed awkwardly. Our king likes to joke, doesn't he? King Nuvan turned his head and glanced at him. Archduke Letko's smile froze on his face. Joke? King Nuvan snorted softly and slowly walked up to Pofrit. His eyes seemed to burn with endless flames. You tell me, Concret Pofrit. Do I look like I'm joking? Everyone looked at Archduke Pofrit, who was being challenged. You're crazy. A duel? The young Archduke's face was filled with disbelief. His lips trembled as he sized up King Nuvan's frail body. He murmured, for the sake of, even your own family's life, but King Nuvan quickly interrupted him. Then why are you so surprised? The old king said coldly, this is also your best chance. Kill me, and you won't have to face all of this. All of your crimes will be erased. Pofrit was shocked. He raised his head and looked straight at King Nuvan. Of course. Nuvan sneered. His eyes were full of hatred. You can also admit defeat at the beginning of the duel and then admit your crimes. Without waiting for Pofrit's response, the king turned around and looked at the remaining four archdukes. And isn't this also the result that you've been hoping for the most? King Nuvan was like an angry dragon. He said loudly, if I die here, the expressions of the archdukes froze. Then you can save those overt and covert tricks, right? King Nuvan looked around and laughed. And it'll be time for Exdet to hold another king selection congress. It might be a little rushed, the old king narrowed his eyes slightly. But isn't the chance for you to ascend to the common elected throne and command the entire kingdom right in front of you? The archdukes did not speak. Almost everyone was motionless. Only their breathing grew heavier. Of course, you're the king. Archduke Rockne sighed. It's your choice. King Nuvan responded with a vigorous laugh. He then turned around and looked at the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple. High Priestess Holm. Under the veil, the High Priestess nodded slightly. She raised her arms in a dignified manner. Her left hand supported her right elbow, while her right palm faced up, as if she was holding a plate. High Priestess Holm closed her eyes and lowered her head. Everyone shut their mouths and watched the High Priestess movement solemnly. At this moment, a strange ringing sound rang in Thales' ears. Thales was shocked. He had experienced this feeling before. It was in the Hall of Stars, in front of Licia, the High Priestess of Sunset Temple, before the bloodline ceremony. But this time, it felt much better. At least, he did not have a violent reaction like the last time. Could it be that prayers and rituals related to gods will affect me? But just as he maintained his composure and secretly rejoiced, in the faint ringing sound in his ears, I'm watching you. Thales raised his head abruptly. But he only saw an empty ceiling. What? He turned his head in surprise and looked around. Everyone was solemnly waiting for the High Priestess ceremony to end. Behind him, Putre and Shiles also had solemn expressions. No one spoke. Then just now. Thales scratched his head in confusion and looked around. Unable to find anything, he could only exhale helplessly. All right, tinnitus is an illness. It has to be treated, I warned you. Thales shuddered. He subconsciously turned his head again and looked around nervously. Again. Who is it? That's right. He was sure that someone was talking to him, like whispering in his ear. Thales could not remember the characteristics of the voice, but the words were extremely clear. Could it be? Thales thought nervously, is it Yodel? The masked protector who's invisible? No, impossible. That voice is completely different from Yodel's hoarse voice. Thales panicked a little. After making sure that no one spoke, he stared in disbelief at the high priestess of Bright Moon Temple, whose eyes were closed. It can't be. Thales' actions attracted the attention of others. Shiles cast him a curious glance, while Putray frowned and stared at him, as if reprimanding him for losing his composure. Thales, who snapped out of his daze, was shocked. He quickly turned around and stood properly in a dignified manner. Finally, the strange tinnitus disappeared. But the doubts and panic in Thales' heart only continued to rise. The bright moon has responded. High Priestess Holm opened her eyes. There was no fluctuation in her clear eyes. The gods did not object. In the hall, many people sighed. The archdukes remained silent. In that case, the duel is inevitable, the High Priestess said flatly in a deep voice, and I will bear witness on behalf of the gods. No one had any objections. The old king revealed a satisfied expression and his gaze returned to his opponent. In the silence, Archduke Pofert gradually calmed his emotions and eased his rapid breathing. Then, he stared at King Nuvan with a strange look in his eyes. Very good. The young Archduke revealed a strange smile. You said it yourself, didn't you? The duel is issued in the name of the king, I cannot and have no right to refuse. Pofert raised his head and revealed a sinister gaze. Then what are we waiting for? King Nuvan also revealed a smile. His eyes shone brightly. But Thales' mind was in a mess. I'm watching you. I warned you. What does this mean? Thales forcibly suppressed his thoughts and stopped thinking about the abnormality he just heard. He shook his head, as if he could shake these words out of his head. He had enough troubles. He had to deal with them one by one. Thales raised his head and watched in a daze as the white blade guards personally moved the heavy long table in the center of the hall. The crowd retreated and spread out, leaving enough space for the duel. As the crowd retreated to a brazier, Thales realized that there were 5 to 6 steps along the wall of the Oval Hall of Heroes, and there was an empty space in the center. Just like the Colosseum in my previous life, Thales suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this meeting hall in Heroic Spirit Palace was originally prepared for a duel? I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. Putray exhaled through his nose and said with no discernible emotion, you get to witness a rare duel on your first visit to Extet. Thales flashed a rather unpleasant smile. Does the king have to personally fight? According to the rules, duels during the age of the Empire can be fought by proxy, Putray said in a low voice. But this is Northland, the Northland after the collapse of the Empire. A duel must be fought personally, even as a king. Beside them, Marquis Shiles sighed. Even though I've heard of the duel customs in Northland, it's also my first time witnessing one. God, a 70-year-old king against a 30-year-old archduke. No matter what the outcome is, when I go back, this is enough to be a topic of conversation for a whole year. Duels don't happen often. Isn't the King's Selection Congress supposed to end with a duel? Isn't every archduke who aspires to become king prepared for a duel? Thales continued to ask. The duel in the King's Selection Congress is only limited to when the number of votes is the same and it's hard to decide. That hasn't happened for a long time. Putray shook his head. I heard that in the King's Selection Congress more than 30 years ago, Nuvan VII obtained the support of 6 archdukes. I heard that Archduke Lampard of Black Sand region once defeated his elder brother in a duel and seized the right to inherit the throne. Thales asked with a grim expression as he watched the 2 men take off their robes and Lord Merk solemnly decorate the place. Putray nodded. That duel made him famous. From then on, Chapman Lampard's name spread throughout the kingdom, and even Constellation heard about it. Putre's expression was solemn. There are very few suzerains in Extet who are so bloody, violent, and terrifying, but who can make his followers' blood boil. Lampard was then entrusted with an important mission and sent to Constellation. At the same time, it also made the other suzerains wary of him. After all, he's a terrifying person who can even kill his own brother. Marquis Shiles pursed his lips. This is the conclusion I obtained after visiting all the cities in Northland. But this duel is too hasty. Are all Northlanders crazy? Thales gritted his teeth. Didn't he think about the consequences of losing? At this moment, a cold voice traveled into the hall. In Northland, duels are sacred rituals. The Star Killer, Nicholas, appeared beside them at some point in time. He stared intently at the two men facing each other in the hall. It can prove whether you are a selfish villain who only dares to hide among the army and guards, or a valiant hero who is willing to gamble with his life for the goal in his heart. Thales exhaled and shrugged. In the center of the hall, King Nuvan was only left with a convenient, tight-sleeved battle robe embroidered with the emblem of the Cloud Dragon spear. Opposite him, Pofrit was the same. The emblem of the blood shoe could be seen on his left shoulder. I was the one who suggested the duel. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on Pofrit. As for the weapon, it's up to you to choose. Pofrit took a deep breath and paused for a few seconds. Great axe. The young Archduke raised his head and looked at King Nuvan with a calm gaze. The double-sided great axe. Just like this. King Nuvan's pupils contracted slightly. The people in the hall burst into a cacophony of hisses. Ha! Archduke Trentida laughed at Archduke Alcius. What a cunning boy. Archduke Rockney snorted in disdain. Coward. Great axe? Is it what I think it is? Thales was struck by a thought. He turned around and asked. Double-sided great axes require a lot of stamina and strength. The destructive power of its slashes is astonishing. It was once very popular during the war against the orcs, Nicholas said calmly. But nowadays, this kind of cumbersome weapon is rarely seen on the battlefield. Even the axemen in Northland are more inclined towards the lightweight single-edged battle axes. A wise choice. Putre narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He's taking advantage of King Nuvan's age. Soon, the weapons were brought up. Thales stared in disbelief at the two large weapons carried up by the guards. The thick and heavy two-handed handles were almost half a person's length, and the two half-moon-shaped blades of the axe were as big as a man's chest. They reflected a ferocious metallic luster, and there were sharp spikes extending from the top of the axe's head. It was a clear indication of its power and fearsomeness. Thales gulped. The weight of this great axe is probably twice as heavy as my body. He remembered that on the battlefield at Broken Dragon Fortress, one of the opponents Araka faced used a great axe like this. However, in the end, the kingdom's wrath snatched away his weapon and even slashed his opponent's face with the great axe. Pofrit shifted his gaze and glanced at King Nuvan opposite him. He chuckled. He grabbed the great axe handed to him by the guard with one arm and tested its weight. Immediately, the young Archduke's arm muscles trembled and he raised the great axe. Pofrit smiled in satisfaction. He turned around and swung the great axe back and forth. The sound of the axe blade slicing through the air could be heard clearly. It seemed to be quite easy. Thales stared at his relaxed posture and was speechless. This thing is terrible. Pofrit rested the great axe on his shoulder. He raised his head and stared sharply at King Nuvan, who was also standing in front of the weapon. Be careful not to sprain your waist, your majesty. King Nuvan ignored him. The old king only extended one hand and pressed it gently on the axe's handle. He pinched a few spots, then took a deep breath and grabbed the handle with both hands. Thales furrowed his brows. His thoughts were similar to Pofrit's. After all, King Nuvan is already 7, before he could finish his train of thought, he saw the old king clench his teeth and raise his giant axe steadily. King Nuvan even gently tossed the axe. The blade flipped in the air and returned to his hand along with the handle. Thales stared at the old but vigorous King Nuvan. His jaw dropped in shock. Like Pofrit, King Nuvan placed the great axe on his shoulder. It seemed to be the standard posture of holding an axe. He let out a long sigh. His gaze seemed to be brewing a storm. Don't worry about it. When I was fighting with the orcs on the battlefield, your father was still suckling in your grandmother's arms. King Nuvan lifted the great axe onto his shoulder like Pofrit. King Nuvan flashed a sinister smile. Brat. Pofrit's expression darkened. It seems that our king is still as graceful as ever. The bald Archduke Letko sighed. If it were me, that axe would have. Don't celebrate too early. Archduke Trentida shook his head with a strange expression. In case something happens to our beloved king, isn't that what you want? Archduke Rockney unceremoniously mocked them. That damned king selection. Trentida turned his head away, inviting a rebuff. Archduke Alcius combed his beard and furrowed his brows tightly. He recalled the Black Sand region succession duel 12 years ago. While Thales was still worrying about what if King Nuvan lost, High Priestess Holmes slowly walked to the center of the arena and attracted the attention of the entire hall. Everyone's mood became tense at this moment. High Priestess Holmes stood between the two men. Behind her veil, she glanced at the two dueling men with her clear eyes. She raised her right hand and extended it towards King Nuvan. The priestess's cold voice rang out slowly. In the name of blood vengeance, this man challenges me to a duel. King Nuvan stared coldly at his opponent. The high priestess raised her left hand again and extended it towards young Pofrit. For honor and glory, this man will accept the duel. Pofrit exhaled with a solemn expression. In the name of the holy bright moon goddess, I will bear witness. The high priestess began to retreat slowly. Her posture was light, and every step she took was accompanied by a sentence. The weapons dance in the moonlight. Blood reflects the glory of the gods. Courage burns a great life. Death is but a long-awaited homecoming. King Nuvan and Archduke Pofrit's expressions turned solemn at the same time. Both of them removed the great axes from their shoulders and held them in their hands. King Nuvan lowered his body and widened the distance between his hands. His left hand pushed further and further, even grabbing the joint between the handle and the blade of the axe. Archduke Pofrit pulled the axe diagonally to his side. The blade of the axe brushed past his face and stopped in mid-air, assuming the most suitable posture for wielding it. Both of them stared at each other with solemn expressions. Thales narrowed his eyes. From their gazes, he read all the negative emotions humans could have. The high priestess slowly retreated to the edge of the arena. She took a deep breath and raised her arms towards the sky, as if making a final prayer. Everyone held their breaths at that moment. In the next second, the high priestess retracted her arms and gently placed her palms on her shoulders. She lowered her head and uttered her final words. Chapter 150. In the next second, without any delay, Archduke Pofrit's figure moved. He attacked head-on, roaring as he swung his great axe at King Nuvan. Bang. The two great axes clashed against each other without any fancy moves. The dull sound of metal clashing tortured everyone's ears. Thales stared in shock at the two men in the field. Pofrit clenched his teeth. The blade of his great axe was stuck at the tip of King Nuvan's great axe. It was slanted downwards between the tip and the axe's sharp edge. Impulsive rookie. King Nuvan calmly turned his body sideways. His left hand grabbed the joint between the axe handle and the blade, and his right hand grabbed the far end of the axe handle. Like holding a spear, he used the axe to block Pofrit's slash. The old king blocked his opponent's axe. His tone was cold. On the battlefield, with your weapon stuck, you would have been beheaded by now. As the two wrestled, King Nuvan used all his strength to push away his opponent's great axe. You know this is not a good idea, old man. Pofrit solemnly took a step back. He withdrew his great axe and moved to look for an opportunity to strike again. This is not a battlefield, this is a duel. The young archduke circled around the old king. His expression was indifferent. There are no white blade guards by your side, to protect your noble head. Like an experienced warrior, King Nuvan followed Pofrit's movements and turned, the tip of his axe always pointed at his enemy. Only you and me. As he spoke, Pofrit's second strike came. This time, Pofrit's great axe drew an arc and slashed horizontally from the side, smashing towards King Nuvan's waist. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing rang again. King Nuvan turned his axe handle at the right time. Holding the axe in his left hand, he once again blocked Pofrit's horizontal slash. Yes, only you and me. King Nuvan clenched his teeth and deflected the enemy's axe. He panted slightly. This is much more exciting than the battlefield. Thales asked in a low voice, puzzled, are they all so familiar with swinging their axes? His Majesty is not a child who has never touched a weapon before. The Star Killer's expression was solemn. While explaining, he did not forget to jab at Thales. As the King of Extet, he once stood at the far north 38th century ground and personally fought against the invasion of the orcs from the north of the glacier. The skull of Syra Dark Thunder, the human slaughterer, is still hanging high up at the first lookout point, intimidating the glacier beastmen. He also led his troops out of the Golden Passage and broke through the elves' defensive line in the White Mountain. Wherever his troops went, Camus Union, the White Elves, and the Alliance of Freedom were subdued. A brilliant light shone in the Star Killer's eyes. He was also the first northern sovereign in 300 years to conquer Broken Dragon Fortress and cross the border between Extet and Constellation. When it comes to battle experience, he won't lose to any of the battle-hardened warriors in the White Blade Guards. Putre raised his eyebrows, and Thales stuck out his tongue. In the arena, Pofrit swung his great axe again and collided with King Nuvan's weapon in the air. Bang! The axes collided and sparks flew everywhere. King Nuvan did not seem to be able to do as he wished. He gritted his teeth and braced himself against the great axe. His arms trembled slightly. Are you tired? Pofrit seized the opportunity when King Nuvan took a breather. He roared and shook his arms. Old man. King Nuvan was forced to take a step back. While he was still adjusting his body, Pofrit swung his axe again and chased after him. Clang! King Nuvan once again parried the enemy's fierce attack. From the beginning until now, he had been passively defending. But this time, the enemy's attack did not end so easily. A surge of power surged into Pofrit's arms. His eyes were burning like a warrior who had gone berserk. He roared and swung his axe again, striking the king's left leg. In Thales' wave vision, Pofrit was filled with bright light. It was concentrated in his arms and flashed continuously. The power of eradication. Seeing that his king was in danger, Nicholas remained calm. He briefly explained, Beacon Illumination City's unique combo axe technique has given birth to at least 3 types of power of eradication. The old king roared and used all his strength to pull back his great axe. He struck Pofrit's great axe away, and the 2 axe blades clashed in the air, creating sparks. Clang! The king blocked Pofrit's axe. But unlike before, the old king did not manage to lock Pofrit's axe in this strike. Pofrit had no intention of stopping either. His axe spun in the air. Under its master's crazed expression, it brought with it a strong gust of wind as it chased after the king's head. Panting, King Nuvan struggled to adjust his posture. He lifted the heavy axe handle to his side and forcibly parried Pofrit's attack. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Thales subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. But Pofrit, who was supported by the power of eradication, did not get his axe stuck like the previous few times. He reacted quickly and reversed the axe. It slipped away from Nuven's block in an instant. The next moment, the young archduke pursed his lips and pushed with both hands, thrusting the sharp tip of the axe forward. It was a sudden stab at the opponent. In the face of the enemy's sudden attack, King Nuven, who was powerless, had no time to retract his heavy axe. He could only watch the tip of the axe stab towards his face. Until the tip of the axe pierced straight into his left cheek. Ah! King Nuven roared indignantly. At that moment, Thales felt his heart skip a beat. In the nick of time, King Nuven suddenly turned his head sideways. Rip! The tip of the axe grazed the king's face, drawing blood. It also caused a wave of exclamations in the hall. With a terrifying scar that stretched from his cheekbone to the side of his left ear, King Nuven narrowly avoided the fatal tip of the axe. Blood dripped onto the ground. The king then gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and swung his axe horizontally, forcing Pofrit to retreat. This was also Nuven's first counterattack. Pofrit nimbly retreated 3 steps, dodging the wind from the king's axe. At the same time, he left his opponent's attack range. Like many people in the hall, Thales heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest to soothe his nerves. Perhaps all of you have forgotten something? Thales turned around and said worriedly, that old man. King Nuven is already 70 years old. As the king of Extet, a duel is a test he must undergo. Nicholas' gaze did not waver, but his lips parted slightly. It has nothing to do with age. Every man in Northland has to undergo harsh combat training during their military service. Every suzerain of Extet has to do the same, and even awaken their power of eradication, Putre explained to Thales, who had a strange expression on his face. This is how the country is, and the customs of the people dictate it. My God! Thales rolled his eyes and shrugged helplessly. I'm so lucky to be born in Constellation and not Extet. Hearing this, the Star Killer smiled indifferently. It's still the same old saying, welcome to Northland. Thales shook his head and turned his gaze back to the arena. Putre's expression changed as he looked at Thales' back. Being born in Constellation is a kind of luck? Putre sighed silently. It's too early to say that, young prince. Ha ha ha. The young archduke looked at the blood-covered, panting king with satisfaction. He gritted his teeth and laughed nastily. How many rounds has it been? Old man? You're already at your limit? Nonsense, brat. King Nuven propped his axe on the ground and used his left hand to wipe away the blood on his face. Without showing any sign of weakness, he retorted, I've just warmed up. You're 70 years old. Pofrit weakened the king's imposing manner with his words and prepared for the next wave of attack. Not only have your muscles withered, but your power of eradication has also deteriorated, right? Hee hee. King Nuven inhaled and smacked his lips ferociously. Brat, how many battles have you fought? How dare you say this in front of me? Pofrit began to laugh strangely. Yes, I still remember 12 years ago, when my grandfather was still alive, you gathered the armies of the 7 archdukes. With unprecedented pride, you went south to Constellation. As he spoke, Pofrit swung his axe without warning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the blade of the axe ruthlessly struck the great axe that King Nuven had raised. This time, the young archduke roared and pressed his entire body forward, wrestling with King Nuven head-on. King Nuven was pushed back 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. His face was contorted as he struggled to resist the young and aggressive archduke. His arms could not stop trembling. You were strong, fierce, and in the prime of your life. Gritting his teeth, Pofrit pushed the axe in his hand forward and easily suppressed the aging king. You were strong, fierce, and in the prime of your life. You weren't like this sickly and broken man now. In the next second, the old king finally lost his strength. He was pushed away and fell to the ground. His weapon fell to the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk many people held their breaths. Pofert mercilessly smashed his axe down. The old king rolled away in a disheveled manner and the axe smashed hard on his left side. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the force was so great that the stone floor caved in. The hall burst into an uproar. Damn it. Thales turned around in frustration. This is what I'm worried about. Keep watching. Nicholas said coldly, although his furrowed brows had already betrayed his emotions. On the battlefield, until the last moment, panting, King Nuvan quickly picked up the giant axe that had fallen to the ground with a reaction speed that was beyond his age. The young Pofert withdrew the giant axe that had been plunged into the ground. He seemed to have used too much strength in the attack just now. He was also slightly panting. At that time, my grandfather was wearing a military uniform and armor, panting as he stood beside you. He was like a toothless tiger, old and ugly. Pofert's expression was calm as he carefully observed King Nuvan's movements. Your grandfather and father were much better than you. King Nuvan spat on the ground and slowly stood up. But you just can't nurture them, can you? Pofert's gaze shifted. The moment King Nuvan stood up, he swung his axe with all his might. Taking advantage of the other party's unsteady footing, he smashed Nuvan until he knelt on one knee. Can't nurture them? Pofert sneered and waved his giant axe. Once again, he pushed Nuvan back. The latter half knelt on the ground, panting continuously. To you, Beacon Illumination City is a tamed, well-fed hound, isn't it? A hound that is at your beck and call? Pofert laughed and once again knocked down the old king, who was trying to get up. Every time King Nuvan tried to stand up again, he was interrupted by Pofert's attacks. The common elected king of Extet could not even get up to face the enemy. In front of Constellation's broken dragon fortress, my grandfather's army could not stop that damned sword of reversing light. Beacon Illumination City's defense line collapsed. I still remember you softly saying to my grandfather, "You're old." Is Beacon Illumination City also old? Pofert's tone was cold as he recovered from the huge exhaustion caused by swinging his axe. The next day, my grandfather obediently returned to Beacon Illumination City to retire, and my father became the next Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. What? Kneeling on the ground, King Nuvan, who was at an absolute disadvantage, laughed nonchalantly. Don't tell me that you're going to betray Dragon Cloud City because of this? As he spoke, the old king swung his axe and struck Pofert's leg close to the ground. The three archdukes of the south are arrogant and unruly. Pofert took a step back in a relaxed manner to avoid the strike. He looked at King Nuvan, who was kneeling on the ground. Their supplies are lagging, and their progress is slow. Hence, the war with Constellation is all on Beacon Illumination City's shoulders. The supplies, military expenses, reinforcements, suicide squad, and even the nearby prostitutes in the camp. Don't you think something's wrong? Pofert said through gritted teeth. That's the responsibility you've been assigned. King Nuvan's gaze was frightening. His voice was laced with anger. It's also the king's order. Pofert mercilessly swung his axe again, causing King Nuvan to roll away. This time, Nuvan, who had expended a lot of energy, could not completely parry his opponent's attack. The axe grazed the old king's left arm, causing blood to spurt out. This is bad. Thales thought to himself. This is bad. To hell with your order. How many soldiers and men have we sacrificed in order to take down that damned broken dragon fortress? More than half of them are from Beacon Illumination City. The young Archduke shouted angrily. I watched the dead and injured soldiers return to their tents with numb expressions, lamenting about when they would be able to go home. The next day, they were sent as the first wave to attack the fortress. Like targets, they depleted the fortress's crossbows, arrows, kerosene bombs, huge logs, rolling stones, mystic guns, and soldiers. Pofrit pounded his chest. His gaze was fierce. They were sent to their deaths. On the other side, the elite soldiers of Dragon Cloud City were laughing and singing, enjoying the best wine, food, and women. And the privilege to attack the fortress at the most critical and relaxing moment. After Father took office while trembling with fear, what else could he do in front of you? He could only be crazier, more magnanimous, and send all of our soldiers to their deaths at the fortress regardless of the cost. In exchange for your trust. King Nuvan grabbed the handle of his axe and parried another attack from his opponent. Then, he lay on the ground and panted. Pofrit began to pace around King Nuvan. He switched the position of his left and right hands at the right time to reduce the consumption of holding the great axe with both hands. You actually sat in the tent, under the protection of the White Blade Guards, and righteously questioned Grandfather and Father why Beacon Illumination City couldn't stop Horus Jadestar. Couldn't stop that damned butcher of Constellation? Couldn't stop the most elite and craziest royal guards he brought from Constellation? Horus Jadestar. He recalled what Tolja of Black Sand region told him about the final story of the Sword of Reversing Light. He turned his head and looked at Putre and Nicholas. The former did not say a word, while the latter pursed his lips, looking unhappy. You talk a lot of nonsense. King Nuvan wiped the blood off his left arm on his clothes so that it would not affect his grip. He raised his head, his gaze fierce. On the battlefield, those who talk the most die the fastest. Pofrit answered him with a merciless slash. Asterisk bang. Asterisk King Nuvan trembled as he parried the trajectory of the axe. He was already at an absolute disadvantage. Go to hell, Nuvan Walton. Pofrit spat, his face full of resentment. Conqueror of Broken Dragon Fortress, do you think you're worthy? King Nuvan got up on one knee, holding the great axe in his hand. He looked at Pofrit ferociously, as if he was preparing for the most crucial counterattack. Once again, Pofrit did not stop. His axe struck the handle of Nuvan's great axe. Asterisk clang. Asterisk King Nuvan struggled to resist his opponent's great strength. The two terrifying weapons were locked in a stalemate in the air. You told everyone to pack up and go home just because of the Fortress Treaty. At least you pretended to comfort and explain to the other archdukes. And to us, to Beacon Illumination City? No land, no spoils of war, no rewards, no consolation. You told us to leave with a wave of your hand. Pofrit gritted his teeth, looking crazy. I personally sent your grandfather and your family to the position of Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. I trusted him. King Nuvan clenched his teeth, his expression furious. I ignored them because they were my most capable assistants. Bullsh asterisk T trust, they're not even worth a penny. Pofrit roared. Countless corpses of Beacon Illumination City's soldiers are buried in the fortress, in Constellation. If you have the guts, go and tell them. Assistants? Why don't I see you sending people from Dragon Cloud City to their deaths? However, in the next moment, the eyes of the seemingly disadvantaged old king flashed, and the muscles on his arms suddenly bulged. In the unique vision provided by the fluctuation, the old king's arms suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Chapter 151. Pofrit's expression froze and his pupils constricted. King Nuvan, who had activated his power of eradication, raised his arms and forcefully pushed his great axe to the side. Pofrit held onto his great axe with all his might and stared in disbelief at the old king who had suddenly attacked. Within a second, King Nuvan's movements became swift and powerful. He decisively let go of the great axe in his hand and pounced on Pofrit like an eagle. The old king ruthlessly struck Pofrit's chest with his right elbow. Thud. Caught off guard, Pofrit grunted in pain and took a step back. Clang! Two great axes fell to the ground. In the hall, the spectators' moods were instantly stirred. Thales could not take his eyes off the king. He almost forgot to breathe. The king's counterattack had arrived. Without the great axes restraining him, King Nuvan's movements became as fast as lightning. He did not stop after the elbow strike. Instead, he steadily hugged his right arm and did not stop his feet. With a terrifying momentum, his right shoulder crashed into Pofrit's chest. Pofrit instantly lost his balance. The young archduke felt a tightness in his chest. He gritted his teeth in pain and kept retreating. Beautiful! Marquis Shiles clicked his tongue in admiration. The tables are always turned in an instant. With a ferocious expression, King Nuvan stepped forward. You talk too much, whoosh. King Nuvan clenched his right fist and swung it violently in the air, causing the wind to howl. Never a good ending. Amid the king's low growl, the heavy punch hit Pofrit's abdomen. The muffled sound of fists hitting flesh reverberated in everyone's ears. Many archdukes frowned. These blows are really unlike a 70-year-old man. Trent Ida watched the king's counterattack in disbelief. Don't underestimate him. Archduke Alcius's expression was solemn. He is the sentinel of the glacier defense line. He has fought countless life and death battles with the terrifying orcs. With a pained expression, Pofrit instantly crouched down. His entire body suddenly shrank into a ball, as if he could not withstand the strength of the punch. King Nuvan immediately raised his left fist. His expression was calm but full of anger. Beacon Illumination City? Unfair? King Nuvan was like a lion that had successfully hunted its prey. He stared coldly at the young opponent before him. You caused the death of Mariah. The next moment, the king punched again with his left fist. With the terrifying force of the power of eradication, he hit Pofrit's heart on the left side of his chest. Bang! A terrible dull sound came. Pofrit's body shook violently under the punch. Like a leaf floating powerlessly in the water. As he watched his opponent tremble, King Nuvan spat viciously. Coward! It was only then that Thales relaxed. Phew! You scared me to death, at this moment. Wait! Nicholas said warily. Something's wrong. King Nuvan's expression changed drastically as he punched. The next second, Pofrit roared and raised his head, straightened his chest, and stretched out his curled body. His gaze was fierce. Only then did everyone see the battle situation clearly. The punch that King Nuvan used to land on the Archduke's chest was being held tightly by Pofrit's hand. There was no solid hit at all. Thales immediately felt a chill in his heart. In the next moment, Pofrit grabbed King Nuvan's fist with his left hand and abruptly pulled it backward, pulling King Nuvan towards him at lightning speed. Then, he raised his right elbow and aimed it at King Nuvan's face. Thud! Pofrit's elbow landed heavily on the old king's skull. A terrible dull sound echoed in the hall. However, this time, the two parties engaged in a hand-to-hand fight had switched to offense and defense. King Nuvan seemed to be dizzy from the ferocious elbow strike. As he swayed, he fell backwards. Thud! King Nuvan fell hard on the ground. His head landed solidly on the stone bricks. Some of the spectators could not help but cry out in surprise. Thales stared blankly at the reversal of the battle. I've been waiting for this strike for a long time, Your Majesty. Pofrit laughed and rubbed his chest, which had just suffered a heavy blow. His tone turned cold. To think that I said so much nonsense to lure you into taking the bait. King Nuvan shook his head strenuously, as if he had lost his sense of direction and vision. You're used to fiercely counterattacking when the enemy has the upper hand, playing to your strengths and avoiding your weaknesses, and subduing the enemy with one strike, right? The young Archduke angrily raised his leg and kicked King Nuvan's chest. Amidst the gasps in the hall, he kicked him back to the ground. "Your Majesty!" King Nuvan trembled. He dragged his aged body and tried to stand up again. However, the blow just now seemed to be too heavy, or perhaps he had used up too much energy. The old king actually could not struggle to get up. "My grandfather always told me stories about you, from your fighting habits to your footsteps." Archduke Poffert panted and flashed a ferocious smile. "My grandfather. Do you still remember him?" Panting in pain, King Nuvan flipped over and tried to grab his fallen great axe. But Poffert was faster than the king. He abruptly stepped on the two great axes on the ground. The Archduke then kicked King Nuvan back to the ground. Many people in the hall were so shocked that their mouths were agape. Although they had expected it, when it really came to this, when I was young, my grandfather always said that there was a generous and just king in Ekstedt. He said that you clinked glasses with him and Archduke Stustel in the camp of the sentry. Poffert picked up a great axe from under his feet. His gaze was bleak. But what did I see? They were the Archdukes of Beacon Illumination City for 2 generations. They were subservient, fearful, and lived worse than dogs in front of you. Grandfather died of depression on the way back to his hometown. Father trembled in fear and wore a distressed expression all day long. He was afraid that he would disobey you and lose Dragon Cloud City support. Even on the way back, he had to prepare camp prostitutes for you. Poffert looked at the king and growled indignantly, "They all lived in your shadow. They suffered humiliation, fear, and pain." The young Archduke swung his axe at him. King Nuvan panted. He had no choice but to abandon his weapon and roll away from Poffert's attack range. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the axe hit the ground with a loud bang. Stone chips flew everywhere. Poffert exhaled and panted for 2 seconds. Then, he picked up his great axe and walked towards the defenseless King Nuvan, who was panting on the ground. Many people in the Hall of Heroes clenched their fists. "It's over." Marquis Shiles slapped his face in pain. The crystal drop mine contract with Dragon Cloud City, Putre narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Thales did not speak. His heart was heavy. Now, he truly began to think about what would happen after Nuvan's death. Shiles only had to worry about his contract. What he had to worry about was his own life. Poffert walked towards the king step by step with the footsteps of death. "Hey!" Archduke Letko, who was watching the battle, sighed. "Is this the end?" Archduke Rockney pursed his lips tightly. Alcius had a complicated expression on his face. Trentida rolled his eyes, deep in thought. No one answered him. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, King Nuvan suddenly laughed strangely. "Ha ha ha, I've figured it out." Panting, King Nuvan threw his head back and laughed. "Your father's death was because of you, wasn't it?" Poffert's gaze suddenly froze. The sudden death of the former Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, in an instant, the young Archduke's expression became incomparably ferocious, as if his deepest past had been touched. "The secret room has been suspicious for a long time. Your father's death was too strange, he suddenly fell ill in the prime of his life." The defenseless old king gritted his teeth and stood up with all his might. He glared at Poffert. "It was you, Concret Poffert." King Nuvan's words cut Poffert's heart like a knife. It also made the other people in the hall tremble with fear. It was his favorite son and heir. Nuvan's expression was solemn. His gaze was complicated. "You killed your own father, didn't you?" Poffert's axe-wielding hand began to tremble. His face was contorted and his teeth chattered. No, Poffert's face was pale. His lips trembled and he subconsciously raised his great axe. "No," the young Archduke took a deep breath. "I didn't." He raised his head abruptly and glared at King Nuvan with eyes full of hatred. "I didn't kill him." With a furious roar, the young archduke swung his axe and struck the king. Bang. King Nuvan dodged the fatal blow in a flustered manner. As he retreated, he fell to the ground again. Poffert's power of eradication once again increased his arm strength and speed. The archduke roared and instantly pulled back his axe. In a frenzy, he raised the great axe with both hands and stabbed the tip of the axe at King Nuvan, who was lying on the ground. Under everyone's nervous and fearful gazes, King Nuvan roared and reached out with both hands to grab the handle of the axe that was stabbing towards him. The old king dangerously blocked the blade and the tip of the axe in front of his chest. Another gasp could be heard in the hall. Thales was dumbfounded as he stared at the king, who was forced into a corner. My father was accidentally injured. It was bad, very serious. Poffert murmured with a sorrowful expression. I did nothing. I just let him sleep in peace. He didn't live a happy life anyway. From then on, there was no more anxiety, no more fear, no more anxiety. At the same time, the archduke who was wrestling with King Nuvan did not stop. He pushed the blade of the axe towards the king with all his might. He roared madly, no more nightmares from Dragon Cloud City. King Nuvan gripped the handle of his opponent's axe tightly and moaned in pain. But his face was flushed and his arms trembled more and more violently. After roaring, Poffert came back to his senses. His gaze gradually focused, becoming firm and numb. From that moment on, I will bear the humiliation and pain of Beacon Illumination City, I will end it. Watching the tip of the axe getting closer and closer to his chest, King Nuvan's old face contorted in pain and suffocation. Even if you kill me, you are still a coward. The powerless old king refused to show weakness. He gritted his teeth and said, even if you kill me, you are still a coward. Poffert shuddered. He raised his head sluggishly and looked at King Nuvan. He slowly narrowed his eyes. Yes. Poffert continued to exert more force, causing the old king to moan again. This is all our fault. We are too weak. The muscles on Poffert's arms swelled to the limit. His eyes burned with indignation. Look at the three archdukes in the south. None of them are obedient. Trentida of Reformation Tower always obeys your orders and cuts corners. Alcius of Prestige Orchid Region has a special identity given to him by Rikaru. He ignores you. Lampard of Black Sand Region is a thorn in your side. The spectators tensed up, especially the two archdukes whose names were called. Their expressions froze. But they have gained respect. Poffert gritted his teeth and spat out words at the exhausted king. You treat them as worthy opponents, while we, Poffert of Beacon Illumination City, a dog that crawls under the dragon's shadow, wags its tail and begs for pity, are the weakest targets to be bullied. You do whatever you want to us just because you support grandfather and Poffert to become an archduke. Because we, the two generations of archdukes, are cowards. King Nuvan gradually could not withstand the young man's tremendous strength. The struggle between life and death had reached its final juncture. The tip of the axe began to move towards the king's chest. Just because of this. King Nuvan's words became incoherent. You, turn to Lampard? The old king's eyes were bloodshot. Of course, that's not the only reason. Poffert's expression became cold again. But why should I tell you? Nuvan howled in indignation. When you arrive at Hell's River, please send my grandfather and father my regards, the young archduke said coldly. My beloved late king, your majesty. King Nuvan let out the most sorrowful and indignant roar in pain. Poffert's pupils shrank. His power surged and he thrust the axe in his hand. Rip. The ferocious spike at the top of the axe sank straight into the old king's chest. King Nuvan stared at Archduke Poffert in front of him. It was as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Blood stained the king's robe. Thales gently lowered his head and shut his eyes tightly. Chapter 152. King Nuvan lay quietly on the ground. His hand was still tightly wrapped around the handle of the great axe, as if it was his lover. The two sharp spikes in the middle of the axe blade sunk deep into his chest. Everyone in the Hall of Heroes watched the scene unfold before their eyes. Shock, doubt, sorrow, and grief. Countless emotions intertwined. The victor of the duel, Archduke Pofrit, was sweating profusely. His hand on the handle of the axe slowly slid down. As his body relaxed, he knelt beside King Nuvan and panted violently. Pofrit's eyes were lifeless and his chest was heaving, as if he had just experienced a nightmare. Archduke Alcius, who was watching the duel, widened his eyes. He looked at the motionless king, and his complicated emotions instantly turned into indescribable sorrow. Archduke Rokni's expression was sorrowful. Archduke Letko's brow seemed to be laden with a heavy burden. Trentida shook his head, as if expressing his disdain for the duel. Thales lowered his head and stared at the ground in a daze. He did not know what kind of expressions Nicholas and Putre had on their faces behind him. Damn it! How could this be? He slowly clenched his fists. King Nuvan died here. Who will control Dragon Cloud City? Who will control Dragon Cloud City? Who will control Dragon Cloud City? His thoughts became a jumbled mess. Freed from the duel, Archduke Pofrit half knelt in front of the king's body in a daze. Nuvan. The born king. Nuvan Walton. The monarch who ruled Extet for nearly 30 years. Already, dead. The young Archduke suddenly let out a low laugh. Ha ha ha, he raised his head, and his laughter grew louder and stranger, as if he was a morbid lunatic. Ha ha ha, then, the young Archduke laughed maniacally and suddenly turned to look at the witness of the duel, High Priestess Holm, who represented the bright moon goddess. Ha 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 ha, his body trembled as he laughed. The female priestess stared straight back at Pofrit. Behind her veil, her beautiful eyes were calm and unruffled. Under her gaze, Pofrit felt an invisible pressure quietly bearing down on him. His smile gradually faded. The priestess remained calm and did not show any expression. Pofrit stopped laughing. His face slowly darkened as he furrowed his brows in confusion. Thales was in a daze, desperately thinking about his future. At this moment. I see. Nicholas, the Star Killer, suddenly said softly from behind Thales. In the next moment, two loud sounds of collision resounded. Bang! Tong! Clang! What followed was the clang of metal falling to the ground. Thales shuddered and snapped out of his thoughts. At the same time, many people in the Hall of Heroes exclaimed in disbelief. Thales raised his head swiftly. Then his eyes widened and he frowned. He saw the most unbelievable scene. It couldn't be. The shocked Thales even forgot to breathe at that moment. King Nuvan, who was supposed to be lying dead on the ground, had somehow struggled to his feet. Instead, he pinned Pofrit face down onto the ground. The great axe which had pierced through the king's chest lay at their feet, still trembling. Like the others, Thales stared fixedly at the scene before him in bewilderment and confusion. The old king of Extet had a fierce and aggressive expression on his face. His left arm was in the shape of a ring, tightly gripping Pofrit's right forearm from behind. His right hand was firmly pressed against Pofrit's upper right arm, and his left knee was pressed against Pofrit's back. King Nuvan had locked Pofrit's right arm and pinned him to the ground. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief and shook his head subconsciously. How could it be, that injury? Thales was not the only one who thought so. Everyone in the hall, from the archdukes to the vassals, from the servants to the guards, were shocked to see this unbelievable and incomprehensible turn of events. No, you clearly. Amidst the intense pain, panic, and fear, Grand Duke Pofrit, whose right arm was locked and whose head and face were pressed to the ground, desperately exerted his strength in an attempt to break free. At the same time, he shouted with a face full of fear, "No, impossible." He could not believe that the king, who had been pierced through the chest by his axe, could stand up in an instant, as if he was unharmed. The old king's right chest and the front and back of his robes were soaked in blood. It looked extremely terrifying. But at this moment, it was as if the injury did not exist. It did not affect the king's movements at all. It was as if King Nuvan had just been pricked by a needle. Thales turned his head abruptly and anxiously asked the only supreme class elite here, "How could..." Silence. Nicholas interrupted him in a hurried tone. The Star Killer stared at the scene, unwilling to let go of any detail. "Finish looking at it. It's not over yet." Putre, on the other hand, was astonished, as if he could not accept this fact. Impossible? Nuvan VII's face was flushed after being resurrected from the dead. The king pressed down with his right hand and retracted his left. His muscles trembled as he slowly exerted force and tightened. Using Pofrit's elbow as a fulcrum, he began to pry Pofrit's locked forearm in reverse. The old king gritted his teeth and his face was ferocious. On the battlefield, you'd better believe in impossible. As King Nuvan exerted force, Pofrit's locked right arm began to slowly deform. His forearm moved in the opposite direction of his elbow joint in a frightening manner. The distinct sound of muscles snapping rang out in the field. "Ah!" Pofrit's face contorted in pain as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. The Archduke's left arm desperately reached behind him towards the crazed King Nuvan, but it could only scrape the air in vain. He kept scratching in the air. He could not break free from such a fatal lock at all. "I killed you, I clearly killed you." Pofrit's neck was pressed against the floor, and he could not stop twisting in inhuman pain. He screamed in pain, "You're dead." "Is that so?" King Nuvan, who was firmly suppressing his opponent, revealed a ferocious expression mixed with hatred and madness. His words were as piercingly cold as the wind. "Perhaps, I'm not completely dead enough." As he spoke, Nuvan VII continued to exert force with his hands methodically. The frightening cracking sound from Pofrit's forearm continued to ring out. It sent a chill down Thales' spine. The young Archduke struggled frantically. He could not reach his enemy's left hand, so he desperately slapped the ground. But under King Nuvan's experienced and ruthless strangulation, all of Pofrit's struggles seemed to be in vain. He could not exert the strength in his young body at all. He could only frantically twist the other parts of his body that could still move. He was like a fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board. The next second, slap. A crisp sound rang out from Pofrit's arm. Pofrit's head, which was pressed against the ground, could not be raised any higher. His face was contorted, and tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. His mouth was widened to its limit in pain, and he let out an unprecedented, frenzied howl. "Ah! No! 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 Ah!" His right forearm, starting from the elbow joint, had been forcefully bent in the opposite direction. Under the intense pain, Pofrit trembled as he resisted King Nuvan's strength. He even lifted his chest an inch off the ground. But Pofrit's nightmare was not over yet. King Nuvan suddenly raised his right hand, which was pressing against Pofrit's upper right arm. He abruptly clenched his right fist and hammered the back of Pofrit's head. Thud! Pofrit's head was smashed to the ground again by the punch. His forehead hit the floor with a dull thud. But King Nuvan did not stop. He let go of Pofrit's crippled right arm and extended his right hand to grab Pofrit's left arm. Then, using the same posture, he switched his left and right arms. His right hand clasped Pofrit's forearm while his left pressed against Pofrit's upper arm. King Nuvan took a deep breath and continued to exert force. Pofrit recovered from the brief dizziness. Panic struck him in an instant. Feeling the intense pain and numbness in his right arm, as well as the sensation of his only intact left arm being tightly locked, the young Archduke realized something. He turned his head in despair. Why? Tears of pain rolled down Poffert's face as he asked his opponent indignantly, why? King Nuvan stared into Poffert's eyes and sneered in satisfaction. On the battlefield, a wound that penetrates the chest is fatal. Most of the injured can only leave their lives to luck. The king stared at his enemy like a hawk, as if he was staring at a rabbit. This is especially true for a wound that penetrates the chest. King Nuvan continued to exert force on Poffert's arm. He did not stop talking and exuded a chilling aura. Your lungs will become like broken bellows. Breathing will become harder than lifting your hand. Every time you take a deep breath, you can even hear the hissing sound of air entering and leaving your lungs from the wound. You will start coughing, and the coughing will become more intense and painful. Breathing will become softer, more painful, and more difficult. Blood will also slowly soak into your lungs. Then, as you breathe and cough, it will continuously flow out of your throat, mouth, and nose. In the intense pain and tightness in your chest, you will feel an incomparably heavy chest. Then, slowly, your strength and consciousness will leave you. If your ribs are broken, then congratulations. The fine bone fragments will become the most terrifying torturer. They will penetrate deep into your muscles, rub against your tissues, puncture your blood vessels, and torture your spirit and body in pain and sourness until you surrender to death and reach out to the ferryman of Hell's River. Even if the wound is blocked in time and the external bleeding is stopped, it will be of no use. You will first cough more and more blood, then less and less until you die. If you are lucky, it will be over in a few minutes. If you are unlucky, you will even wail until midnight. Accompanied by a terrifying fever and cold sweat, you will die in pain in your hallucinations. I have seen too many tragedies like this on the battlefield. Poffert widened his eyes. Cold sweat continuously seeped out of his forehead along with the pain. The king smiled and changed the topic of the conversation. But, King Nuvan moved his head closer to Poffert's ear and said ferociously, you know, a person's chest has a range. Not the entire chest is where the rib cage is located. If the pierced part does not hurt your chest, and avoids the fatal artery, such as the muscle between your right shoulder and right chest, and penetrates forward and backward, and perfectly grazes your rib cage and bones, then use the power of eradication to expand the wound muscles and stop the bleeding. How is this possible? Poffert gritted his teeth. The veins on his face bulged as he stared at King Nuvan behind him in despair. I told you, brat. The power of eradication surged into King Nuvan's arms. He laughed contentedly. On the battlefield, you better believe in impossible. Finally, a bone-chilling sound, accompanied by Poffert's screams, rang in everyone's ears. Crack! Poffert writhed madly on the ground, screaming out the pain and despair he felt at the moment. His only arm was also bent by King Nuvan. The young Archduke had lost both his hands. A few seconds later, Poffert's struggles and screams began to subside. His body twitched continuously and he let out miserable moans. The Archduke stared at the scene before them in disbelief. What does this mean? Archduke Trent Ida tried his best to regulate his breathing. The one who answered him was Archduke Rockne, who had not spoken for a long time. The latter said coldly, "It means the end." Thales watched in a daze as the king completed his counterattack in an instant. It was quick, violent, and effective. It was a counterattack that ended things once and for all. He did not even have time to see how the king's reversal began. His Majesty was lying on the ground and was pierced by the axe. Nicholas sighed behind him. Whether it was us or Poffert, we only knew that His Majesty's chest was pierced, but we could not clearly see the penetrating position on his back. There was no way to tell if it was a fatal wound. And that was exactly what the king calculated. Calculated? Thales stared at King Nuvan's chest, especially at the area on the right that was soaked in blood. King Nuvan panted. He flung away his enemy's useless arm and stood up. At that moment, Thales felt that this valiant figure was incomparably tall. King Nuvan looked around at the people in the hall. He was greeted by different gazes and breaths, ranging from excitement, surprise, and doubt. Wine! King Nuvan suddenly roared loudly, strong rye wine. Thales was momentarily stunned. The strongest kind. The servants and guards in charge hesitantly looked at the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple and the Archdukes. However, High Priestess Holm was still unmoved. The Archdukes only stared at the king in a daze. Pofret, who was on the ground, stopped moaning. He struggled to lift his head and looked at his opponent with a face full of despair and numbness. Enough! King Nuvan roared impatiently. I won't suffocate him to death with a wine cup. Motherf *Ker, bring me the wine. In the name of the king. The king's administrator, Lord Merk, sighed and waved his hand, granting the king this privilege. A wooden barrel full of rye wine was quickly carried to the hall. King Nuvan grabbed the metal wine cup that was brought over, opened the lid of the barrel, scooped up the wine, threw his head back and poured it into his mouth. Wine seeped from the corner of his mouth and flowed through the king's short beard that stretched from his chin to his neck. The old king downed the wine in the cup in one gulp, wiped his chin happily, and scooped up another cup. This time, King Nuvan tore off the clothes on his right shoulder, revealing his aged but still firm muscles. The wounds caused by the axe just now were obvious. There was one on his chest and one on his back, but they were all away from the center of his chest and even close to his shoulders. The wounds had already been filled up by the compression of his muscles. Gritting his teeth, King Nuvan raised the wine cup and poured the wine on his wounds. The muscles on his right shoulder trembled and shivered under the strong wine. However, King Nuvan's expression was as cold and indifferent as usual. It was as if the wine that had soaked his wounds was not strong wine. Everyone in the hall watched this scene in silence. No one interrupted him. On the ground beside him, Archduke Pofret, whose arms were broken, growled in a low voice. Once again, his eyes were filled with indignation and hatred. He used his head to prop up his upper body and tried to get up with the help of his knees. What welcomed him was a heavy, merciless kick from King Nuvan on the Archduke's back, forcing Pofret back to the ground. Pofret first let out a painful groan, then his groan turned into an indignant roar. No, how did you do it? The young Archduke's face was gloomy. He glared at King Nuvan as if he wanted to dig a piece of flesh out of him. Did you think you could pierce my chest with the axe so easily? King Nuvan's expression remained the same. He scooped up another cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Brat, I lured you to stab me. My strength is not as good as yours, neither is my endurance. In a battle with a great axe, I would lose sooner or later. King Nuvan stepped on Pofret's back and spat at him in disdain. But even a supreme-class elite, once he lets down his guard, King Nuvan's eyes shone brightly. You're useless. Pofret's eyes widened. He pressed his face against the ground and his lips trembled. Once again, he let out an indecipherable roar. It was filled with desolation and pain. I'll give you a piece of advice. Before you break your enemy's neck, don't relax. King Nuvan slowly exhaled. Feeling his exhaustion and fatigue, he said in a cold tone, "This is the most valuable experience we've gained in thousands of years of bloody battles with the orcs." King Nuvan raised his head again and drank the third cup of wine in one gulp. Behind Thales, Putre asked faintly, "Is this what the army often talks about, the so-called fighting instinct of a warrior?" Instinct? Nicholas, the Star Killer, replied with a cold chuckle. This is a battle tactic. From the beginning to the end, the duel went according to His Majesty's calculations and rhythm. It went according to the pace he planned. Putre revealed a puzzled expression. From the beginning, His Majesty lured Pofert to stab him with the tip of his axe instead of slashing him with the blade. The Star Killer crossed his arms. There seemed to be a smile in his eyes. His Majesty seemed to be passively defending with his axe, unable to counterattack, and retreating step by step. In fact, with every blow they exchanged, the distance between them unknowingly shortened. When His Majesty fell in the end, the distance between him and Pofert was so close that they were face to face. It no longer allowed Pofert to slash him with the blade of his axe. Thales thought of something. He looked at the distance between the two men in the field and the position of the two great axes. Pofert was led by His Majesty to end the duel with the thrust of the axe. The leader of the White Blade Guards replied faintly. His Majesty, on the other hand, was lying on the ground. He used both hands to control his opponent's axe to stab into the muscle gap between his chest and his shoulder blade. That was an injury His Majesty inflicted himself. It would bring him terrifying pain, but it was definitely not a fatal blow. Thales took a deep breath and looked at King Nuvan in the field. A shrewd and ruthless hunter, huh? The only thing left to do was to wait for his opponent, who had been incited into a frenzy by his words, to think that he had won the duel. Putray added to the Star Killer's answer in a sentimental tone. Then, he would seize the opportunity to take advantage of an opening that could completely restrain Pofert's advantage in endurance and strength, and launch a decisive counterattack. I hope that you will watch this rare duel carefully and benefit from it, Your Highness, the prince's vice-diplomat said faintly to his prince. Thales could only shake his head slowly. Pofert claimed that he understood His Majesty's fighting style from his grandfather, but he did not understand anything at all. Nicholas' pale face shone in the firelight. This is the real, fierce counterattack, subduing the enemy with one strike. Deep impression, the Marquis of Camus Union exclaimed by the side. You are not surprised by this, are you? Nicholas nodded slowly. Yes, every step Pofert took was within His Majesty's expectations. There is a saying in Constellation's western frontline. Putray sighed. On the battlefield, even a dying veteran is 10,000 times stronger than a rookie with boundless strength. A veteran meets a rookie. The leader of the king's personal guard snorted coldly. The outcome of this duel, from the beginning. Chapter 153. The king had drunk enough. He threw the goblet down and exercised his joints. Brat. He snorted at Pofert, who was on the ground. You have the guts to mention the war 12 years ago? How much do you know about the tragedy and bloodshed 12 years ago? With a disdainful gaze, King Nuvan stared at his prey, who had lost both his arms. You are nothing but a suzerain's heir whom he dotes on. Your grandfather only keeps you in the safest main camp. He doesn't even let you transport the supplies. In Thales' eyes, the young Archduke's eyes were bloodshot as he stared blankly at the front. It was as if he had even forgotten the pain in his arms. But maybe your grandfather was right. If you were sent to transport the supplies, and if you encountered Horus Jadestar, who would sneak around and attack the supplies. At this, King Nuvan's face darkened. F***ck, then there wouldn't be so many F***king problems. A few seconds later, Pofert, who was pinned to the ground, let out an indecipherable laugh. As for the so-called shock you received in the war. Bullshit. King Nuvan suppressed his anger until he could no longer suppress it. Without Dragon Cloud City, without the Walton family, you are nothing. He let go of Pofert's foot and kicked Pofert's stomach. Thales frowned. He remembered his time in Abandoned House, the days when he was punched and kicked from time to time. After suffering the kick, Pofert curled up and moaned in pain. And you shouldn't have gone after Mariah. King Nuvan lowered his head and growled with a pained expression. He thought you were his friend. Despicable traitor. Hypocritical coward. The enraged King Nuvan kicked Pofert's chest again. Asterisk thud. The dull sound was clear. Pofrit curled up again. Under the heavy blow, he could not help but cough. Pofrit's cough gradually eased. Then, his curled-up body stretched out again. His two folded arms looked extremely hideous. The Archduke laughed strangely, as if he was crying. Ha ha ha. Pofrit suppressed his laughter, but in Thales's ears, it sounded so miserable and tragic. King Nuvan's expression became increasingly hostile. He looked at his enemy and gritted his teeth. His expression was terrifying. The young Archduke abruptly stopped laughing. He raised his head and glared at King Nuvan with eyes brimming with anger. That's right, I did it. Pofrit glared fiercely at the old king. Panting, he said, Maria only told me about his secret mission, to visit Constellation and renew the treaty. What an honor. You admit it? King Nuvan's expression was solemn. His eyes burned with hatred and pain. You only have the guts to be a man when you're facing death, don't you? Yes, I don't have to waste any effort at all. I can use his trust in me to deceive him into going to Constellation. Pofrit responded to the king with a mocking smile. Including his itinerary, arrangements, plans, and even the members of the diplomat group, King Nuvan kicked Pofrit's abdomen again. Pofrit rolled away from King Nuvan's side in pain. Just because you feel that you've been treated unfairly? King Nuvan sneered. His voice suddenly rose. You killed my son and betrayed your friend. The so-called status in Beacon Illumination City is just an excuse you're looking for your selfishness and indifference. You can even betray your own father. What else can't you do? Pofrit groaned in pain from his broken arms. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, but when he heard the king's words, he lifted his head from the ground with difficulty and chuckled. Unfair? Pofrit's laughter was strange and maniacal. My God, you really, you don't even blush. You're indeed our born king. Unfair? Ha ha ha. The next moment, Pofrit's expression changed. He looked at the four archdukes. Stop pretending. All of you. The young archduke's words were filled with anger. Alcius, Trentida, Rockne, Letko. Do you dare to swear to your ancestors that you're not grateful or happy for what I've done? Do you dare to slap your chest and say that you're not glad or happy about Maria's death and the Walton family's loss of power and decline? The archdukes chose to respond with silence. Even the craftiest Trentida did not make a sound at this moment. Thales felt that the atmosphere in the hall had become very tense, as if the scope of the duel had expanded beyond the two of them. King Nuvan did not say a word. Step by step, he slowly walked towards Pofrit. Panting, Pofrit shrugged his shoulders and struggled to crawl on the ground. Thales looked at the struggling archduke on the ground. He did not feel the slightest relief from the truth being revealed or the vengeance being avenged. All that was left was an indescribable sorrow. The 10 archdukes, Pofrit gritted his teeth and said as he struggled to crawl, the 10 archdukes, after your death, will fairly and justly choose the king, right? King Nuvan stopped in his tracks. With his back facing King Nuvan, Pofrit crawled to the center of the hall. He tried his best to turn over and face King Nuvan. To the south, you promised Reformation Tower a long time ago that you would arbitrate on behalf of Trentida and obtain the disputed territory at the border of Elifure City in exchange for his support. In your hands, you have little Alcius, who fled to Dragon Cloud City after losing the fight for the throne. You have the bargaining chip to interfere with the inheritance of Prestige Orchid region. No matter how dissatisfied Archduke Alcius is, he does not dare to voice his anger. Since your father, you have relied on Dragon Cloud City's position to forcibly re-establish the trade route to the Glacier Sea in the northeast. You have threatened the Cameron family to cut it off unless they choose you as king. Of course, there is also us, the Pofrit family that you and your father supported to rise to power, the beacon illumination city that you tamed like a hound that will listen to you with a whistle. King Nuvan frowned deeply. The hall was filled with whispers. Thales also had doubts in his heart. Pofert continued to speak with grief, indignation, and pain. To the north, the bald old Lekko of Defense City will only remain neutral and choose the family that is bound to win at the most crucial moment. To the north, the Stustel family of Sentinel region has always chosen whoever supports them in resisting the orcs. Pofert rose from his kneeling position. He straightened his upper body and turned his head abruptly to look at the ice-cold King Nuvan. His voice was desolate. In the next King Selection Congress, you and your Walton family have already made arrangements for 4 of the votes. And with these votes, the 2 people in the north are destined to choose you. King Nuvan's face turned green. His clenched fists made cracking sounds. In the future King Selection Congress, we so-called archdukes have no chance at all. Unfair? This is the real unfairness. Pofert roared in a low voice. His words sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the hall. Decades ago, before your grandfather died, he arranged for the king selection and your father's coronation. Since then, all of you have used all kinds of disgusting methods to manipulate everything in the dark under the pretext of fair competition and open king selection. Pushing the appointed person to the front and suppressing all dissenters and opposers. Our king selection is just a formality to send the appointed person to the throne. King Nuvan strode forward. Thales sighed in his heart. Is this the truth behind the king selection? He remembered what Putre had told him about the history of the establishment of the Extet king selection system. The archdukes who had opposed each other since Rikuru's death. Pofert's face was filled with disgust as he stared at his livid opponent. From then on, the Archduke Walton of Dragon Cloud City disappeared. There was only King Walton of Extet. Bah! He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to bite King Nuvan into pieces. Don't you know why we call you the Born King? It's not because you are a genius or powerful, it's because you were destined to be the common elected king of Extet since you were born. You Motherf * King Born King. What disgusts me the most is that you still have the cheek to proudly claim that Extet is governed by a joint king selection system. Pofert's face was dragged across the cold floor tiles. He began to lose control of his emotions. Under the suppression of the Waltons, what difference is there between us and the rotten hereditary royal family of Constellation and the tyrannical system of the Empire? Sooner or later, a madman like Constellation's 82nd will appear and drag his entire country to hell. Hearing this familiar name, Thales' heart sank. That's my grandfather. Drag his entire country to hell? Suddenly, he felt someone pat his shoulder lightly. It was Putre behind him. Thales exhaled through his nose with difficulty and shifted his attention back to the scene. King Nuvan stepped forward with a cold gaze and mercilessly tripped him. Thud. The young archduke, whose arms were crippled and who could not even maintain his balance, was swept to the ground again. Pofert fell back to the ground, but he continued to shout. Verbally praising the greatness of the joint ruling pledge, hypocritically claiming that we have the freedom and right to choose our king, but secretly monopolizing all power and fixing the throne and interests. In this world, where else would a ruler be so shameless, despicable, hypocritical, sanctimonious, and disgusting? You have long turned Extet into the Walton family's hereditary kingdom. The Walton royal family. How ironic. Rikuru's joint ruling pledge has long been ruined by this shameless family left behind by his nephew. Thales sensed his erratic breathing. Everything that happened before his eyes was like a mirror to him. At that moment, as he listened to Pofert's accusations, he did not think of Extet. Instead, he thought of Constellation. It was Kessel's cold expression and the one-eyed dragon Koshter's solemn gaze. It was the Hall of Stars' 6 great clans and 13 distinguished families, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Thales sighed softly in his heart and unconsciously clenched his fists. That's not all. Pofrit used all his strength, swaying as he struggled to get up from the ground. Your father married his daughter to the previous Archduke of Black Sand region a long time ago, trying to meddle in Black Sand region's affairs by controlling the Lampard family's bloodline. You maliciously purchased crystal drop ores from Camus Union and transported them to Elifure City in the east at a low price. Nominally, it was to guard against the threat from the Eastern Peninsula, but in reality, it was to cut off the supply at a critical moment and force the Gadro family to submit. God knows what other tricks you prepared for the West, for Rachni of the City of Faraway Prayers. I'm guessing it's that Camion whose territory is close to the City of Faraway Prayers, the hypocrite Marquis of Goodflow City, right? What is it this time? A contract that looks gorgeous but is actually full of traps? Hearing this, Thales could not help but turn his head and look behind him. Marquis Shiles of Camus Union felt everyone's gaze. He coughed awkwardly and turned his head away. Pofrit's face had long lost all color. He no longer tried to get up, but lay on the ground as if he had accepted his fate. His tone was sorrowful and low. That's not all. You also wanted to learn from Constellation in the south. You wanted to set up tax collectors who reported directly to the king throughout the territory. You wanted to take back the suzerain's jurisdiction in their own territories, and you wanted to send the king's officials throughout the country, starting from Beacon Illumination City. This humiliation, this oppression, this injustice. It's not just me, and it's not just a day or two. Pofrit panted, his voice becoming weaker and weaker. How could we not fight back? Fight back? So you caused Mariah's death? To take revenge on the Walton family? King Nuvan's gaze flickered slightly. By betraying a friend? Only a coward like you. Pofrit paused for a moment. His gaze became complicated and subtle. Yes, Mariah, Pofrit panted, his voice low. We used to be friends. I've also told myself that everything will be fine, but... Li Yundong's eyes widened. Nuvan Walton. The young Archduke's expression changed, as if he had painfully made up his mind about something. He lay on the ground, raised his head, closed his eyes, and let out a desolate laugh. This is all your fault. You forced me to do this. Me? King Nuvan's voice was like the muffled thunder before a storm, deep and terrifying. Pofrit's voice rose. He trembled as he raised his head. His gaze was vicious. 5 years ago, after I rejected your appointment as an official in Beacon Illumination City, immediately, someone among my vassals strangely jumped out to question my legitimacy. Trent Ida began to provoke me arrogantly at the borders. The people in my territory began to talk about my abilities. Soon, my vassals began to rebel, the people began to resist taxes, and the territory was in chaos. When I was in a terrible predicament and at a loss for what to do, you sent Mariah with a letter from you to mediate. As I read your hypocritical and pretentious letter of comfort, I raised my head and looked at Mariah, who was standing in front of me. I listened to him mention our past with a silly smile on his face. Only then did I understand that we were never friends. I'm just a dog of Dragon Cloud City. And don't you know what kind of person Mariah is? The veins on Pofrit's face bulged. His brown hair stuck to his forehead, making him look ferocious and pathetic. I've had enough of the silly smile on that good-for-nothing's face. In his mind, the whole world is so beautiful. Pofrit's eyes were bloodshot. He struggled to get up with all his might and roared madly at everyone in the Hall of Heroes. That's a naive, weak, hesitant, incompetent, short-sighted, and unambitious good-for-nothing. Ha ha ha. Under King Nuvan's gloomy face, Pofrit's upper body shook and he laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Did you know, that fellow, that good-for-nothing Mariah? His biggest dream was actually to become an adventurous mercenary, to travel the world. Ha 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 ha. Mercenary, adventurous. Ha 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 ha, right, he even fell in love with a prostitute. A coquettish slut. And he even said that he wanted to marry her. Thales shook his head. Thales shook his head. He remembered what King Nuvan had said about Prince Maria when he first met King Nuvan and the archdukes. Pofrit laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. King Nuvan furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Pofrit laughed in a morbid manner. He rolled on the ground in pain and agitated emotions. Snot and tears streamed down his face. The Honorable Prince Maria, the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, wants to marry a lowly whore who has been f***ked by tens of thousands of people. Ha ha ha, and he's also the appointed king of Extet. Think about it, the great Extet has a prostitute queen. All the subjects have to bow to a whore. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall looked at him. Many of them lowered their heads and sighed. King Nuvan did not interrupt him. He only continued to stare at Pofrit with that terrifying gaze. This fellow, this piece of trash, this piece of trash, this shameful existence without self-awareness or responsibility, is actually the heir of the Walton family. Pofrit had laughed enough. He raised his indignant and hateful eyes. And I still have to swear loyalty to him against my will and worship him as king, not because of his ability, but because of his family name and father. And you still ask me why I chose Lampard? Why the Archduke of Black Sand region, who is as black as the name of his territory? That beast who killed his own family? Archduke Pofrit's eyes were filled with fire. His roar was like thunder. I did not choose Lampard. I chose a future without the Walton family. A future without the appointed king of Extet. I am very happy that I have finally destroyed the last of your bloodline. He glared at King Nuvan with gritted teeth. The next common elected king of Extet will no longer have the surname Walton. Pofrit was answered by a vicious blow from King Nuvan that landed squarely on his face. King Nuvan grabbed Pofrit's collar and said coldly, "Before that, I will destroy you first." The young Archduke laughed miserably. He shook his head, turned around, and looked to the side. At Thales' Jade Star. Thales' heart immediately tightened. What's going on? Hey, you! Constellation's little brat. Pofrit shouted, attracting everyone's attention to Thales. You, the wounded Archduke uttered with difficulty and laughed shrilly. You are very pleased with yourself, aren't you? A prince of Constellation flaunting his prowess in the capital of Extet, fooling a group of archdukes? Thales frowned. He could feel the hostile gazes of the people in the hall. After all, he was in Extet. Your days will not last long. Pofrit said resentfully. Did you think that assassinating you was just an act of self-preservation? Thales could not help but be stunned by the Archduke's next words. You don't know how much they want your life. Enduring the pain in his arm, Pofrit panted. When I hired them, I figured out their motives. It's not just for money. Thales felt his breathing quicken. The young Grand Duke continued, that's right. Even in their dreams, they want to kill the entire Jade Star family and take over Renaissance Palace. They are wanted criminals that everyone in Constellation wants to kill. Of course, they can't do it. But here, in Extet, when they accepted my money, they did not react at all. Pofrit's eyes were like fire. But those killers, when they heard that the target was you, the heir to the Jade Star royal family of Constellation, the expressions on their faces, how excited they were. What? What killers? Thales stared at him in a daze. A few seconds later, he reacted. Who are they? Who else? Pofrit yelled with a delighted expression. Of course, it's those sneaky assassins. Those pitch-black assassins. They were the ones who infiltrated Lampard's army and used his mystic gun unit to assassinate you under the fortress. They are the Jade Star family's greatest enemy. Thales stared at him in disbelief. Jade Star family's greatest enemy? The next moment, Pofrit laughed maniacally and called out a name that made everyone frown. Chapter 154. Thales was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Shadow Shield. He heard Gilbert describe this name before. It appeared together with the Charlton family's name in the tragedy of the Bloody Year. The direct murderer of the Jade Star royal family. He remembered the small stone jars in the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace. From the king's eldest son, Midier, to Horace, to the twin princes, Bancroft and Herman. And the youngest princess, Constance Jade Star. But Shadow Shield. Thales stared at Pofrit in disbelief. Assassinate me? How could? His thoughts were quickly interrupted. Enough. King Nuvan's voice rang in the hall. As long as I am in Dragon Cloud City, the king threw Pofrit down with a gloomy face, I will not allow such a despicable assassination to happen again. Humph, Pofrit sneered and hissed a word through his teeth, tyrant. King Nuvan narrowed his eyes and looked at his helpless enemy. End it all. Pofrit curled his lips and his expression was cold. I will watch from the bottom of Hell's River how your family is destroyed. End it all. King Nuvan gently clenched his fists and was silent for a few seconds. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Finally, King Nuvan closed his eyes and exhaled through his nostrils. The duel is not over, but I can give you a chance. Under everyone's gaze, the old king opened his eyes and said flatly, admit defeat to me now. Now, admit defeat and admit to your crimes. Confess to the conspiracy between you and Lampard. You can still earn your life back. Pofrit was completely stunned. What? What? But you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Your younger brother will inherit Beacon Illumination City, and Pofrit will still rule that land. Other than you, Beacon Illumination City will not be punished. The old king's gaze was sharp. What do you think? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Pofrit stared blankly at the king. I killed your last son, he said absent-mindedly. Yes. King Nuvan's gaze darkened. You killed my son. Pofrit's gaze gradually changed as he looked at the king. Thales saw struggle and pain in it. The young archduke lowered his head, breathing rapidly. Thales pondered over the king's choice. At that moment, Putre whispered into his ear, if he agrees, if Beacon Illumination City still wants to rule it stably in the future, it must never make an enemy out of the Walton family. Thales nodded in realization. Nicholas snorted coldly by the side. After a few seconds, Pofrit slowly raised his head. A bitter smile appeared on his desolate face. Really? Yes, King Nuvan said flatly. As long as you say that word, you can continue to breathe the air of Northland. The hall was silent for a moment. But not long after, Pofrit, who was lying on the ground, stopped smiling. His face was like ice and his eyes were like steel. His expression seemed to be covered with cold snow that would not melt for 1,000 years. The young duke looked the king in the eye. Pofrit gritted his teeth, but said another word resolutely and decisively, yes. Absolutely not. Thales shook his head. This is Northland, Nicholas said softly behind Thales. Being forgiven by the enemy is also a form of humiliation. King Nuvan sighed. But he immediately raised his head and flashed a gentle smile at Pofrit. Good boy. The old king smiled with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Pofrit kicked the ground with his left leg and struggled to get up from the ground. With a roar, he charged towards King Nuvan. What welcomed him was a gentle kick from the old king that hit his calf bone. Thud. Pofrit lost his balance again and fell to the ground face down. Pofrit let out a final howl of indignation. King Nuvan shook his head slowly. He stood up and knelt down on Pofrit's back. Then, he reached out with both hands and grabbed Pofrit's head tightly, lifting him to a place where the 4 archdukes could see. The 4 archdukes, Ulcius, Trentida, Rockne and Letko, all stared at their king with solemn expressions. The next moment, the common elected king of Extet, Nuvan Walton VII, roared loudly in his old but heroic voice. "Look!" His roar echoed in the hall. King Nuvan's face was filled with anger. He roared loudly. "This is the enemy of the Walton family." Pofrit's face was mournful, but he smiled as if he had been released. As many people inhaled, the old king twisted his hands forcefully. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the crisp sound of a neck bone breaking reached Thales's ears. Asterisk plop. Asterisk Pofrit fell to the ground. But this time, his head was facing upwards, staring blankly at the ceiling. King Nuvan sat on the ground and stared expressionlessly at his enemy's corpse. No one spoke. The only sounds in the hall were the howling of the snow outside the window and the crackling of the braziers, along with the uneven breathing of the crowd. The dead silence lasted for a few seconds. Then, a light and moving trill traveled faintly from the other side of the hall. "Death, it's just a long-awaited homecoming," High Priestess Holm of Bright Moon Temple said flatly. She crossed her arms again and lowered her body. The eyes on her veil slowly closed. The winner has been decided. The Holy Duel. The end. As soon as she finished speaking, the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple turned and left. The Red Witch smiled and turned to follow her. In the hall, many people finally exhaled slowly. It's over. With a wave of Lord Merc's hand, the servants and guards hurried to catch up. The doctors and healers who had been on standby rushed to King Nuvan's side and bandaged the wounds on his chest and face. The king's vassals and the 4 archdukes left the spectating area. They left absent-mindedly with different moods. "I was wrong. I can't brag about this duel for a year." Marquis Shiles sighed. "It's enough for me to brag about for a lifetime." Nicholas glanced at him coldly and walked down the field. He began to instruct the White Blade Guards to deal with the aftermath. "It's been a complicated day, my dear Highness." Shiles adjusted his hat and bowed politely to Thales. "Forgive me for taking my leave. I have to go back immediately to estimate the possible business losses we might suffer in Beacon Illumination City. I hope it doesn't exceed the returns King Nuvan has given us." Thales shrugged and watched the Camion leave. "It's been a fruitful day." Thales turned around and said sarcastically in a low voice, "We have to talk, Putre, about Shadow Shield." Not only that, but he also had many other things, including many doubts, that he wanted to ask this experienced and knowledgeable deputy. "I agree." Putre nodded cautiously and solemnly. "At this moment, the 4 of you." The old king's aged voice came from afar. "Do you have any opinions about this duel?" King Nuvan raised his head. His gaze pierced through the crowd and fixed on the 4 archdukes. The hall fell silent again. Everyone looked at the 4 archdukes. The archdukes had different expressions, but Thales could feel the solemnity and vigilance on their faces. After all, a colleague had just died here. No. The one who answered the king was the cold Archduke Rockne. He only said softly, "This is a holy duel. It is a righteous vengeance. It is fair and just." Pofrit also confessed to his crimes. Trentida was still smiling. Ulcius did not say a word. Letko looked elsewhere, his expression indecipherable. King Nuvan stared at the long-haired archduke for a few seconds and suddenly sneered. "It'd be strange if you didn't." King Nuvan sneered. "Your dissatisfaction has been going on for a long time, right?" Thales suddenly felt the atmosphere in the hall become tense again. Until King Nuvan's next words. "You don't have to worry anymore." King Nuvan sighed slowly. "I will send a messenger crow tomorrow." The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City has died gloriously in the duel. Beacon Illumination City will be inherited by this fellow's younger brother. He must have been looking forward to it for a long time. The Archdukes were slightly stunned. The Walton family has no hope in the next king's selection, the old king said desolately with his head bowed. We don't have a candidate who has enough prestige and legitimacy. Archduke Alcius frowned. Your Majesty, King Nuvan did not stop talking and interrupted Alcius. But at least, before I die, I can still do one last thing for my family and Dragon Cloud City. He raised his head. His gaze was piercingly cold. The archdukes shuddered. Such as? Archduke Alcius asked softly in his most cautious manner. King Nuvan smiled. War, the old king said softly. It's going to be the new year soon. After next spring, I will enlist Dragon Cloud City's army. Hearing this, Thales felt a chill in his heart. No way. The four archdukes held their breaths. Constellation? Archduke Alcius glanced at Thales with an unfriendly expression, causing him to shudder in fear. Fortunately, King Nuvan's next words made the Prince of Constellation exhale. No. I want to go for a stroll in Black Sand region. King Nuvan, who was sitting in the middle of the hall under the care of a healer, patted his thigh in a relaxed manner. To visit my dear nephew, Chapman Lampard. The archdukes frowned. So did Thales. I miss him. The old king's eyes shone brightly. I miss him to death. Archduke Alcius and Archduke Trentida, whose territories were near Black Sand region, frowned simultaneously. But I don't like being alone. I don't want to go alone. King Nuvan stared at the four archdukes with a sharp gaze. What do you say? The four archdukes did not speak. Until the king's second sentence. After visiting him, shall we discuss the king's selection? The old king said meaningfully. The four archdukes glanced at each other. This time, they quickly made a decision. Defense City will respond with all its troops. We will always stand on the king's side. The bald Archduke Letko was the first to sigh. Archduke Alcius nodded solemnly. Prestige Orchid region has no objections. We will also send reinforcements. This is a legitimate revenge, a warning to those who are plotting in secret. Archduke Rockney's eyes shone. The city of faraway prayers is willing to send reinforcements. Since all of you have said so, if Reformation Tower still doesn't send troops, Trentida said in annoyance, I won't even be able to walk out of Dragon Cloud City. Hearing this, Thales criticized in his heart, the king will take the lead and help you eliminate a competitor. Why not? King Nuvan looked at them and laughed out loud. At this moment, Archduke Alcius could not help but ask, what about Black Sand region? Are you going to let Chapman's son inherit the Archduke's position? King Nuvan stopped laughing and shook his head gently. I have a candidate in mind. He's definitely a good candidate for the Archduke's position. He stretched his newly bandaged right arm. Castellan Lampard. Chapman's uncle. He used to be the captain of my personal guards. Thales was stunned. He thought of the sturdy old man in Hero Tavern. I heard that he has no interest in power and that he hates his family, Archduke Rockney said flatly. Yes. King Nuvan laughed softly. But it's not up to him. The archdukes were slightly stunned. All right. The old king pushed the doctor aside and stood up boldly. He shouted angrily, everyone, go up. The banquet is still going on. King Nuvan looked around at everyone and laughed. Don't spoil the mood. The four archdukes looked at each other. With different expressions on their faces, they bowed and left. The members of the King's Imperial Conference also left. Thales noticed that when everyone turned around, the old king's smile disappeared from his face. All of you should leave too. King Nuvan shook his head and said to his white blade guards, "Just stand guard outside the hall." Nuvan the seventh sighed and grabbed the wine barrel. He walked to the stairs where the battle was held and sat down. His expression was desolate. "I'll sit here alone." Nicholas and Merc looked at each other and nodded. Thales and Putre looked at each other. Both of them carefully left with the crowd. Tonight is long enough. And fulfilling enough. At this moment, King Nuvan's voice rang again. "Thales. My dear guest." Thales jolted violently. The people in the hall who had yet to leave looked at the Prince of Constellation. Especially the archdukes, such as Archduke Lekko, who seemed to be deep in thought. "Why don't you stay?" King Nuvan patted the stairs beside him. His expression was calm. "I still have to thank you properly. Shall we have a drink together?" Thales opened his mouth and looked at the king awkwardly. "What a joke. After I offended a bunch of archdukes, after you broke an archduke's neck, after you forced the other archdukes to join the war with you, you want me to have a drink with you? What I need to do now is to disappear quickly and keep a low profile. Once the time is up, I'll return to my country immediately. Even if you want to attract hatred, you can't do it this way." He turned around and looked at Putre. The latter shook his head slightly. "It's an honor to drink with you, but I'm only 7 years old." Thales turned to look at King Nuvan. He said politely and embarrassedly, "And I'm very tired, but—" Bulsh *T, 7 years old. King Nuvan interrupted him with a displeased expression and raised his wine glass to the second prince. "When my father brought me to drink for the first time, I was only 5 years old. As the future king, how can I not know how to drink?" Thales looked dazed. He was ready to find another excuse. "Or do you want to reject the King of Extet's invitation?" King Nuvan revealed a contemplative look. "Even you, like that fellow lying on the ground, look down on a king who doesn't have much time left?" The atmosphere in the hall became strange again. Thales' heart suddenly raced. He could only lower his head and sigh. Then, he turned around and took a step forward. Under Putre's worry, Nicholas' frown, Shile's smile, and the 4 archdukes' peculiar gazes. Chapter 155. Everyone retreated from the meeting hall. Only 2 figures, one big and one small, were left, sitting side by side on a flight of steps at the edge of the hall. Thales felt slightly uneasy. This old man, why did he keep me here? It can't really be for a drink, right? King Nuvan was draped in a thick cotton robe, revealing his wrinkled but well-defined muscles. He looked at the bandages on his body with an unpleasant expression and raised his goblet. "I'm old after all." King Nuvan gulped down a mouthful of wine and moved his left arm. A pained expression appeared on his face. "In the past, I could have fought a battle of this intensity for a day and a night, but now," the old king snorted coldly and poured the rest of the wine down his throat. Thales did not speak. He was trying his best to calm his slightly nervous breathing. It was not that he did not have the experience of being alone with a king. In fact, his nominal father, King Kessel of Constellation, gave him more pressure. However, when Thales sat next to Nuvan VII, he always felt extremely uneasy, especially when the smell of the mixture of potion and blood wafted into his nostrils. Perhaps it was because King Nuvan had just killed someone with his own hands. Perhaps it was because the old king had lost all his blood relatives and lived alone in the unpredictable world. Perhaps it was because, "Your plan is very risky." Thales' thoughts were interrupted. King Nuvan scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel and slowly said in his old voice, "If the murderer, Pofret, faced with such a situation, remained calm and did not react at all, what would you do?" Thales exhaled. "What should I do? There is still a way." The Prince of Constellation tried his best to put on a warm smile. Then, you can announce to the archdukes that you want to bring them along to meet Chapman Lampard openly and sincerely, shake hands, and make peace. I guess the murderer will definitely not be willing to go. He knows that if you and Lampard combine the information you have, it will be enough to force him into a corner. King Nuvan swirled the wine goblet in his hand and listened quietly. Of course, there is no need to take such a risk. We can completely set up the plan slowly and reveal the two pieces of information to the archdukes bit by bit. Thales shrugged. But there is no other way. Marquis Shiles Bamra informed me that the two archdukes will be leaving in the morning. We only have one night left. We can only think of a way during the banquet. At this moment, King Nuvan suddenly snorted. The laughter went on for several seconds. The old king's cryptic smile stunned Thales, and he stopped talking. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Thales' mind. It couldn't be. Wait, don't tell me. Thales looked at King Nuvan with an incredulous expression mixed with surprise and dissatisfaction. You, King Nuvan tilted his head and looked at Thales with a playful expression. Hidden in his green eyes was an emotionless, cold, and scrutinizing gaze. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Thales thought it through. None of the archdukes wanted to leave, right? Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh in indignation. That was false information you deliberately gave us. As Grand Dukes, it's impossible for them to just take a quick look at me before leaving. A bit of appropriate urging. King Nuvan nodded nonchalantly. It seems to be very effective. An appropriate urge? Very effective? Thales recalled how panicked and flustered he was today, and he resisted the urge to ridicule them. He adjusted his emotions. After all, this was heroic Spirit Palace, and the Prince of Constellation was just a weak guest. But I have to say. King Nuvan put down his wine cup and stared at Thales. His gaze was complicated. Well done. Thales was slightly startled. Thank you, but... Thales turned his head and snorted softly. That plan was actually thought of by Putre, my vice diplomat and instructor. He reminded me that I could also use Lampard as a bargaining chip. Thales turned his head around and snorted softly. But you are indeed the one who carried it out, King Nuvan interrupted him, his gaze sharp. You deserve this praise. For someone your age, it's practically a miracle to have such a performance. Thales flashed a fake and ugly smile. He did not want to appear like a monster, it was all forced by this world. Perhaps, the Jade Star royal family really produces such geniuses. King Nuvan let out a long sigh. Thales' gaze shifted. The Jade Star royal family's geniuses? Thales asked keenly. Who else? King Nuvan chuckled. A reminiscent expression appeared on his face. Your father's elder brother, your grandfather's eldest son, Midir Jade Star, the old king said flatly. He was also a precocious genius. Thales' eyes brightened. Midir Jade Star. Thales recalled Gilbert and Lady Jine's attitude towards the late king's eldest son, the wise prince who was praised by everyone. But at the same time, he also recalled Arund, the Duke of the Northern Territories' despairing evaluation of Midir in Renaissance Palace, the gloomy eldest brother of the king. When he was 13, he came to present his credentials. Before the two sides started fighting, he mediated the dispute over the hunting range of Pine Forest between Prestige Orchid Region, Black Sand Region, and Overwatch City. That was a year before I was crowned. It was also in this hall that he faced my father and the two archdukes of Prestige Orchid Region and Black Sand Region. King Nuvan sized up the Hall of Heroes, which was flickering in the firelight, and slowly said, I saw the previous Archduke of Prestige Orchid Region, poor old Alcius, being choked speechless by a child in front of everyone's eyes. I see. Thales nodded awkwardly. No wonder Alcius, that bearded man always found me an eyesore. It seems that we are indeed enemies. Yes, I guess. King Nuvan smiled. My father passed away a year later, and Midir also played a part in it. Thales awkwardly did not reply. Do you know, in the past, a strange so-called genius like you would have made me extremely fearful? The old king tightened his robe again. His gaze was subtle. Especially when you are the first, no, the only heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales frowned slightly. King Nuvan's gaze made him a little uncomfortable. Midir's death was really a pity. I have always been curious about what kind of king a man like him would become. King Nuvan sighed, turned his head and stared straight at Thales. But you still have a chance. And a great chance. I believe that once you are crowned king, Constellation will be reborn. King Nuvan's gaze began to become fierce. Extet will welcome a terrifying opponent. Thales quivered. His nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. No way. What are you talking about? What is this guy trying to do? He could not figure out King Nuvan's intentions. Thales endured King Nuvan's gaze and tried his best to calm his increasingly rapid breathing. King Nuvan suddenly laughed in a strange manner. You don't have to be so nervous, he said flatly. His tone was filled with the unique dignity of a king. I am not a man-eating beast. Thales suppressed his desire to refute and forced an ugly smile. He glanced at the center of the hall from the corner of his eyes. It was where Pofrit's neck was broken. King Nuvan noticed Thales' gaze and could not help but laugh. As the heir of a king, you will have to see blood sooner or later. The king took a sip of wine. His gaze was sharp. This will help you. Thales furrowed his brows. See blood. The look in Quide's eyes before he died appeared before his eyes. He remembered the feeling of the dagger in his hand piercing through flesh. And the young psionic assassin who could make a piercing demonic sound, and his wet, warm, beating heart. Thales forcibly suppressed a wave of discomfort. King Nuvan put down his wine goblet and asked slowly, what are your thoughts after watching the duel just now? It left a deep impression, the uneasy Thales answered honestly. Especially when I saw how an old veteran defeated a young and energetic rookie. King Nuvan sneered. And the heroic duel customs of Northland were also an eye-opener for me. Thales carefully chose his words. Of course, there was also your courage as the king of a kingdom to step into the duel arena. When I initiated the duel, I saw your expression. King Nuvan stared at Thales with a profound gaze. You didn't think much of it, did you? Thales was slightly startled. King Nuvan continued to stare at him intently. All right. Thales took a deep breath and said sheepishly, you know, considering your age, after all, this matter concerns such a large kingdom. What if something goes wrong? A few seconds later. Under Thales' nervous gaze, King Nuvan suddenly said something out of the blue, you know, the Walton family and the Jade Star family's relationship and connection started a long time ago. Thales was puzzled. King Nuvan gently extended his right hand and flashed the black ring on his little finger. Do you know what this is? Thales frowned. Then, he shook his head honestly. This is triumph. King Nuvan smiled mysteriously. It is also one of the origins of our two great families. Thales could not help but be stunned. Triumph? He watched as King Nuvan took off the ring, turned it to the inner ring, and showed it to Thales. Thales narrowed his eyes. At the inner ring that King Nuvan pointed at, he saw a pattern engraved on it. It seemed to be a winged horse. This is the coat of arms of the Pegasus. King Nuvan said flatly, it has been the family emblem of the Carluz family since Emperor Camelot established the empire. Thales was slightly startled. Pegasus. Imperial family? Carluz? More than 600 years ago, when Extet and Constellation had just been established, King Nuvan's tone was profound and distant. Because of King Tormund's bloody methods against the existing nobles during his expansion, Extet and Constellation broke out for the first time. Tormund's bloody methods. Thales remembered something. Rikaru and Tormund, the king of Dragon Knights and the king of Renaissance, the Northlanders, and the Empire, led the elite soldiers from the Battle of Eradication and met each other at the outskirts of Cold Castle. In the end, the two former kings each took a step back and signed the first peace treaty in the history of our two kingdoms. They agreed that the two kingdoms would govern the north and south separately, expand separately, and not interfere with each other. King Nuvan exhaled. That was the earliest contact between Extet and Constellation. Thales narrowed his eyes. He remembered what he saw in the library yesterday afternoon. King Nuvan was probably talking about the peace treaty signed by Tormund and Rikaru. If I remember correctly. Calendar of Eradication Year 11, Rikaru and Tormund, Extet and Constellation's agreement to deal with the border issue? That's the name, right? What the history books did not record was that the two former kings exchanged an ancestral treasure in private as a keepsake of the treaty. King Nuvan put the ring back on his finger. This ring is the keepsake that King Tormund gave to King Rikaru. King Nuvan inhaled and said to Thales, it was passed down from Rikaru to his nephew, then to the Walton family. King Nuvan took a deep breath and said to Thales, this ring was the keepsake that King Tormund gave to King Rikaru. It has no name, but all the previous archdukes called it Triumph. The king's tone was a little ethereal. His gaze drifted to another place. Triumph. Thales frowned slightly. It's a good name, he said cautiously. It sounds inspiring. Inspiring? King Nuvan could not help but laugh. As I said, it was originally an ancestral treasure of the king of Renaissance, Tormund. It came from the first emperor of the final empire, who is also one of your ancestors. King Nuvan stroked Triumph. His gaze was sharp as he said, Kessel Carlos VI. Thales' gaze shifted. Kessel? An emperor with the same name as my father? King Nuvan raised his gaze. This ring once belonged to the famous Emperor Kessel VI. It was passed down to King Tormund, who then gave it to Rikaru as a testament to their alliance. This Kessel VI did not have a good reputation. His life was neither long nor short, but it was full of ups and downs. Countless opponents fell under his schemes. King Nuvan inhaled and said solemnly, and his greatest achievement was to restore the prestige of the Carlus imperial family during the chaos after the collapse of the ancient empire. His greatest achievement was in the chaos that followed the collapse of the ancient empire. He restored the prestige of the Carlus empire and recaptured the city of Triumph from the hands of the rebel army and the feudal lords. That was how the final empire was established and lasted for 300 years. Thales nodded. The emperor who seized back the city of Triumph, the founder of the final empire. I see. That's why it's called Triumph. Do you know the nickname of that emperor? King Nuvan suddenly raised his head and looked at Thales with a ruminating gaze. Thales was slightly stunned. He then continued to shake his head. King Nuvan's expression as he looked at Thales became more and more subtle. This made the latter extremely uneasy. This small ring has a wide range of uses. King Nuvan sighed and gently flicked the ring of Triumph. This time, Thales was truly stunned. A wide range of uses? Thales stared at the ring in a daze. A terrifying thought crept into his mind. As expected, King Nuvan's next words sent a chill down his spine. The ring can hide 3 different types of medicinal foam, 2 different gases, and even a poisonous needle. Hidden. Poisonous needle? As he listened to the old king's narration, Thales almost forgot to breathe. However, King Nuvan continued to speak. For example, when 2 people in a duel are in a stalemate, Thales shuddered violently. With a gentle turn of the mechanism, Triumph can release the prepared sire grass poisonous gas at close range. King Nuvan's gaze was extremely cold at this moment. His tone sounded extremely terrifying. The cost of refining it is very expensive, but it can unknowingly anesthetize the poisoned person's muscles and mind. During intense exercise, this poison will spread through the bloodstream. The poisoned person will feel a decline in strength, numbness in their muscles, and irritation and unease. Decline in strength. Numbness in muscles. Irritation and unease. The second prince was stunned. Thales turned his head and looked at King Nuvan in disbelief. King Nuvan also turned to look at him. In the next second, the old king finally confirmed Thales' terrifying guess with a suspicious smile. What? Nuvan Walton VII, the supreme king of Extet, the most respected ruler of the Northlanders, stared at him with a profound gaze. Do you really think that I, an old man who is almost 70 years old, can do such a thing? To be able to easily defeat a man in his prime whose stamina, reflexes, strength, and speed are at their peak, and who has received Northland combat training all year round? Thales stared at King Nuvan in shock. Nuvan flashed a meaningful smile. Thales' mind was in a mess. He replayed every scene of the duel in his mind, and then he grabbed the fragment that best fit the description in front of him. Poffert gasped for air. He missed his axe almost every time. There was also the young Archduke's final hysteria. Seriously? Thales did not know what kind of expression he should have at that moment. He did not know what kind of expression he should have. He only stared intently at King Nuvan. Did I forget to tell you? The nickname of the founder of the final empire, Kessel VI. King Nuvan smiled. His expression was mysterious as he softly uttered 3 words. Chapter 156. Thales stared at the black ring with an unpleasant expression on his face. It was the triumphant return of the Emperor of Poison. He did not know what emotions he should use to face this matter. The ups and downs of the duel, the brilliant reversal at the end, the duel that could be said to determine the fate of the 2 kingdoms. Actually, a few seconds later, he said with difficulty, so, in the duel, you triumphantly returned like this? King Nuvan smiled softly. His gaze was cunning and pleased. As you said, he returned Thales' words to the second prince, word for word. After all, this matter concerns such a large kingdom. What if something goes wrong? Thales' thoughts were in a mess. The image of Nuvan VII that he had just built up in his heart from that duel was a heroic, old, and heroic image of Nuvan VII. It collapsed with a loud bang. What replaced it was an old, scheming, and cunning king who was twirling the ring behind the long table. Remember, young Thales, King Nuvan said meaningfully, a king should never be hot-headed, replace rationality with impulsiveness, and resort to an uncertain gamble for the sake of pleasure. You are not only yourself, but also the entire kingdom. Thales ignored his words. His brain was spinning rapidly at that moment. After a long while, Thales recovered from the shock and tried his best to grasp a few clues from his chaotic thoughts. Based on his understanding of Northland along the way, once this secret was leaked, King Nuvan would become the target of thousands of curses. This was enough to destroy the reputation of the Walton family, end the rule of Dragon Cloud City, and even endanger the dignity of the entire Extet and all Northlanders. But, Thales turned his head and looked at King Nuvan, who was silent and had a complicated expression on his face. He asked in disbelief, "Why tell me? Shouldn't this be a top secret that will rot in my stomach forever and be brought to my grave? Do you know how serious this secret is?" Thales felt his heart beat faster. He unconsciously clenched his fists. However, King Nuvan only looked at Thales calmly and flashed a happy smile. He did not show the slightest hint of nervousness or seriousness after his secret was exposed. Of course. King Nuvan snorted lightly and said nonchalantly, "This is the greatest stain to the way of Northland. It is even disrespectful to the gods and belittling the archdukes." Even the most lowly Northlanders would despise the king they once loved the most because of this matter. Once the new king ascends to the throne, he can even use this reason to banish the Walton family from the ranks of archdukes forever. After he finished speaking, King Nuvan narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales with a dark expression. "Now, you know the secret, don't you?" the king said playfully. Thales furrowed his brows. He met King Nuvan's gaze. The doubts and uneasiness in his heart grew deeper. "Your Majesty Nuvan, what exactly do you want to do?" At that moment, Thales felt that the old man in front of him was like a dark, bottomless whirlpool. He himself was like a small boat in a whirlpool. A few seconds later. "This is a show of sincerity," the old king said lightly. "Sincerity?" Thales repeated doubtfully. King Nuvan scooped up a goblet of wine and calmly took a sip. "I gave you a bargaining chip." King Nuvan's expression was calm and his tone was calm. "And as long as you hold on to this bargaining chip, you can destroy the Walton family at any time." "What do you mean?" The puzzlement in Thales' heart only increased. At this moment, King Nuvan's tone changed again. "Previously, you seem to have mentioned this to Nicholas." King Nuvan did not care about Thales' expression. He said softly, "After you cooperate with me to find the mastermind, you want some benefits from me?" Thales' eyebrows twitched and he gritted his teeth slightly. "This is your so-called benefit?" Thales asked with some difficulty. "Of course not. How can this be considered a benefit?" King Nuvan could not help but laugh. "This will only make you uneasy, especially when you are still in Dragon Cloud City, within my jurisdiction. Because of this secret, you will constantly worry about your own safety." Thales took a deep breath. He felt his mouth and tongue dry. At this moment, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. The Dragon Spear family is never stingy. The old king stopped smiling. His words only made Thales' heart tremble. "So, after seeing you yesterday afternoon, are you satisfied with your reward?" Thales raised his head abruptly. "Yesterday afternoon?" Thales frowned. "Yes." King Nuvan looked at him with a profound expression. "Yesterday afternoon." The expression on Thales' face changed. "Yesterday afternoon." After he came out of the Hall of Heroes, he got lost in Heroic Spirit Palace, then, under Thales' incredulous gaze, the old king stroked the ring on his finger and said slowly, "Why? Do you think a foreign prince who has just arrived here, to be able to wander around my Heroic Spirit Palace freely and unfettered?" King Nuvan glanced at Thales. His eyes flashed. "And coincidentally wandered into Rikuru's library?" Thales' heart skipped a beat. He stood rooted to the ground, stupefied. "Merc lured you there on purpose," King Nuvan said calmly and flatly. "So, you have met my granddaughter, Thales." In the next second, Thales sat on the stairs in a daze, listening to the calm King Nuvan say softly, "Your future wife, and the queen." The hall became quiet again. Thales stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. The scene in the library appeared in his mind. The unruly and capricious little princess who beat and scolded her servants at will, Alex Walton. But then, another figure that left an even deeper impression appeared, the unkempt little girl with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, her face covered in dust, lying on the ground reading a book. Little rascal. King Nuvan did not speak again. He calmly took another sip of wine. Thales spent a whole minute sorting out the current situation. "Why? What's going on?" Thales' breathing quickened. He raised his head. "What do you mean by this?" King Nuvan inhaled softly and raised his head to look at the fireplace on the other side of the hall. He looked at the shelf on the fireplace. The ferocious weapon passed down from Rikuru the hero to the Walton family. The Soul Slayer pike. Among the lies you told Alceus and the others, at least one of them was right. King Nuvan's eyes burned with an unknown emotion. For the continuation of the Walton family, the old king turned his head. His sharp gaze was fixed on Thales. His expression was firm. I have to bet on a strong man, a future king. Thales' face was pale. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He suddenly figured something out. King Nuvan did not speak. He was waiting for Thales' response. The Walton family is dying, Thales said quietly after a while. You want to use marriage to force the Jade Star royal family and Constellation to ensure the continuation of the Dragon Spear family? You want me to marry your granddaughter? Thales subconsciously raised his voice. You want me to let Constellation take over this burden? King Nuvan held his wine cup and stared at the Soul Slayer pike. He snorted lightly, as if he did not care. No. The king's old voice rang again. What I am giving you is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A bargaining chip that you cannot refuse. Thales suddenly shuddered. Think about what you can get. King Nuvan's eyes were deep and cold. As blood relatives of the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City by marriage, the supreme royal family of Constellation, from then on, you can intervene in Extet's internal affairs. At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. One of you and my granddaughter's descendants will inherit the Walton surname and power, and become the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. King Nuvan's tone was cold, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. And you, Thales Jade Star, you will do what Midir IV and Chara the Hero could not do with their combined strength. You will become the supreme king of Constellation. King Nuvan's expression did not change. He said something that made Thales' heart flutter. You will also become the regent of Dragon Cloud City, the first territory in Extet. Thales stared at King Nuvan in a daze. Even if he had memories that were incompatible with the rest of the people in this world, even if his brain was working frantically, he could not immediately react to this news. And before that, the old king's expression was unprecedentedly serious. If you still want to hold the Walton family as a bargaining chip, still want to use Dragon Cloud City to restrict Extet, Thales exhaled dejectedly and continued King Nuvan's words. Constellation and I must do our best to ensure the Walton family's rule and status in Dragon Cloud City, and protect the Dragon Spear family from dying out in Extet, right? King Nuvan revealed a satisfied smile. If the future king intends to use the reason of no male heir to deprive the Walton family of its power, he will have to think twice, Nuvan VII continued. The shield of the Western Peninsula's attitude in the south is that he is moving your cheese. King Nuvan revealed a determined gaze. What you need to do is to show the existence of Constellation and maintain the rule of the Walton family. Even if there is only one little girl left, and no matter how much the other archdukes oppose her, you will be able to obtain the greatest bargaining chip and advantage when you face Extet in the future. This will also strengthen the Jade Star family's weight and status in the country at the same time, and increase the royal family's prestige, given your current situation. Thales suddenly remembered the conversation between them when he first arrived at Mindy's Hall, when Gilbert used a scheme to set up an alliance between him and Serena Corleone. Thales subconsciously repeated Gilbert's words in a low voice, using benefits to win over allies. This is the essence of politics. I can still live for another 8 or 9 years. By then, Constellation should have begun to recover its strength. King Nuvan nodded approvingly. After that, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, my granddaughter, your wife, will be under your protection. Thales did not speak for a long time. Marriage alliance. Constellation and Extet. Jade Star and Walton. What if I say no? He raised his head coldly and looked at King Nuvan. What if I don't want to be dragged into this dangerous quagmire? Those who dance with the dragon often have their lives hanging by a thread. Also, the second prince said flatly, so far, those who want to form an alliance with me have either caused me great harm or were harmed by me. Thales remembered what Zayn Covendier told him on the day he left for the north. If you are in the same boat as a jackal, you will run the risk of your boat capsizing. King Nuvan stared at him. There was a strange and indistinguishable color in his green eyes. Thales stared back at the king without showing any sign of weakness. This has nothing to do with your wishes. Finally, the old king nodded slowly. The messenger crow carrying the king's warrant will fly to Eternal Star City tomorrow. Your father will decide on this matter. Thales could not help but tremble. What if my father also doesn't agree? Thales gritted his teeth and heard his own hoarse voice. Doesn't agree to drag Constellation into this quagmire? Oh, about that, the old king replied nonchalantly. I gave you the secret of triumph, didn't I? Thales' pupils shrank and he stared at him in a daze. Constellation can use this bargaining chip to destroy the Walton family at any time. This is enough to win his trust. King Nuvan slowly enunciated his words in his old but powerful voice. When you discover a treasure, you may be worried that it is a trap and give it up. But when you have the ability to destroy it at the same time, will you still be convinced by your own concerns and choose to give it up? Thales was momentarily speechless. In the face of such a king of Extet, faced with such a situation, even someone as slick as him felt that he could not handle it. His instincts also told him that King Kessel would definitely agree to such an alliance. But the effectiveness of triumph as a bargaining chip will gradually fade with your death. Thales took a deep breath and followed the old king's words. The benefits of using triumph will become smaller and smaller. In comparison, Kessel, my father will definitely be more inclined towards the benefits that can be brought about by a marriage alliance, and will be more inclined to support the Walton family and ensure the Walton family's position, and obtain a nail that has been nailed into the kingdom of the Great Dragon, reversing Constellation's decline after the Bloody Year. King Nuvan raised his eyebrows. He scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel and poured it down his throat. I guess the nobles in Extet will not be happy, Thales said dejectedly. Including every archduke. Of course not. Every one of them can't wait to see the Walton family decline. King Nuvan's eyes flashed. He put down the wine goblet and wiped his mouth. But I am the king of Extet, and I will remove the last obstacle for our cooperation, King Nuvan answered him calmly. The men of military age in Dragon Cloud City will not be at peace for the next few years. Getting rid of Lampard is just the beginning. Thales instantly figured it out. From Nicholas probing to the king's so-called test. So, Thales sighed when he said this. You've already planned everything out. Don't lump me together with those shameless, scheming scum. King Nuvan snorted in dissatisfaction. This is not a conspiracy, but, to use a Far Eastern term, an overt plot that you can't refuse. Yes. Thales lowered his head. An indescribable sense of loss rose from the bottom of his heart. All these schemes, conspiracies, and overt plots, or something like that. All of you are very good at this. Just like the first time he met King Kessel in Mindy's Hall, Thales once again felt the helplessness and powerlessness of having one's fate and choices firmly in the hands of others. The powerlessness of going with the flow and drifting with the wind. King Nuvan stared at him quietly. After a while, under the illumination of the firelight, the old king slowly opened his mouth. You are a special child, Thales. King Nuvan sighed. There was an obvious sense of vicissitudes in his voice. I can feel that you have Soria's sharp determination, but also Mosul's impracticality. Sharp determination. Impracticality. Humph, thank you for the compliment, Thales replied tiredly. He even chuckled. I think you probably think that the latter is more of the former. King Nuvan faintly inhaled and slowly exhaled when he talked about his two deceased sons. You are not weak, Thales, even if you are only this young, the old king said earnestly. From my observations of you and the reports from Nicholas and the others, you are a survivor. You have all the qualities to become a powerful warrior. But what you need is time, and you need to hone yourself. King Nuvan clenched his fingers into a fist and knocked on the left side of his heart. And a sufficiently hard, cold, and unwavering heart. A hard, cold, and unwavering heart? Thales frowned. He could not stand it any more and asked, "Don't you feel tired?" The court, the country, the archdukes, conspiracies, tricks, assassinations, all of these. God knows what the hell is waiting for you. Ever since I escaped from Red Street Market, until now. Mystics, Blood Bottle Gang, Blood Clan, Iris Flowers, the Black Prophet, the 6 great clans, Extet, time and time again, I have to face malice, danger, and tiresome conspiracies and schemes. Even though Thales struggled through them time and time again, he still felt that he was reaching his limit. This pace of life made Thales mentally and physically exhausted. Even his life as a child beggar in the abandoned house did not give him this kind of difficult road ahead. Thales hesitated for a moment before blurting out, "I guess if Prince Mariah is really the kind of person Poffert said he is, he would also feel tired." King Nuvan's expression slowly froze. His eyes were filled with deep emotions. There was a few seconds of silence. "It's normal for you to feel tired. Everyone feels tired," King Nuvan finally spoke slowly. "But for us, when you feel tired and want to stop, or even want to give up, you will feel." He clutched his injured shoulder and panted heavily in pain. Pain. Whether it's the pain of being swept into the tide and losing control of yourself, or the pain your enemies give you when they see that you are weak and easy to bully. King Nuvan pursed his lips, as if he was recalling something. That kind of pain that penetrates deep into your bones pushes you back to the tired battlefield. You will continue to go back and forth between exhaustion and pain until you get used to it. This is what we are born to carry, not just us, the old king continued expressionlessly. Before he became an archduke, Alcius was poisoned twice by his half-brother. Trentida married the daughter of a mountain barbarian tribe leader just to open up a wasteland in the Sighing Mountain for his barren Reformation tower. The old bald Letko once reluctantly married off his youngest daughter to Camus Union in order to maintain his finances until she died miserably in a foreign land. On the day Rockne became an archduke, he personally ordered the execution of 6 domineering counts and viscounts in his territory. They were all his father's most trusted people when he was alive, and Lampard was a ruthless existence who stabbed his own brother's heart in front of everyone to seize the archduke's position. But time and time again, they all returned in pain and exhaustion. You too? Returned from pain and exhaustion? Thales lowered his gaze. Like your son? King Nuvan did not speak for a whole 10 seconds. After a moment of silence, King Nuvan raised his head and stared at the famous Soul Slayer Pike. "Do you know Soria? My eldest son, the man most likely to inherit this position. He died 12 years ago." Thales was slightly stunned. "Lady Alex's father?" He hesitated and carefully asked, "I heard from Lord Merk that he died in a hunting accident, no?" This time, King Nuvan quickly interrupted the second prince. His face was ashen. "An accident is just what we say to the outside world." Thales frowned slightly and held his breath again. "During the hunt, he died of an assassination with ulterior motives," the old king said in a normal tone. "To be precise, it was an assassin from Constellation." Chapter 157. The second prince of Constellation stared at the old king in astonishment. "But I am here now." King Nuvan turned to look at him. His tone was flat, but his gaze was complicated. "I am betting the future of my family on a prince of Constellation like you." Thales suppressed the anxiety in his heart and heaved a long sigh. "My 2 sons." King Nuvan's expression was gloomy. "Their fates, or rather, their misfortunes are strikingly similar. But I still want to stand here, manipulate the chips, and win a future for the Waltons. Hearing King Nuvan's words, Thales secretly shook his head. Nobles and rulers are another kind of creature. They live on power, this is what Putre told me. So you better get used to it. King Nuvan put away his gloomy expression and revealed his tough and cold face again. For your own good. Thales gently closed his eyes. King Nuvan's expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales mysteriously. Speaking of which, they didn't tell you, did they? The old king clasped his hands together. About the truth of your bloody year? Thales opened his eyes in surprise and looked at King Nuvan. The first thing he recalled was Queen Kia's hysteria, followed by the names of Charlton and Shadow Shield. Lastly, the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace. The second prince shook his head slowly. They didn't say much. King Nuvan snorted softly. Then maybe I shouldn't say too much. King Nuvan turned his head back. It's best not to interfere with the education of the Jade Star family. You've interfered enough already, Thales secretly criticized. But Extet was a direct participant in the bloody year, these invaders from the north. Thales thought, maybe he knows something. Do you have any special news for me, Your Majesty? Thales carefully used honorifics and shrugged. If you really treat me as your future grandson-in-law. Hearing the way Thales addressed him, King Nuvan revealed a thought-provoking gaze. Then, the old king laughed out loud. See. The old king winked at him. Actually, you will soon get used to it. Thales responded with an ugly smile. You will learn about everything else from your instructor, from Constellation, and from your father. King Nuvan stretched his elbow. His expression was subtle. But I can tell you one thing, as one of the bargaining chips I will give to my allies. Something that even your kingdom's secret intelligence department doesn't know about. Thales' expression changed. Even the secret intelligence department doesn't know? His breathing quickened. Who do you think would kill the Jade Star royal family? King Nuvan smiled mysteriously. The real mastermind. Doubts arose in Thales' heart. The real murderer? That mysterious assassin organization, the Shadow Shield that Poffert mentioned just now? Gilbert had briefly mentioned it to him before, but he only said that King Kessel V had already taken all the revenge that could be taken. Thales slowly shook his head. The reason is actually very simple, so simple that you won't believe it. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on him. The members of the Jade Star royal family were almost simultaneously attacked by a well-planned assassination, except for one person. I might not be sure about the others, but if the plan went smoothly, it seems that he was the one who benefited from the bloody year? King Nuvan said in a strange tone. The members of the Jade Star royal family, except for one person? Thales' heart skipped a beat, but he immediately reacted. You are not the first person to accuse my father in front of me and try to sow discord between us. Thales snorted softly. King Nuvan continued to stare at him with a strange look in his eyes. He stared at him until he felt goosebumps. A few seconds later, King Nuvan said sarcastically, Use your brain, future guardian of Dragon Cloud City. I am not talking about your father. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and snorted. Who else are you referring to then? 12 years ago, all the Jade Stars were. Suddenly, Thales' body trembled and he froze. Wait a minute. Besides Kessel, there is indeed another Jade Star. He did not die of murder, a Jade Star who did not die from assassination, Thales recalled Gilbert's words. In the tragedy of the bloody year, there was only one prince who didn't die directly from assassination. It can't be. Thales felt his heart begin to beat faster. The pale-faced prince raised his head and looked at King Nuvan in disbelief. 12 years ago, after we breached Broken Dragon Fortress, we captured Rudolf Nanchester, King Nuvan said quietly with his hand on Triumph. Rudolf Nanchester? Information related to him immediately appeared in Thales's mind. That is, he was the Duke of Land of Cliffs region at that time. King Nuvan rubbed his ring and said flatly, that man was very strong-willed, but the Northlanders despised him for his cowardly act of refusing to send troops from the fortress and watching Prince Horus be destroyed. Thales recalled the conversation he had with Putre when they were at Raymond Pass to pay their respects to the former second prince, Horus Jadestar. He was one of the commanders of Broken Dragon Fortress and the previous Duke of Land of Cliffs region who witnessed the second prince's destruction. He was also the elder brother of the One-Eyed Dragon, Duke Koshter Nanchester. According to Putre, he was captured by Extet and later died in prison. We left him in the dungeon and ignored him. We waited for the start of spring before continuing our journey south to the hinterland of Constellation. As expected, King Nuvan's description was similar to Putre's. Until the king's next sentence. But when the news of the Jadestar royal family being assassinated came, Rudolph, who was barely alive, struggled to see me. King Nuvan's expression became more and more solemn. In the fortress, he shed tears and told me an unexpected secret. Thales clenched his fists and quietly listened to the king's narration. During the days when Rudolph and Horus guarded Broken Dragon Fortress together, your Duke of Land of Cliffs region discovered something that made him restless. King Nuvan's gaze became sharper and sharper. Horus Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation, and the Sword of Reversing Light, which you are so proud of, secretly recruited, organized, and trained a special mercenary team from different countries and regions. Since they were not part of the Royal Guards and Jadestar private army, and Prince Horus had always liked to make friends with all kinds of elites and brave men, no one in Constellation found out about it for many years. It was not until the day Horus officially used that team, King Nuvan said softly, that Rudolph discovered some clues. Thales could not help but feel nervous. Rudolph found out that the small team was given a mission that year. King Nuvan's tone became very cold. He enunciated each and every word clearly, how to lurk, hide, infiltrate, and even invade a fortress with the most airtight layout, the most heavily guarded, the most perfect defense, and the least possibility of being breached. Huh? Thales said in surprise. Fortress? The doubts in his heart deepened. King Nuvan nodded. His eyebrows were as dark as water. When Horus took the risk to attack and harass our supply line, Rudolph Nanchester, who had long been suspicious, found a lot of things in Prince Horus's bedroom, from coded communications to secret ledgers. King Nuvan pulled over his outer robe and took out a thick piece of folded paper from the inside pocket. He said coldly, "There's also this thing." Thales looked at King Nuvan in surprise. "You prepared it a long time ago?" King Nuvan did not speak. He only waved the thick paper in his hand. Thales took a deep breath and suppressed his trembling hands. He took the folded piece of thick paper and unfolded it. The paper was made of the best material. It felt smooth and hard to the touch. It seemed to be able to be preserved for a long time. It was more than 2 meters wide, so Thales had to lay it flat on the ground and spread his hands before he could begin to observe it. There was a map drawn on the paper. There was a square building on the map. It was a flat top and side view. Soon, Thales could see that the map was very detailed. It used different colors and labels to clearly mark the wide and thick walls, the ubiquitous sentry towers, the terrifying city-guarding crossbows, a few narrow entrances, as well as the important entrances, passageways, and rooms in the building. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. This. Could it be? Thales put his face close to the map in shock. He stared at every inch of the map, not missing a single detail. There were also densely packed numbers, patterns, and arrows next to the map, from the front door to the interior of the building. He read the words on the map in disbelief. Guard shifts, number of guards, hiding places, available entrances, patrol times at the front and back doors, evacuation routes. Thales was stunned. No, it can't be. A few minutes later. The second prince of Constellation gently climbed up from the map. The astonishment and shock on his face had yet to dissipate. King Nuvan took in the entirety of his expression. In view of the war with Constellation at that time, I hid this secret and sent Rudolph back to Dragon Cloud City to be detained in secret until he was sent to death row. King Nuvan, who had just revealed the shocking secret, sighed. You can use this information as a bargaining chip when you need it, King Nuvan said softly to Thales. Rudolph Nanchester, the coward who has always been reviled by the people, the Duke of Land of Cliffs region who did not help those in need, has been misunderstood for too long. He is the one who has been truly loyal to 82nd since the beginning. Thales rolled up the map in his hand. His frown deepened. Horus Jade Star. The mercenary team. Rudolph Nanchester. How is this possible? I don't think even your father knows about this. King Nuvan sighed. In a sense, Extet has already helped you get rid of the murderer. Perhaps you should go and thank Nicholas. Thales panted irregularly. He recalled the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace, 82nd's large stone jar, and the few small stone jars beside it. After a while, he snapped out of his daze. I don't think you forged this map, Thales said absent-mindedly. What do you think? King Nuvan said disdainfully. He then downed the wine in his cup. Thales raised his head and murmured, that mercenary team formed by Horus, who exactly are they? I don't know. Rudolph didn't go into detail. King Nuvan stared at his empty cup. He only mentioned that the leader of that mercenary team has strange skills, he also has a strange longsword. Thales sat on the steps in a daze, panting unconsciously. He was so shocked by this secret that he could hardly speak. Why did he do that? The second prince asked subconsciously after a while. I think he had his own reasons. King Nuvan shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with melancholy. And that reason was very sufficient. What do you mean? His own reasons? Thales raised his head. You will know. Your father will tell you. King Nuvan sneered. But to Thales, this sneer was more sorrowful than mocking. The cause of the bloody year. The Jade Star disaster. Thales frowned and slowly clenched his fists. After a few seconds, he slowly loosened his grip. Thales lowered his head and exhaled sharply. He resentfully returned the paper in his hand to King Nuvan. Keep it. That thing is too ominous. The old king of Extet shook his head and pushed Thales' hand away. He said flatly, besides, that is, after all, the map of Renaissance Palace. Dragon Cloud City, 4:30 in the morning. In a shop on West Express Avenue in the dark night. Just pretend that the doctor you are looking for is really in Heroic Spirit Palace. God knows how he is going to sneak in. Under the weak illumination of the everlasting lamp, the butcher shop owner from the Far East, Gu, said to the man before him with a gloomy expression, but do you understand the price of saving someone from Heroic Spirit Palace? However, the man in front of him only lowered his head and carefully and seriously wiped the oddly shaped, pitch-black longsword on his thigh one last time, almost as if he was nitpicking every hair on his body. Gu exhaled and used his Northland retroflex accent to patiently emphasize to the man before him, you have to climb all the way up the slope, avoid the disciplinary officers and patrols on the street, go up through the nobles' districts that are heavily guarded by private soldiers, and then go over the many towers and sentry posts. Before you are discovered and shot through by arrows and bows, or hacked to death by hundreds of people with swords and axes, you have to reach the sluice gate that separates the city area from Heroic Spirit Palace. The man stood up and threw away the cloth he used to wipe his weapon. He raised the strange black sword in his hand and pointed it at the ceiling. Gu continued, then you have to climb over the 10-meter-tall sluice gate. Tonight is the night of Heroic Spirit Palace's banquet. The man raised his head and narrowed his eyes at his sword, as if he was observing the curve of the sword. His nondescript voice traveled into Gu's ears. That sluice gate will open at dawn. I don't have to climb the wall. My chances are higher than usual. How? Do you want to sneak past the palace guards inside and outside the sluice gate, and even between them, under the illumination of the moonlight and firelight, and under their wide-open eyes that are bigger than fists? Gu suppressed his breathing, but he could not help but raise his voice. Even if you break through the gate, you'll still have to face countless patrolling heroic spirit palace guards. They're all elites selected from the local recruits and personally trained by the instructors of the White Blade Guards. They're fierce, loyal, brave, alert, and have sharp gazes. The man hung the strange sword back on the sword belt at his waist and tightened the cloth-wrapped weapon on his back. But Gu was still trying to stop him. Let's assume that you can avoid alerting them, but what about after you sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace? You will still have to face the White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards. There might only be 200 to 300 people on duty, and they are scattered throughout the palace, but every single one of them is a veteran with rich frontline experience. There are countless supra-class elites, and there are even supreme-class elites like the Star Killer who possess the Severing Soul's Blade. The man exercised his joints, turned around, and walked towards the door. Gu followed behind him, and said in a profound tone, "Do you know what a veteran is? It's not as simple as having fought in a war and seen blood. According to Extet standards, once you are entangled by one of them." The man did not listen to Gu. He pressed his hand against the door, and a strange force surged. In an instant, the man understood everything on the street outside the door, from the patrols in the distance to the hounds in the vicinity. Even if it's you, you actually want to sneak into a heavily guarded, impregnable palace without any support, and even fish someone out. After talking for a long time, Gu sighed deeply and stroked his forehead. "You are really crazy." The man did not answer. He stood up, looked at the frowning Gu, and nodded. "Gu," he said flatly, "next time, if you want to lie to me, find some other reason. At least, don't use the sensory mystic." Gu was stunned, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Only Gu himself knew that at that moment, there was already a storm raging in his heart. "What did you say?" The Far Easterner used what he thought was a flawless response and asked with a face full of doubt, "What reason?" The man patted Gu's shoulder. Gu frowned. "I don't understand the sensory mystic." The man revealed a stiff smile. "But I understand you, Gu." Gu was slightly stunned. "You are good at hiding all kinds of emotions, but I can recognize." The man pressed his black sword and shook his head gently. "A person who lives with a mask also lives with pain." Gu silently clenched his fists under his sleeves. "Also." The man turned around, pushed the door open, and left behind one last sentence. "Send my regards to Murat. We haven't seen each other for 12 years, I really miss him." At that moment, Gu's smile froze on his face. Gu stood rooted to the ground as she watched the man disappear into the darkness outside the door. Just like how he was in the past. The next minute, the man's figure appeared on the roof of a low house. Amidst the falling snow, he raised his head and looked at the sky, at the dark moon shrouded in clouds and mist. Then, his gaze swept past the districts of Dragon Cloud City that stretched up the mountainside, past a few gatehouses, all the way to the top, where the majestic palace stood. That was the Walton family, the residence of the Archdukes of Dragon Cloud City for generations. It was also the seat of the current common-elected king of Extet. Heroic Spirit Palace. The man recalled Gu's words just now. Sneak past the heavy guards into a heavily guarded, impeccable palace? He gently patted the strange black sword at his waist, and a smile appeared on his lips. Sigh. In this regard, I can be considered. The man closed his eyes gently. You're experienced, aren't you? You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.